Hey, Doooovid here. Welcome to Week in Review. Shalom. God bless. Good to see everybody. Hope everyone had an excellent week. And we're back for another Week in Review. So, the last month or so, God forbid, I've been covering intensely the Samantha Woll case, and it looks like it's finally going to wrap up this week and move into closing arguments and then the jury deliberation. So, next week I'll probably make some final comments on it. And we'll see. It might, if he's found not guilty, and it could move on the investigation. So I extended an invitation to Tracey again this week. Although I think last week, I think Tracey said she works or does something Sunday nights. So last week she showed up about 9:30. So that's fine. So like whenever she shows up, we'll go straight to her. So if she's working and shows up like 9:30, that's fine. We'll go straight to her whenever she does show up. And hope she does show up. She's been doing great coverage. So Dave, God bless. Good to see you. But hoping to get back to my consciousness, psychology, philosophy of mind related research. I have a deep dive in conspiracy theory. I'm still doing my portraits in metaphysics, and I have some more research on John Dewey, his theory of mind, a little stuff on William James, and more in the theory of expertise and other things. But whatever we can review. So I've been diverted. I'm still doing a lot of reading and research, but I've been diverted from my normal readings due to the Samantha Woll case. And like, God forbid, this is the first case in my whole life I've ever watched a trial straight through. And like, I've watched parts of major trials, like, I mentioned, you talked about on Week in Review, like Khaw Rittenhouse, Ahmaud Arbery. Trayvon Martin was before I started a Week in Review, but even back then I watched parts of that trial. I mean, those were in the national attention. However, those were substantially different than this trial. I mean, one, God forbid, I knew Samantha Woll quite well. So, God forbid the person murdered is actually somebody I know, God forbid. And two, that the other trials, like Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, Khaw Rittenhouse, the question wasn't over whether the person was the person who killed them or not. They were more like self-defense trials. So they were completely of a different nature and character. It wasn't really a question of who done it. Is there sufficient evidence to, and whether the mystery remains unsolved. It was more a question of, was it self-defense or not? So, certainly this is one of the first trials that I've watched all the way through. And, I've been skeptical of the criminal justice system before, but, just saying, God forbid how it works. And trials long too, hours every day. So I'm working in the background or doing something, but I watched, maybe even 100 hours. I don't think the trial's been 100 hours, but that in commentary, yes, I may even watch like 100 hours of the trial, God forbid. So we'll go over the developments this week, and not much happening in Israel. Like the war, a little bit like Hezbollah. The situation, kind of at a standstill right now. Negotiations for a ceasefire coming back. So let's talk briefly about the war. The StreamYards, the link is in the chat if anyone wants to join. God forbid, last week I think I got minimally porn bombed, but I didn't even take it down. It looked like it was just a second, and thank God I didn't get any strikes on the video. Maybe I'll try to delete those few seconds at some point, just because in the future, if I could get a strike or something, God forbid. But it was pretty close, and God forbid the person actually used a picture of Richard. So like I brought the person on, I thought it was Richard because they used his name and his picture, and then switched to explicit image for a second. So God forbid, unfortunate. So let's jump right into my week in review. So we are live on Twitter also. I bought back a premium account. It doesn't look like I got my blue check mark yet, but I was watching and decided to get back my blue check mark, although it hasn't updated yet. I ended up participating in a few spaces. So Albert Bashai, regular streamer from Adam Green. Oh yeah, Richard, God bless you. You're welcome to join. Take the link if you want to hop on. So if you want to talk, you've been following the case. I didn't send you the message last week because you said that you were busy with other things. But if you've been following the case or want to talk about it, you're welcome to hop on. But yeah, Albert Bashai, a streamer with Adam Green from years back, had a space with Adam Green talking about demystifying Christianity. And I find it an interesting topic, kind of like the scholarship of Christianity, the historical Jesus, and also because the rabbis or Kabbalah makes a lot of points about like Esau and the various things. So like from the conspiratorial point of view, God forbid, but I mean just in terms of interesting scholarship. So Donnie Darkind showed up, regular guest on Adam Green, kind of like evangelical biblicist scholar, and big tech. Ryan Dawson was there for a while. So Richard Spencer was in the chat, but didn't become a speaker. But the main person who showed up was Brother Nathanael. And like, God forbid, Brother Nathanael is one of the most vicious counter-Semites out there. And ironically, Brother Nathanael was born an Orthodox Jew. And so it makes you think back to like the stories of the Baal Shem Tov or, various things where, the priest or even the original apostles, that, Brother Nathanael is probably even more vicious critic of Judaism than even E. Michael Jones, but comparative. And Brother Nathanael is Russian Orthodox, 73 years old, although as opposed to E. Michael Jones, Brother Nathanael was brought up as an Orthodox Jew, and talks about his inside knowledge of the problems of Judaism and the problems of the Jewish people. And ironically, Brother Nathanael had became like some form of like white nationalist who's supporting like America for a white nation and like pretty blatant racist stuff. So, but it's a little bit interesting. Brother Nathanael's been around for a long time. So like, he's been doing his like counter-Semitic videos for decades, like even before like the alt-right and like E. Michael Jones, probably even before like E. Michael Jones, wrote the Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. Like Brother Nathanael's been in the game with extremely harsh criticism of the Jewish people and Judaism for decades. But he likes Adam Green for whatever reason, and he appeared on the stream with Albert. I mean, he was kind of an interesting character. Not to I disagree strongly with his racism and his counter-Semitism, but besides that, he's an interesting character, and we spoke a little bit. And he's also got quite a sense of humor going there. So let's see what day that was. So that was on my Twitter profile. If put my Twitter link. So if this is actually you this time, Richard, you're welcome to join. As said, like, for whatever reason, maybe because they want to cause harm to my channel or just a troll thinks they're funny, used your name and face, and I added you straight to the video when I saw you, even though we hadn't spoke. I thought maybe it was you and you just joined. And then right when I added them, they switched to explicit pictures, and that could get your channel taken down. So that was July 7th, July 2nd, which Tuesday night. So, and like I was on the stream till like 1 a.m. It went for hours. you say it's like 8.5 hours. So, like I was on it for maybe like four hours. Brother Nathaniel's maybe on for 6 hours, and it had a whole bunch of different people. You could see over 7,500 people tuned in. So, prop to Albert Bashai, also an extremely strong critic of Judaism. He replayed his debate with Judas Maccabeus from like 3 years ago. Albert Bashai, grew up in an area that had a large Jewish population, had a lot of Jewish friends, and then, so to say, got red-pilled on the JQ through 9/11 conspiracy theories. And, he's Egyptian-blooded, and, he's been a harsh critic of Israeli policy and Israeli lobbying in American government for probably at least 5 years. And, since the war broke out in Gaza, okay, well, Richard, you're welcome to hop on right now. I was saying this was a Twitter space on Tuesday, so it was just random. This guy, Albert Bashai, does Twitter spaces every day. So usually, I mean, he's got some crowd, but he had, Brother Nathanael there. So I popped in and had a chance to speak with him. And, I'm not sure if you're still active in, end Jew hatred or something like that, if you've ever heard of Brother Nathanael. But let me see, Brother Nathanael. I'm not even sure if he's on the ADL. Yeah, so he's got his own ADL page dedicated to him. Well, actually, it's just a small thing. And but I mean, he used to be on YouTube. He had millions of views. So, Brother Nathaniel's been around for decades, and he's 73 years old. He's still around. So, I just thought that was a little bit interesting to, deal with him, speak with him. He had some interesting views on the Bible. Like I would, kind of like E. Michael Jones. He mentioned like, I think another Catholic bishop got excommunicated this week. I saw in the New York Times, but it's saying like just people who reject Vatican II, and even Brother Nathaniel's views on Judaism is probably semi-mainstream historically in the Orthodox Church, the Russian Orthodox Church, and maybe even presently. I mean, that's why he says he's still in good standing in the church despite his comments, and he claims that the bishops of the church don't even disapprove or maybe even approve of his comments. But like if you think historically, Christian counter-Semitism, Brother Nathanael is saying things that historically were mainstream, and even his views on racialism and a white America, God forbid. He keeps on talking like he grew up in the 50s. But it was a little bit interesting. I don't know if I'm going to ever have another run-in with Brother Nathanael. Maybe. He's all over the place on Twitter Spaces, and he's pretty popular, God forbid. Okay, so props to my brother. My brother just won the Michigan Summer Backgammon Championship. So my brother is a chess master and also a competitive backgammon player, and won the Michigan Backgammon Championship. So my brother, with playing Wendy Kaplan from Chicago, came to Michigan for every 4th of July weekend. Carol Cole Oates, who actually I remember I played in a backgammon tournament when I was like 13 years old. And I met Carol like 30 years ago when I played in my first backgammon tournament. So she's still at it. She got like a Lifetime Achievement Award, 40 years of being in charge of Michigan backgammon. And this tournament that she's developed is one of the bigger tournaments in the nation. So top players from all over the nation come to Michigan. It's in Novi for 4th of July weekend and play backgammon. And my brother has stayed competitive and is in the open section, and he won the whole tournament. So props to him. He probably got a big payday. I'm not sure, probably at least over $5,000, maybe even more. So if that's his first time winning it, although my brother's been one of the top backgammon players in the nation for a while. I mean, he was a chess master. even a strong chess master. He was Michigan champion, although competitively he's better at backgammon than chess. So congratulations to my brother. Okay, looks like we do have Richard here. So
yes, it's actually me. So
yeah, I'm not sure if you saw last week. I mean, someone used a picture of you, probably like a screen grab, and then I mean, unfortunately, it's a common trolling technique, and they call it like porn bombing. Um, what do they call like Zoom bombing, like the counter-Semitism, like the Zoom bombing, where someone gets on the link and then all of a sudden like starts yelling anti-Semitic things or playing videos or something like that.
Yeah, that's happened twice with ones that I've been on.
Were you saying that actually happened with Zoom calls you were on?
Yeah, too.
So like, so Zoom bombing is, so the porn bombing, God forbid, existed before Zoom became popular with COVID-19, and because it could get your channel taken down, or just a way of trolling. So like you put the link in the chat, and someone show up and they start playing pornography on your channel, and then you could get a strike or the video taken down, or just people think it's funny, or whatever unfortunate sense of humor people have that would think that was funny. So what's your schedule here, Richard? Do you have
Well, I've been mostly working um, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and now switched to Fridays. So I've been trying to catch up with the trial. However, of course, the very big snippets I've been able to watch recently from the defense, which is rather interesting, of course, as the suspect himself on trial testified, and that kind of reasserted my personal opinion that he's probably innocent.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So, if you don't mind, let me cover this because you'll probably find it interesting also. And this is, I guess, your rabbi's husband, right? Justin Sledge, Esoterica.
Oh, I don't know Alana's husband, but
Oh well, I mean, you're part of Congregation Tekiah, Rabbi Alpert.
uh-huh.
So I mean, this is her husband, Rabbi Justin Sledge, who used to be a professor at Wayne State and then started his YouTube page, Esoterica, that is blown up, and it's got 674,000 subs, and he became one of the leading YouTubers on esotericism. I know
Okay.
you've never seen him once in your life.
No.
Okay, he might not. I mean, I've never been to Congregation Tekiah, so I don't know if if he shows up regularly. But yeah, that's Rabbi Alpert's husband. I guess they
I
use
am
different.
subscribed, so I might have seen some of his content.
So I mean,
I'm certainly more interested in the Kabbalistic connections of.
So his expertise is, I think he said he got a master's degree or in philosophy, and then you got like a PhD in some special school in Amsterdam that specializes in like esoterica, and he did like his thesis on John Dee, this like English.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with. I actually was well aware of him in high school. in
John
regard,
Dee or Sledge's thesis on him.
no, John Dee actually, because I kind of used him as sort of a project. So, like, one for my English classes, we were focusing on like the play at the Crucible. So, in dealing with witchcraft and the idea of demons, I used John Dee as kind of like a historical context. Well, 100 years earlier, Queen Elizabeth was somehow perfectly okay with having a guy in her court, not courtroom, but I mean the royal palace to help with astrology, who supposedly claimed he could connect with angels and derive their secretive language, Enochian. And
Had you heard of this Brother Nathanael?
Actually, no, not at all.
Okay, I mean, he's been around for decades, and he's still kind of like under the radar, although he's spoken with basically all the major counter-Semites. Like he spoke with Nicholas Fuentes and the various Groypers, or but I mean, saying he's been like a major counter-Semite for decades, and he dresses like a Russian Orthodox priest, although I think he's a monk. He's not actually a priest, and he just has these like horribly counter-Semitic takes where I mean, I would say like a classical Christian counter-Semitism, but because he grew up an Orthodox Jew, it's additive to like and it's true because he knows it, because he grew up, he knows how Jews really are. So which is also classical, because like in classical times there used to stories of the Baal Shem Tov, where there used to be a common thing where like the anti-Semitic Catholic Orthodox priests were Jewish by birth. So whatever the case is, he's 73 years old. He's still around, and he's like, he's more pro-white racist than almost anybody. So I mean, it's just kind of fascinating in a bad way. But so I finally had an interaction with him on a stream, and I mean, he was kind of like just over the top anti-Semitic. It was almost I mean, if he wasn't serious, and he kind of talks like a cult leader. He has this weird intonation pattern. But he was on YouTube, and he had like, I think he had over 80 million. I mean, is what he kept on mentioning, the number 80 million views. I mean, he was like a pretty popular guy on YouTube. He would make regular videos, some of them just generic Christianity, but most of his videos specialized in the problem of the Jews. And he was basically like he was a JQ, a JP type person. I think Lucas Gage and a crew had like a conference, the JP, the Jewish Problem, in Tennessee or something this week. And Lucas Gage was, I assume you've heard of him, right?
Oh,
I mean, he was major in the news this week.
Yes, I have.
But saying this Brother Nathanael, he's been at it for decades, and like he was like before the rise of the alt-right, or like he was making these videos like all the way back in the 90s, and a lot of them were basically like like you got to force Jews out of power. The Jews should not be able to hold any position of power. America is a Christian nation, and something sinister about the religion Jews, and Jews naturally there's like, so it was but it was put upon by some sort of Christian foundation to whatever, but God forbid, but it's like he's been at it for like since the 90s, and but he became pretty popular when the alt-right first started, when Trump got into office around 2016, and then he got kicked off of YouTube, and he's still around, and a lot of these people talk to each other, so like they have their like conferences or circuits. So he's a pretty well-known character, although because he's Jewish and he openly talks about being raised as an Orthodox Jew, and he also has like interesting views towards it. So whatever the take is, whatever to get to, if you want to talk, like end Jew hatred, the nature of anti-Semitism, is just interesting out there. That now that anti-Semitism is increasing so much, but like before the alt-right, a lot of the major anti-Semites were Jews or part Jews. Even like I think you mentioned the name. I forget I think Andrew England's a quarter Jewish, and like his old partner, I forget the name, who was doing Zoom bombing, is also like half Jewish, and but now that anti-Semitism has increased so much, but like I would say like 10 years ago that a lot of the leading anti-Semites were actually Jewish or part Jewish. although I don't think that's the case anymore. So now Brother Nathanael's kind of an anomaly, although within like Nicholas Fuentes, and saying he claims that he's in good standing with the Russian Orthodox Church, like there's been push, and so like if his and like, I mean, maybe Jew hatred would agree with that, and I don't know what the doctrine is of the Russian Orthodox Church, or like if it's pre-Vatican, say like E. Michael Jones or the bishop that got excommunicated this week who rejected Vatican II. If some of the Orthodox churches never had the reforms of Vatican II, meaning that they hold that Jews are responsible for the death of Jesus and do bear collective guilt, which was part of Vatican II. So that would not surprise me if some of the Orthodox churches' doctrine still holds that. I don't know if you've done any research or know anything about that.
Not really, no.
Okay, I mean, did you research into Vatican II?
I'm vaguely aware of the reforms, like around, I think, 1978.
It officially updated the status of the Catholic Church, its views towards Jews. One thing, I mean, God forbid it was, just in our parents' lifetime, that the Catholic Church officially, so to say, forgave the Jews for killing Jesus, or said that Jews don't have collective guilt, and then also some language about not trying to proselytize Jews, but that was just Vatican II. So that was just in like the last 50 years that Vatican II changed the doctrine, and there's some Catholics that disagree with Vatican II, and held that like Pope John Paul II was illegitimate, and then the Orthodox. There's a bunch of different Orthodox churches, but I don't believe the Orthodox churches ever adapted the language of Vatican II. So the Orthodox, some of the Orthodox churches, that still is their official doctrine, that God forbid the Jews are responsible for the killing of Jesus and bear collective guilt. So in that sense, what Brother Nathanael, I mean, he's over the top in a lot of his statements, but like the question of how much of that is Orthodox doctrine or not is a important question. Although because the Orthodox have so little power in America, only like 2% of Americans are Orthodox. There's more Jews in America than there are Orthodox Christians. So, if you think the Russian Orthodox Church, or even the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, or various, there's a whole bunch of Orthodox churches. There's the Armenian, and even on like this Armenian woman came on, and she was saying that now she's secular, but she was saying she was born in Armenia, and Armenia is like a Christian country, and she was taught like the basic anti-Semitic doctrine that the Congress is trying to pass a bill to change the language. That was just this week, and that so it's an interesting issue, but it's too much to cover this week. So Justin Sledge is not really a Jewish scholar. Like he studied, he knows quite a bit about Judaism, esotericism, little like Kabbalah, but it's not actually his expertise. His expertise is more just like magic and esotericism, and he did his thesis on John Dee, who was kind of like a Christian Kabbalist advisor to Queen Elizabeth, or one of the queens, and he had his own language or whatever. But he has his videos, so he even mentions he's not a biblical scholar. So Jacob, God bless, thanks for tuning in. Judas, here's Dave Douglas. He's a Marxian delusion. He's a scholar of Esoterica. I guess he says he's a follower of Rabbi Mordecai Kaplan. But he occasionally will delve into the origins of Christianity and things like the historical Jesus. And I find the topic very interesting. The origins of Christianity and the origins of Jesus. And more recently, yes, really, God bless too. Thanks for tuning in. More recently, he has been delving into the origins of Jewish monotheism. and he did a video on it. He did a few related videos on it, and then he spoke with like a Mormon scholar, Dan McClellan, and as I mentioned, like so he's talking. So you mentioned if you took the Bible and rabbinic statements out, and you just look at archaeological evidence, you would probably conclude that ancient Judaism was polytheistic,
Yeah,
or
that's kind of surprising, especially bringing up parts of the scripture that mentions all of that kind of going on.
yeah. I mean, but
Especially
when is the scripture
part.
recorded?
Well, I'm thinking just during recent tourist studies, the area around, I think it was like about Solomon's Temple, and that they then found more of the scrolls and then realized, oh, we're not supposed to have all these idols to all these other deities. Kind of like the whole notion was that they literally forgot over the centuries.
Well, have I told you about my multiple truth hypothesis?
Yeah, anything's possible. And even I'm open to believing that everybody spiritually might exist.
Well, so
All
I mean,
these,
if you take a Orthodox Jewish perspective, and you say that well, the Bible is the Word of God, the prophecies, Moses are historical characters, and they're accurately represented in Scripture, um, which um, was the Orthodox opinion, but the Orthodox represent a minority of Jews. So it's saying even the majority of Israeli scholarship at this point, most of the scholarship, called like heretical scholarship, actually comes out of Israel. So it's saying like the consensus that ancient Israel was polytheistic is actually coming mostly out of Israeli scholarship. So if you're just looking, it used to be scholars thought that like the Torah, you had like your four different authors and different periods and pieced together, but is written in about around the Second Temple, around 300, 400 BC, and and that the majority of the characters in the Bible are ahistorical. They're myths, they're legends, and so like even King David, so like Moses certainly, like from Moses back, Joshua, that those are all made up legends, and I would even say the consensus among Israeli scholars is that King David and King Solomon are mythical figures that didn't actually exist. And the question whether any of the biblical characters, up into whether even Ezra is, your rabbi's Reconstructionist, so I was saying like, I mean, I would assume like Mordecai Kaplan, like that's mainstream view in Reconstructionist Judaism that all of the characters in the Bible are mythological fictions. But you say, okay, it's unknown, there's uncertainty, and you have like the multiple truth hypothesis to analyze the various possibilities. But if you're taking the mainstream scholarly view that the biblical characters are all mythological fictions, so the question is, what did ancient Israel actually believe and do? And so a lot of the scholars believe that ancient Israel was pagan, polytheistic, where there were multiple deities, multiple temples, and eventually, Yahweh becomes raised to become the head of the pantheon, although there were still other gods within the pantheon. And then at some point, Judaism gets remodeled to be monotheistic, and I use the term reverse anachroizing, where like an anachronism is where if you're writing something in the past and you put something like a clock in ancient Israel, clocks didn't exist. So the nature is to assume that what we believe now always existed in the past. So if you're Orthodox, you say like all of these things like tefillin, our rituals, our belief system, that's exactly what Moses and Abraham believed. And the Judaism we have before us is one of Maimonides' 13 principles. that the Torah we have before us is the exact same Torah that Moses had before him. But scholarly, there's like, it's even unclear whether the books of Moses predate like 300 BC, or you know, that was fragmented. There were certain parts of it, and it was put together. You know, so if you're taking the non-divine approach and saying this is, you know, actually mainstream Israeli scholarship, you know, like there were some German scholars, some Reformed Jewish scholars, like in Europe, starting like 150 years ago, but like now, the most of the scholarship is coming from Israeli scholars, and they're just analyzing like new archaeological finds or, you know, tablets. I think Justin Sledge did last week on like incantation bowls, and most incantation bowls were made by Jews, and like Lilith or something like that. You know, like the question, like, did ancient Jews worship like a demoness Lilith? I mean, do you hear any of his stuff on that?
Yeah, well, of course, that comes from the whole Kabbalistic mythology that, well, actually, in the book of Genesis, she got written out of the story that Adonai just decided, okay, Adam, I'm going to make you a woman, and then whoops, it wasn't too compatible, and that she got cast away, and then he tried again, so I'll take a rib. So she's kind of like gonna fall in love with you, I guess, basically, because in making Eve and making sure that they were compatible as the first couple.
Yeah, I mean, she becomes, but I was saying that there's substantial archaeological evidence that Jews, even in the ancient world, held that Lilith was some sort of demoness that had power over people and could cause bad things to happen to people, and made like incantation bowls or different things to protect themselves from this demoness. And you know, from the rabbinic canon, she's really not even mentioned, and let alone if you're to say like she was actually like a pagan deity of ancient Israel, or from the Near Eastern religions. And some of these are ancient mysteries that we don't know. So, but I think the mainstream opinion is this monotheism derives out of Greek philosophy, and it's just a philosophical possibility, not necessarily that there were monotheists in ancient Greece, but the origins of monotheism as a philosophical school arises in ancient Greece, maybe like 300 to 500 BC, and also creation ex nihilo, derives in ancient Greece, and at some point during Greek occupation of Israel, these concepts became popular in Israel, and Israelites adapted. So if you say that, like, the Bible gets canonized, the Hebrew scripture that we have today gets canonized. I mean, some people dispute that the Hebrew scripture that we have today wasn't even canonized till like 200 CE, because there's no historical record of a clear date when that happened. But if the biblical canon gets canonized some point over a few hundred year period, that monotheism had already became popular, but it wasn't the monotheism we have today. It was kind of like a henotheism, or like some form of pantheism, where there's a whole bunch of gods and Yahweh is just the most powerful of the gods. But you have like the Aristotelian monotheism, which not necessarily, like, Aristotelians weren't monotheists, but they just discussed philosophical possibilities. And he doesn't mention in this conversation, but my understanding is the monotheism we have today in Judaism actually derives from the first Muslim scholars, and like Ibn Sina. I covered that a little bit on my channel, where you have a codification of the God of Moses and the Hebrew prophets as being monotheistic. That doesn't happen till like the 8th century with Islamic scholars. And then the first time that monotheism is actually codified into Judaism is with the Goanim, the first person to actually codify monotheism as a central Jewish principle is Sadigon and then Maimonides, and they're influenced by Muslims who had been influenced by the Greeks, and um, so it's just interesting looking at if you're you're just accepting like, well, of course Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, or the first commandment, you shall have no other gods before me. So this guy, McClellan, goes into detail as like biblical criticism on why the strict language of the Bible is clearly not monotheistic, and then so the disputed origins of when monotheism becomes popularized. You could even question whether the Talmud is monotheistic in character, and you're saying that you really don't have philosophical monotheism in Judaism till about 1,000 years ago. Sadigon first starts mentioning it, and then Maimonides, only 800 years ago is the first to codify it, and you could even argue that contemporary Judaism is not really monotheistic. So it's an interesting topic. So people could check out Justin Sledge's conversation with this guy Dan McClelland, and it's a topic to come back to, and one of the things I'm researching. So just mention that because Richard is local, and that's his rabbi's husband. So let me read this article real quick, and then we'll look at the witnesses. Actually, if you're not in a hurry, if you don't mind, read this article real quick too by Steve Neavling on Detroit home prices. Okay, yeah, I'll do it after you.
That kind of the quick thing I'll mention here is that a Detroit Jews for Justice actually has an affordable housing subcommittee.
Yeah, so this article is by Steve Neavling, who was the one who was questioning whether the graffiti at Goodman Acker was actually anti-Semitic, and I assume you're familiar, or I've even met Steve Neavling in person a few times, and he's a nice guy, interesting character, one of the few reporters in Detroit, and so here's an article he wrote on housing prices in Detroit, and this has some connection to Samantha Woll. Possibly like cover up conspiracy theories, because one of the biggest reasons why housing prices are overpriced is because of Dan Gilbert, who is one of the mega million donors to the new synagogue. Metro Detroit leads U.S. in overpriced homes, study finds. Gentrification in new houses are driving up the cost of homes, by Steve Neavling. Gone are the days when homes in Detroit were absurdly cheap. Now even reasonably priced houses are hard to come by. Metro Detroiters now has the most overpriced housing market in the U.S., according to researchers at Florida Atlantic University and Florida International University. The study shows that 40.8% of homes in the Detroit region are overvalued compared to their long-term pricing trends. The area beat out the Atlanta region for the most overvalued homes. Driving up the value, no doubt, is Detroit, once known for having $500 houses, where home values grew by $3.9 billion between 2014 and 22, according to the University of Michigan's Poverty Solutions. In fact, housing values in Detroit increased every year since 2017. The growth shows that demands for homes is finally rebounding following 6 straight decades of population losses. And for the first time since 1950s, the population in Detroit increased, according to the U.S. Census estimates released in May. In 2014, the year Mayor Mike Duggan took office, residential values were plummeting and it lost an estimated $3 billion in value since 2010. But as the city went through municipal bankruptcy, deep pocket investors like Dan Gilbert and the Illich family began pumping big money into real estate in downtown, Midtown, Bush Park, Corktown, and riverfront areas where home values have risen the most. But researchers say Detroit's home values are bound to decline at some point in the future. Rents are still growing in Detroit, signaling that home prices are likely to continue to grow for the near future. Ken Johnson, a real estate economist at Florida College of Business, told the university's news desk for a summary of the study on Monday. Detroit, however, does not have the same factors of supply and demand as South Florida and other parts of the Sun Belt, where the housing market is bolstered by rampant demand from newcomers and population growth to sustain their housing prices. Eventually, prices will return to the long-term trends, but how to get there is the open question. Will prices crash as they did after the last housing cycle's peak, or will home prices flatten out and slowly work their way back to the area's trend? It will be one of the two. While growth near downtown has been robust, many of the city's neighborhoods are a different story. For example, a disproportionate number of black residents are living in neighborhoods dominated by blight, abandonment, and crime. The number of middle-class neighborhoods in Detroit shrunk from 22 in 2010 to 11 in 2020, leaving longtime residents with fewer options to find a decent place to live. The area where white people are flocking are getting more expensive, displacing black businesses and residents. Over the last decade, the median income of white Detroiters rose 60%. For black Detroiters, the increase was 8%, according to Detroit Future City, a think tank that develops strategies for a more equitable city. As part of a series Metro Times published last year about the growing racial and economic disparities in Detroit, we talked to black residents who fled the city and asked them why they left. Overwhelmingly, those we spoke to said that they couldn't find decent paying jobs in the city. By contrast, white newcomers are disproportionately getting employed by high paying businesses. Recognizing the racial and economic gap, Duggan has significantly increased the number of affordable housing options, but it's nowhere near enough to meet the demand, and many Detroiters are finding it difficult to buy a home in the city. Ellie Baraka, PhD director of Florida's Holo School of Real Estate, said housing prices are inevitably going to fall. It's just a matter of when. Housing prices can and will restabilize. The only question is how local home prices will return to a given area's long-term pricing trend. Baraka said, will it be quickly with a precipitous fall in home prices extinguishing all worries of affordability, or will prices flatten and slowly return to the area's long-term sustaining equity values, but creating considerable affordability problems? So I've been reading Stephen Nealing's series for the last few months on Detroit housing. It's one of the main things that Detroit Jews for Justice is focused on. Maybe more things like water shutoffs, mortgages, where people are likely being taken advantage of by the system, and where it's government policy that is directly disadvantaging people, like water shutoffs or certain mortgage repossession things. But just the increase of housing prices across the board, where saying, as we'll see when we get to the Samantha Woll trial, Michael Bolanos was homeless, and his girlfriend was just occasionally letting him stay there. But you're saying, why is Michael Bolanos homeless? He has a manager job, because housing prices have increased. They're expensive. You can't afford to live in Detroit, with the type jobs that your average person is capable of getting. And then the disparity in wealth gaps for the gentrified, newer, whiter Jewish crowd that's moving into Detroit, that is you getting high level employment and living in high income housing, and certain possibilities of trying to accommodate Detroit for a demographic displacement of black people. That Detroit will be economically better off by displacing the current black residents there and attracting a higher income international different gentrification, and like Dan Gilbert or various mega investors that have big plans for reviving Detroit. And part of their idea of reviving Detroit, possibly including pushing out the majority native black residents that won't be able to afford the new city that they envision. So perhaps to Stephen Neavling for these series of articles. I don't know if you have any comment on this.
Well, I think there's a lot of new housing projects that have been announced. I live in Fraser, so I was only able to afford my $45,000 condo thanks to savings bonds that were kind of partially based on relative inheritance and other provided by my parents. So actually, where I'm living has went up in value and is now estimated around 60,000.
And just like Fraser, Michigan is 15-20 miles from Detroit.
Yep.
Or less. And Yeah, I mean, just looking, your average Detroiter, okay, $45,000 for a condo is relatively, cheap. And if you say Fraser is 92% white, 4% African American, although white could include, Jews and um, sometimes Hispanics or uh, Arabs. But I'm assuming but I mean, Fraser, if you look at that, it's 92% white. And even in that area, you're saying like Fraser is a middle class, lower middle class, working class neighborhood. Um, and it might at this point be cheaper to live in Fraser than it is to live in Detroit. So you would see African Americans who, but it's saying Fraser may or may not want Detroiters fleeing Detroit to move into Fraser. And most of the housing in Detroit is luxury housing because the profit center. So like Dan Gilbert or the development rules make you have a certain amount of affordable housing. But from my understanding, and we've seen like the Neavling's articles on it. I was in University of Michigan, studied urban planning, but I would guess like well over 75% of the new housing in Michigan is designed for upper middle class or even upper class, and they only build the minimum necessary amount of affordable housing. So even if like Dan Gilbert, has to build like a few hundred units of affordable housing as per an agreement, that's not going to meet the needs of Detroiters. There's just going to be a handful of people that get a lucky deal where they get um, expensive housing at a reduced rate. But saying to actually target like the projects, the old like Brewster housing, or complexes that used to exist in Detroit, no one's building those, and a lot of those are being torn down. And in the just like the vast area of new housing, where you could buy like a $20,000 house in Detroit, no one's building $20,000 houses in Detroit. And like okay, even like a condominium, I mean, I don't even know how many square feet is your condominium.
I'd have to look up because I have kind of like a shared space with 3 other rooms, kind of like in a quad.
And just to mention, I mean, God forbid, Samantha Woll's apartment is $300,000, and I'm not sure, if that's
Mine is 700 feet.
so. I mean, just looking like Samantha Woll, and I'm not even sure that that's that many square feet, like relatively. Well, I mean, so it's actually pretty big. I mean, it's as big as my house, 1,800 square feet. So I mean, Samantha Woll's condominium was 1,800 square feet, and it's attached over $300,000. That's more expensive than my house in Southfield. So I have a full house with a garage and like a lot. And Samantha's condo in Detroit's more expensive than my house. Is saying those are the type housing that people are trying to build in Detroit. Those are very profitable. So to build like $40,000 condominiums in Detroit, it's not profitable. No one's doing it. Dan Gilbert, if he builds a whole complex, he might build a handful of units, and just a few hundred people get lucky to get in those units. There's also HUD or a handful of government housing. But I'm going to say like if you could build houses, I don't even know if economically it's possible. You probably can't build $20,000 houses anymore, but you could probably build $40,000 houses. But no one's building $40,000 houses in Detroit. If you're building houses in Detroit, they're going to be aiming towards at least $100,000. If you're aiming over $100,000 in Detroit, that's going to be unaffordable to the majority of Detroit residents and increase the demographic replacement of Black Detroiters. So it's an important thing to think about moving forward to Detroit. It has overtones to Samantha Woll and the Bolanos case. You're saying that because we'll see when Bolanos testified, he is homeless, and why is he homeless? Because probably his. I mean, he might have made poor financial decision. I mean, but even saying relatively that it's hard to afford housing. Like, so even if he's working full time, he would probably have to spend all of his money on housing, just to survive. And so even Detroit has became an area where people like Bolanos can't even work and live in the city because housing has became too expensive. And then if you are, you're going to be in a high crime blight area. So, an important issue. And I mean, Detroit Jews for Justice, it's unclear what exactly they could do about that. Like, they could fight for people who are facing like water shutoffs, people that are getting their houses repossessed or something like that. But, just a general, what do you do about the housing crisis in Detroit? And then just group conflict of interest. What's best for African Americans, the supermajority, versus Jewish suburbanites, or various issues like John Wolfe. We talked about that at length. Okay, so let's jump right into the Samantha Woll case, and let me read this article real quick from Deadline Detroit because I think it sums up kind of where it's holding and how to look at it, and then we'll look at the witnesses and we'll see what Richard says. Did you see last week? Did you see this woman, the alternative point of view? This woman.
Yeah, I did see her come on your show. I was kind of exhausted, so I didn't show up, but she had some interesting, lots more professional analysis than I have. So,
yeah, I mean, she even said she watched our program. She said she had watched you. Our program. She mentioned you, but yeah, I mean, she's a true crime podcaster who has a degree in forensic science and has worked in various forensic fields for her, like 20 years. So, she had a lot of insights that I hadn't thought about, and she's one of the few people covering the cases. There's a handful of true crime podcasters, and she's in Texas, and she just came across the case, and I saw her series. Now she's already on part 9, Murder at Joliet Place, and reached out to her, and she came on the show. I think hopefully she's going to come on again this week, although I think she said she's busy till about 9 or 10. So if she shows up, then she's welcome. But people check out her series, and a lot of the insights I got from her analysis. So let's look at this Deadline Detroit. So Deadline Detroit, Allan Lengel. Are you familiar with Allan Lengel and Deadline Detroit?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So, because he's one of the few local Detroit people who've been talking about the case and covering it, and I think it's pretty fair, unbiased, just summing up where the case is holding. Defendant in Samantha Woll case, simply a petty thief in the wrong place or a vicious murderer, by Allan Lengel, Deadline Detroit. Jurors will soon have to decide, was the defendant Michael Jackson Bolanos simply a petty thief in the wrong place at the wrong time, or a vicious murderer who took the life of Detroit Downtown Synagogue president Samantha Woll. Appearing calm and composed, Jackson Bolanos testified last Wednesday. The last day court was in session for the week because of the 4th of July holiday. He'll resume his testimony on Monday, and the jury could begin deliberating later this week. Jackson Bolanos testified last week that he was roaming the streets of Detroit on October 21st looking to steal from unlocked cars. He said he found surgical gloves in a backpack in a car and wore them to prevent his fingerprints from showing up on vehicles. In the early morning hours, he testified he saw something on the sidewalk, and as he approached, he realized it was a body. He said he put his right hand near the neck and tried to see if the person was breathing. She was not, and he fled. He said he was not carrying a knife that night. He said he didn't stick around or call authorities because he didn't want to bring attention to his criminal activity that night, nor did he think it was a good idea for a black person to be linked to a dead body in the early morning hours. He also said he couldn't afford another conviction for theft from cars because that would surely mean serious prison time. The Detroit News reported in December that one of the convictions in 2014 involved receiving and concealing stolen property. He served 4 years and accumulated 40 misconduct violations in prison, including some for violent assaults. Through his testimony Wednesday, he suggested that spots of Woll's blood found on his North Face jacket, which had been washed before investigators tested it, and on his backpack were the result of him touching the body and then his backpack. He was adamant that he had nothing to do with the murder because of the holiday break. The prosecution has plenty of time to prepare a thorough cross-examination, which could begin on Monday or Tuesday. The case may hinge on whether prosecutors can not only discredit Jackson Blanos but convince the jury that he was inside her Lafayette Park townhouse. Questions around, and there may be too many for the prosecution to convince all 12 jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution theorizes that Jackson Blanos, 29, saw an opportunity to rob Woll and entered her townhouse and stabbed her 8 times in the upper body. They believe she then stumbled outside, where her body was found around 6:30 a.m. Had her body been found inside, there would be little question that Blanos did it. How else could Woll's blood be found on his coat and backpack? But the discovery outdoors complicates the case. The prosecution theorizes the robbery was the motive, but the defense countered by saying nothing of value appeared to be missing from Woll's home. Investigators have video of Jackson Blanos roaming the neighborhood, but none showing him going inside the house, or for that matter, stumbling upon the body. They also have no fingerprints inside the home. The prosecution may argue that was because he was wearing surgical gloves. Prosecutors said Woll's security system showed movement in the home at 4:20, and the movement sensors went dormant at 4:22 a.m. They believe that it was this then when the murder took place. Other security video shows Jackson Blanos walking near Greektown, about a quarter of a mile away from the home at around 4:23 or 4:24. Jackson Blanos' attorney Brian Brown had argued in opening statements that his client couldn't have possibly committed the murder at 4:20 a.m. and showed up on the video a quarter of a mile away just minutes later. But that argument undermines Jackson Blanos' testimony that he stumbled across Woll's dead body after the murder. He also says that the multiple stab wounds suggest a crime of passion involving someone the victim knew. To counter the issue of showing up on the Greektown video so quickly after the murder, Michigan State Police Detective Sergeant Bloom, who had served on the homicide task force that investigated the Woll murder, testified late last month that it was possible to get from point A to B in the short time. Specifically, testified they tried 3 different methods: walking briskly, lightly jogging, and sprinting from Woll's front door to the point that the defendant showed up on the video a quarter mile away. He said it took him 3 minutes and 33 seconds briskly walking, 1 minute and 41 seconds jogging or lightly running, and 1 minute and 10 seconds sprinting. There was video introduced during trial that showed Jackson Blanos was capable of running fast. During the upcoming cross, prosecutors will remind the jury that Jackson Blanos is capable of lying. After being arrested, he initially lied by denying he broke into cars and told investigators that he never saw a body that night. There was nobody out there, he said during interrogation. I didn't see anyone laying down. Defense Brown has argued that his client initially lied because investigators lied by telling him they had evidence they did not actually had. He said that made Jackson Blanos defensive. The defense has also played recorded phone calls Jackson Blanos made from the county jail to his girlfriend, in which he was adamant that he had nothing to do with the murder and he would never have committed such a violent act against a woman. The conversation sounded sincere, but prosecutors are likely to remind the jurors that the call from the jail start with a reminder that it is being recorded. They may try to suggest that Jackson Blanos knew that and put on an act hoping investigators would buy into his passionate denials during the conversations. And we also have this week's testimony. So if you want to say something about the Allan Lengel, AKL, and John, good to see you. God bless. If you wanted to say something about the Lengel article, and then we'll go through the witnesses this week.
Yeah, that's a really good summary of how prosecutors are essentially trying to remain skeptical of his entire testimony and say, well, quite possibly he could have done this just because he was in the area and has a shady background, I guess, and not kind of hide information, especially if he were to commit such a terrible act.
Well, we
But
give
I,
the analysis of what we think about the case, but it's saying just the facts first, and saying like, yeah, the prosecution is largely using a process of elimination. Although, unfortunately, you have, the problem with that is that you have Jeff's confession, or possibly other jealous boyfriends. But they also tried to eliminate that and just saying like, okay, Blanos is a bad guy, he's a thief, and he's a liar. So if he's lying about this, he's probably lying about killing her, even though they don't have a murder weapon, they don't have a motive, they can't place him in the apartment, and they can't give a plausible narrative of how he could have done it in the time frame. And we'll go into detail about the possibility of whether it's even possible that he did it with the time frame, with the alarm data, with so and then you can give your analysis of why. I mean, I guess if you want to say it now, I mean, if you're leaning towards you don't think it's him, or you have your reasons. So if you want to give that now before
because
I get
I think he was very forthcoming on the stand. Certainly, I don't think he was going off of the script or anything. That kind of like telling how it really was that night, and kind of just how he kind of got himself into trouble by making himself not confident and trustworthy of police.
Yes, I'm trying to avoid making a personal judgment on anybody's credibility, but the evidence and motive and other factors. But yeah, I'm saying most people, if they're just going to make a judgment of credibility and saying, I mean, he sounded credible, but largely, I think he's not guilty because of the material evidence, the nature of the crime, and the
Yeah, very hard
implausibility
to,
of a narrative of how he could have done it, even if he didn't sound credible. And I mean, there's still a cross examination to go, and so unless you have something more to add, we'll look at this week's witnesses.
no, pretty much that's my interpretation that that was a terrible decision to put him on trial.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the first day, if this was Monday. So his girlfriend testified. That might have been the week before. You had the officer that first interrogated him, and they played the long videos of the police interrogation of Bolanos, and they played the whole video. And the woman Tracey did good analysis of him. They kind of railroad him, and she thought that they kind of blew the interview where they didn't even let him talk first. They kind of just like pinned him, tried to pin him on. Like we have you on videos. They didn't really even ask him his story. But what came out of that from the police interrogation, this was before he testified, is he denies everything. He denies seeing a body or any connection, and first he denies doing anything criminal at all, and the origin of his bags, he claimed he got it from a store. Also just mentioning the running, you say that he was carrying a bag. So if the police officer ran it in that time, that Bolanos had a bag also. But then eventually he admits that he was scoping cars, or he was opening cars, and then eventually they hit him with the blood samples, where after so the first time they question him and they release him, and because they just have the videos of him on the street, and he's like, I don't know nothing about nothing, I didn't do anything, and they release him. And then the second time they had uh okay, the truth and Matthew, also God bless, thanks for tuning in. They had matched the blood on him, and that's when they try him. So the first time they just catch him on the videos and bring him into question, and then they get a search warrant. And I guess ironically, the search warrant they do at Bolanos, I think, is the same day they do for Jeff. And then they find blood on the North Face jacket in his backpack. And I think they probably hold him a few weeks after that, or maybe they even release him, and the charges are a few weeks later. I don't like the news coverage has been weak to have a clear time frame or timeline. And that basically concludes the prosecution's case. Then they have one more witness from the jail who plays over a call of Jackson Bolanos to his girlfriend and to his lawyer, and they just play a little snippet. It's not exactly clear what the benefit was to the prosecution. And then in Bolanos's, when he's called to the stance, the defense ends up playing like the whole of those jail call phone calls to his girlfriend as like over 30 minutes. So the last witness of the prosecution is the original homicide detective that was in charge of the case, and he goes through the whole narrative of the beginning of the investigation of the case, where they say they basically have nothing, and they didn't have any clues at all, and the case was just at a complete loss, and then so that and then Jeff confessed, and they didn't think they looked they I guess they accepted his recantation and didn't find any evidence that he was connected to the crime until they located Bolanos from the video data, and then eventually did the search warrant finding blood, and then after that they basically shut off the investigation. He reads through the 12 names of people of interest and said that they were cleared for various reasons, most of them being cleared on cell phone data, which is that their cell phone wasn't in her area at the time of the murder, which you could argue is that really clear the person, just that their cell phone.
They could have just left at home.
Yeah, I mean, so that the little question, and so this woman Tracey, if she shows up in an hour or so and comes on, so God forbid she was just in today's episode, she was going over yesterday she went over the prosecution's opening statement. Today she went over the defense's opening statement, and she was playing the police conferences. And part of the reason why I was so skeptical of Bolanos is because of the original police statement. So she played the press conference of Chief White of Detroit 2 days after her murder, and 2 days after the murder, they already say that they have a person of interest that they're almost ready to call a suspect, and they're about to reveal his relationship to the suspect, and I'm almost positive that's before the video footage of Chrysler or Bolanos. So the chief of police in Detroit 2 days after a murder is already mentioning that they have a lead suspect. So in the trial, and I would have to assume that that's either going to be Aaron or Jeff, or possibly David, that was supposed to come over there that night, although they didn't say, but saying the chief of police 2 days after the case says that they have a likely suspect that they're almost ready to announce. And so what was going on 2 days after the trial? Who did the police think did it right away? And how come that narrative changed? And how come the police officer in the testimony here is pretending like that never happened? And I don't know if you were following the case back then. You remember those interviews with Chief White, but I'm saying the woman Tracey was just playing that on her on her show today, the Chief White's press conference 2 days after the murder, where he says they already have a person of interest that they're almost ready to call the suspect. And if they're saying, I mean, just speculation that like it's probably Jeff, Aaron, or David, and if they say like, okay, they changed their mind, but just the fact that what they're saying goes against what Chief White said at the press conference. And so that's part of what bothered me so much. And saying, well, what did Chief White, was he just not informed? Was he talking nonsense? Or did he change his mind?
Oh,
And
call. So I'll be right back.
okay, so that Tracey was mentioning, and so that's part of my skepticism here, that I think something happened, because that's what we were told right after the murder, and that was what we were told after the first suspect was arrested. It was until Bolanos comes up over a month later, the police made it look like they have a suspect and they're just trying to gather more evidence, and they hint that the suspect is someone that she knew, which later could be revealed to be one of her romantic interests. So just mentioning that, looks like we got Claire here too. So
Hello.
Claire, let me just finish going through these testimony here to is that you, Claire?
Yes, it is, yes.
Okay, so have you been watching the Samantha Woll case at all? Or just my
I get all my updates from you, so I'm listening now.
Okay, so then the prosecution rested. And so the prosecution, and Tracey went over their opening statement, and they said, he went in a chronological order and saying at the beginning they had no idea who did it. There was almost no evidence. They had no leads. One thing happens when Jeff confesses, but they say it's definitely not him. But I think that contradicts the chief of police of Detroit's original press conference when he said he had almost a suspect 2 days after the murder. So it's just something to think about. So then the prosecution rests their case. So the prosecution's cases has 3 points of evidence, namely the cell phone data that puts Bolanos in the area at around 4 to 4:20. Also, he's in the area, although probably not the direct area for apartment, but like a quarter of a mile away, but not likely in the area for apartment around 1:40. So he's in the area from cell phone data of 4 to 4:20. They have the video evidence that shows him entering the area about 3:50 from a tenth of a mile away and leaving the area at about 4:24 from a quarter of a mile away. So, and then they have the blood. So those are really the only 3 points of evidence the prosecution has. The prosecution could place him in the vicinity of her apartment from 4 to 4:20. They have the blood on his jacket and backpack. So that's the extent of their evidence. If they hadn't done the prosecution the way they did in chronological order, they probably could have finished the prosecution in a few days. But okay, so they rest, and then the first thing defense attorney Brian Brown does is he calls one of the officers who investigated the scene, and he points out to anomalies in the murder scene, questions about the alarm, and one of the key things we learn is that her lockbox key was found on the floor of her apartment, and her lockbox was open. So, the prosecution's narrative is somewhat corroborated by alarm data, is saying that she left her door unlocked, maybe open, and that Bolanos was just opportune. He saw the door unlocked and went in, and somehow within 2 minutes, he killed her and ran. However, we found out from this officer that the fact is that her key was found in her purse. So likelihood she had her key on her and she entered her house using her own key, and the lockbox key was found on her apartment floor and the lockbox was open. So that's an interesting question, especially for the defense, like why was her lockbox open? why was her lockbox key on the floor? Is it possible that she didn't leave the door unlocked and that someone entered through the lockbox? Or is it possible maybe that someone was even there before she got there in hiding or in wait or something like that? So just that was an interesting piece of information that came out in this cross-examination. And then, interestingly, God forbid, like the defense. So the defense calls forensic pathologist Dragovich, who used to be a professor at Wayne State and a forensic pathologist in Detroit. And now he's been in Oakland County, the suburb where Doooovid lives, for the last 25 years. And he's an author. He wrote a chapter in like the forensic medicine textbook on crimes of passion. And, he claims that, there's a certain type of death, notably like multiple stabbings to the face, that are indicative of highly emotional charged situations. He didn't use the term crime of passion, but the prosecution objects, and the judge ends up disallowing his testimony that he was going to testify that this murder is more likely from a crime of passion than a burglary, just based on the pattern of the type people who usually killed from these type stabbing attacks. And, the question of like state of mind, how, like the forensic pathologist, they could only say the body, how they died. They can't talk about the state of mind of the perpetrator. However, the person who wrote the chapter in the book said that you could, and or at least you could draw the pattern, but that testimony was denied. However, he still testified, and it was interesting because I hadn't thought about it till then. And he said the autopsy was completely butchered and messed up, and that there was countless things that they should have done in the autopsy and they didn't do. They didn't take cell samples. They didn't take enough pictures. They didn't basically saying that you could have determined the time of death. So, for the case, if Bolanos killed her, she had to have been dead at 4:20, and they had the body by 7 o'clock. I don't know what time the body was in the autopsy, when they started testing the body. But you're basically saying that if they had properly done an autopsy, they would have been able to determine the time of death. But because they butchered the autopsy, they didn't take cell samples. They didn't, whatever. You have to look at his testimony, because the biological science that they didn't do. He said they didn't even follow basic procedure. And therefore they can't determine the time of death. And they also talked about the stabbing wounds. They're saying there were knives in her apartment. They didn't test the knives found in her apartment against the wounds. Like a determination. One of the main questions I always thought, well, what about the weapon? Was she stabbed by one of her own knives in her own kitchen, or did whoever did it bring their own knife? And, so he said that's something that, Elemental, God bless, that's something that should have been obvious that the Detroit pathologist should have done, and they didn't. And, so that was enlightening testimony. And, just saying, so we could have basically had much stronger evidence, because if she was killed at 4:20, that would highly point towards Bolanos being the guilty party. However, if she wasn't killed at 4:20, she was killed about 1:30, that would almost indefinitely mean that Bolanos is innocent. And, so the defenses and this Oakland County pathologist Dragovich, prosecution didn't even seem to argue. He seemed very clear that they messed up, and had they not messed up, they would have been able to determine much more information. So that was extremely important testimony, and that's really the only witness from the defense, besides for the first detective, that gives a little bit of information. I mean, he asked a bunch of other things. I'm not sure if it's relevant or not, although I do think her lockbox key being found on the floor and her lockbox being open was extremely relevant, and we hadn't heard that till the defense. And then he calls 3 more small witnesses. Ironically, he calls Samantha's sister. And Samantha's sister, the question he asked her is about one of her ex-boyfriends, Aaron, who she told to the police that he was a stalker. Samantha called him a stalker. And then, during the testimony, she says an extremely poor choice of words. She didn't know the man. She was just flustered. And like, had she thought about it more carefully, she wouldn't have ruined this guy's reputation or implied she had no reason to think he was a stalker. So, but she did admit that she did call one of her ex-boyfriends, not Jeff, but another one, a stalker multiple times. And that could also lead into Chief White in saying that 2 days after the murder, Chief White says they have a prime suspect, and a prime person of interest almost ready to call a suspect was that Aaron, because her sister had called him a stalker, and then also maybe that he lied about having a key or something like that. So the defense, throws that in there, and it adds a little bit more, ambiguity to say you can't convict Michael off of process of elimination because there's so many other good targets. And then I don't think I ever heard of this guy before in my life. And so then he calls to the stand the defense, man who had crush on Samantha Woll, someone who worked in the Democratic Party. And I guess he admits that he had a one-way unrequited love with Samantha. And then he had a conversation with another woman from the Democratic Party shortly after her murder. And God forbid they were discussing, or he was discussing, but he would say like Law and Order, cosplaying or LARPing, we're just like, trying to get into the mind of the killer, God forbid. And if you were the killer, how you might have tried to do it and get away with it. And so he says like, no, like, out of context, he was just trying to figure out how it happened and just analyzing it. And so after that, he calls this woman from the Democratic Party who this guy had spoken to. And she's like, yes, it was extremely disturbing. She was just calling him to, talk about, what a wonderful person was and Samantha's murder and why it was unsolved or different things. And then like out of nowhere, this guy starts talking about, well, if I was the one who killed her, God forbid, although, Doooovid is extremely careful in saying, I always use the word God forbid because like there's no way that I would have killed her. There's no way that I would have even thought of killing her. And so just for the words to come out of my mouth, I would throw in the word God forbid. But this guy, was just like, well, if I was the one who killed her and I wanted to get away with it, here's what I would have done to get away with it. So she tells the police officer of this conversation, and therefore the police officer make him a person of interest. And the police question him, and he just says, no, it was just honest, Law and Order LARPing. And he gave them a DNA swab, or there's no evidence that he would have been there. But the prosecution gets another guy in this, stand, like another, God forbid, potentially like creepy person who has unrequited love for Samantha that made questionable comments after she was killed. So then the moment we were all waiting for following the trial, the biggest question was Bolanos going to take the stand and testify on his own behalf? And he does. So Bolanos takes the stand and testifies on his own behalf, gives an account of what he says. He's like, yes, he is a car thief. He was considering stealing cars, taking pictures of a certain type of car that he liked, that he was considering stealing. And he was, I don't know if he was breaking into cars, if opening cars that are left unlocked is the same, is considered breaking in, but he was stealing from cars that night. And then he admits that he saw Samantha's body and he touched her body. Like he saw, something, a body, like we read in the article earlier, and he walks up to it and he touches it and he realizes the person's dead and he's like, oh crap, he better get out of there. And then he gets out of there, and he even says like he would have tried to help the person, but she was dead. And he didn't know who it was or anything about it. And then they played the jail calls, and he says unequivocally he didn't kill her. He's not violent. He wasn't even carrying a knife. He had no idea. He didn't notice any open door. He didn't go in any apartments. he breaks into cars. He's been a car thief, but he's never broken into apartments or homes. And unequivocally, he was not inside of her apartment. He did not kill her. He did not have a knife. He's not a violent man. He doesn't attack women, so on and so on. So that 4th of July was on Thursday, and the judge doesn't hold court on Friday, so that was Wednesday. It could be that the defense attorney will continue with the testimony of his client, and then the prosecution on Monday, tomorrow morning, will have the chance to cross-examine Bolanos. So that's the current state of the case. So we have Claire here, a barrister from the UK, who I don't think she ever did criminal law, but an intelligent woman who has training in law and an analytical mind. So if you want to offer any thoughts on the case, go ahead, and we could talk. So that we'll wrap up on. I'm going to even talk about Samantha for a little while, but if you want to talk after that about other things. But what are your thoughts on the Samantha Woll Bolanos case, Claire?
Well, I only have the information from you, but when will the verdict be in? Do you know?
Well, if the defense doesn't have any more witnesses after Bolanos, the prosecution will cross-examine. That might end tomorrow, and then they'll move into closing statements, and then jury deliberation. Jury deliberation rarely takes more than a week. Like if it's a week, if it's still like 5 days and no verdict, that already could be a hung jury. Usually, if there's a guilty verdict, usually the quicker the deliberation, the more likely a guilty verdict. So if they are going to find him guilty, they might find him guilty right away, 30 minutes, an hour or two. Usually the jury will first thing is take a poll of the initial feelings of the people on the jury. So, if initially like 9 people think guilty, 3 non-guilty, and then over a little period, they could argue down and get 12 guilties, but often, jury deliberation is less than a day. If it hits like 5 days, it'll probably be a hung jury. So very likely closing arguments will be maybe even tomorrow or the next day, although it's still possible that there could be another witness called for the defense, or the prosecution could have like a redirect witness if something in the Bolanos testimony makes them want to call a rebuttal witness. But almost certainly the case will be open this week and go to jury deliberation, which won't take more than a week and could even be less than a day.
What did you think of the relative performances of the defense and the prosecution?
I'd say, relative, like they probably all performed a little bit above expectation, but like for Detroit, there was not high expectation for all of them. So I'm kind of sifting through just to try to get the facts on the case. It's like despite the prosecution, defense, and witnesses. So I'm just trying to decipher the facts. And I think relatively they all put in at best mediocre performances. And Bolanos. There's the two things with Bolanos, like he's this like bungling moron that doesn't realize he's about to get pinned with murder, but then at the same time, if he's the one who killed her, he's like a criminal mastermind that somehow killed her without leaving any actual evidence on the scene. So like obviously he's like a bungling moron. They got blood on him. He didn't destroy the jacket or the backpack, or like his story, or saying that if he wasn't a bungling moron, he probably could have he would have gotten rid of the jacket in totality, or the various things that led to him. But then at the same time, he didn't leave any actual, whoever killed her didn't actually leave any evidence on the scene. So, makes it difficult. Like, is Bolanos a criminal mastermind or a bungling moron? And then, okay, the defense attorney, he defends a whole bunch of cases in Detroit. I'm not sure. Look, I think, he has clients, but he might also be a defendant for people who can't afford. So it's not even clear whether he's the paid defense of Bolanos, or if he's doing it through the court. his one witness, the prosecution asked the forensic pathologist whether he was being paid, and he said no, he's doing it for free. So it's unclear if it's like, Brian Brown, he made a lot of good points. I'd say he exceeded expectations, but expectations were not high. And the prosecutor, I'm not sure, because I maybe even say the prosecutor performed under expectation, because I think the whole trial was a mess. There was no need to make it so long. Most of the witnesses were completely unnecessary. I think putting Jeff on the stand made their case weaker. That the case would have been stronger if they like the guy Paul and the ex-boyfriends. To me, it made absolutely no sense for the prosecution that they put them on the stand. So I would say the prosecutor, in my perspective, underperformed from expectation, but not by much.
I forget now whether you said whether the weapon was found. Was it found?
No, the weapon was never found, and I said the pathologist for the defense, the Oakland County one who actually wrote the chapter in the book on forensic science about crimes of passion, said that they botched the autopsy and that they could have done much more details about the weapon. And it's because they did such a poor autopsy that we have so many unknowns that should have been knowns. But no, there's no weapon, and we don't even know, for example, whether she was killed with one of the knives in her apartment, or, they had like someone testify about the knives that were found in Jeff's and Bolanos's possession, and said it's unlikely that they were used, but it's possible that they were the weapon. But then again, it's because they did a poor autopsy that it's possible had they done a better autopsy, we would have had more information about the knife. But the knife has never been found, although it's remotely possible that it was Bolanos or Jeff's knife, or that it was one of the knives in her apartment.
So there was no expert witness called about knife crime and the kinds of knives, making the kinds of wounds, the depth, the width, etc.
The police person that examined the knife, and they more talked about the blood, and they said it was possible that the knife could have done it, but there was no match. So, the police tested the knife that was found in Bolanos when he was arrested, and the knife that was found in his apartment, and also I think a knife that was maybe in Jeff's car or apartment, and all of those were inconclusive. There was no evidence, of blood. Although, like a lot of people who don't think it was Bolanos and maybe think it was the ex-boyfriend Jeff mentioned that on his knife there were fibers that were found that were never tested. So, a lot of the people, you're saying that they didn't really thoroughly investigate.
It sounds like it was sort of botched deliberately, the whole thing, to make one of the possible perpetrators get off.
Well, because I'm going to start my deep dive into conspiracy theory. I've been saying the famous Napoleon quote of "Don't assume malice in a case that could be explained by incompetence." And like sometimes malice is, I'm not sure the French word, but don't assume conspiracy for something that could be explained by incompetence. So if you're saying Detroit has a horrendous record for solving murders, like I think less than 10% of murders in Detroit are solved, and this case had a lot of public attention, and they had outside help from the state police and the FBI. So, you could argue that there was a conspiracy, but I think incompetence is a more likely explanation.
I suppose so. I was thinking of some elaborate conspiracy whereby the perpetrator got the autopsy to be botched, and yes, well, I can't prove it, so I won't speculate.
Saying I don't think Jeff is that powerful, so I think it could have been the Jewish community in general, and saying from the synagogue or the Friends, because Samantha Woll, not just the Jewish community, she was a leading activist in the Democratic Party. As the woman Tracey had mentioned in her videos, when the case was still unsolved, They even questioned the press secretary, who said that President Biden is aware of this case and like personally involved in the case. I mean, which is probably not true, but I mean, even the press secretary of the United States said that President Biden was closely following this case. Governor Whitmore, she was the chief of staff or campaign manager for Dana Nessel, the Attorney General of Michigan. So whether there was conspiracy or just saying like back off the Jewish community. So saying when they first investigated, like if the chief of police of Detroit, saying like 2 days after, he's like, we have our person of interest, we're almost ready to call a suspect, and he's hinting towards it's someone that she knew, and she purposely let into her apartment, or maybe like who knew the combination to her lockbox, because now we see that her lockbox was open and the lockbox key was found on the floor of her apartment. That it could be higher up forces, not necessarily Jeff or his personal connections, but said like, back off the Jewish community. Like Jews don't do this to our own people. And there could have been, without conspiracy. I mean, it's still a conspiracy, but not like a conspiracy of the guilty parties, but just a conspiracy of forces in the Jewish community that prevented the Jewish community from being investigated.
So you don't think that there might be another suspect revealed? Because how many of her ex-lovers were called as witnesses, apart from this Jeff?
Only two. And like the person who, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns, because there's a person who was, from everything we know, was supposed to come over that night. And so you would just say, well, the police cleared him, he has an alibi, but it's still not clarified. Like, did she have another lover or just a friend that was supposed to come over that night and then just didn't show without telling her that he didn't show? Is that the reason why her door was unlocked? And so that's just like an unknown. But we have 3 of her boyfriends that were on the stand, and then a 4th person who had an unrequited fascination with her that made weird comments after she was killed. But there were, and there was more.
What sort of weird comments after she was killed?
That I went over when you were first on. He just was doing like in Law and Order. He said, God forbid, if he was the one who had killed Samantha Woll and wanted to get away with it, and then he explained how he would have went about it if he had been the one who killed her and didn't want to get caught from it.
Oh. And
so that was enough that the police questioned him, and that was a woman that he was talking to that spoke to the police and said that it was, she felt weird when he said that. And then he said, like, he was just, like a Law and Order fanatic trying to, get in the mind of whoever might have done it. And it might just sounded weird the way he said it. But then he also admitted that he had like an unrequited love for her, but it doesn't look like he actually knew her well or would have had access to her apartment or had ever been at her apartment, as opposed to there's at least 3 men that were regularly at her apartment. And then there was her friend who she told all the details about her relationships, that he blabbed about it on the stand. And then there were other ex-boyfriends that were mentioned as people of interest, but never made a statement to the public or testified. But it was saying that of the from the defense, the main 2 people that were brought was obviously Jeff, the ex-boyfriend that confessed that was her ex-boyfriend for over 11 months. And then there was another man who was like 15 years older than her, divorced with a family, that she also had some sort of relationship, that her sister had mentioned that he might be some sort of stalker, although she retracted that when she was called to the stand and said she wasn't careful in words and he's not a stalker. But so those 2 people, Aaron and Jeff, are the 2 main ex-boyfriends that would be likely people of interest, possibly even suspect. And then there's a 3rd one, David, who was supposed to come over that night, and as far as we know, and didn't show up, was the last person that she spoke with. And he didn't testify or make a statement, so we have no idea what happened with that, besides that the police have said he's been cleared. And on the stand, he said it was cleared by his cell phone not being in the area at the time, although they didn't mention anything about his alibi or anything else. But so I'm just saying that if you're using a process of elimination, that it was Bolanos, they say, well, not really, because there's a lot of other people that could have done it. You even have strong, like Jeff said he did it, and he sounded pretty sketchy on the stand. Like, a lot of people said he didn't. A lot of people thought he was, like they thought he was guilty from him on the stand, even though he denied it. But he had kind of these like guilty, nervous personality that didn't necessarily do himself any favors. And then you have other pieces of evidence of because the autopsy was botched, we're never going to know. But the question of whether she was killed about 1:30, the neighbor says he heard a scream about 1:30. There was a person running away from her apartment that they never were able to identify at 1:24. So you're saying, well, Bolanos has blood on him. It had to have been him. You say, well, what about the person who was on camera running away from near her apartment at 1:24? What about the person who heard a scream hours earlier? And then the fact is, like, well, we know Bolanos was in the area, and if she was killed at 1:30, then her body was definitely on the street across from her apartment. So it's saying that he would have blood on, like you said, if she was found in her apartment and Bolanos had the blood on him, then it would almost be certain he was the one who killed her. Because then, like, well, how did he get the blood on him? He had to have been in her apartment. But we know that her body was found on the street. So you say, well, he could easily have blood on him because, like you said, he came across her body, and we know he was in the area because his cell phone data and the cameras put him in the area.
Well, anybody could have stumbled on her body if it was, well, outside.
Yeah, so saying, like, if you're just going to use the prosecution, basically has no motive. They can't pin him in the apartment, so all they have is the cell phone data, the video, and the blood, and now his own testimony. And you're saying, like, therefore he killed her. He's a liar. He lied about breaking into cars. He lied about seeing her body. So he's probably also lying about going into her apartment, and he's probably also lying about not killing her. I mean, that's a pretty large stretch to say, like, he was like, you lie, you're a liar. Therefore, it must be that you went into her apartment, and it must be that
you did the opposite of what you claimed.
Yeah, I mean, including like killing her. And then you look at the evidence, like the pathologist was going to testify. This is a sign of a crime of passion.
A crime of passion. So
and
really,
just the hard data doesn't even match. If you're going to say, you could argue that it's even impossible because, like, her alarm just triggers at 4:20. We don't.
He couldn't have run from her place to wherever he was supposed to be.
Well, I mean,
in the time
was triggered for 1 minute at 4:20. So he's saying that besides for him that he was seen at 4:23 at the next location, that he would have had to kill her in a minute. Then there's the question of the alarm. That like there's all sorts of blood in the apartment all over the place. There's stuff knocked over. There's a sign of a struggle. And that means that not only he would have had to kill her in less than a minute, that all of her blood and things knocked over also had to have happened in less than a minute. And
he didn't even kill her because she dragged herself outside.
Yeah, and then you look at the wounds, like, okay, she had a jacket on, she was stabbed through her hoodie over her head. Her contacts were outside. So it's saying, like, if she was asleep at 4:20 in the morning, how did her contacts fall on the floor? Why was she still wearing her hoodie? Is it normal for people to sleep in a jacket and hoodie? And she was stabbed from both sides, from the front and the back. And so, like, and she had wounds, like there was a struggle, there was stuff knocked over the place, there was blood all over the place. So, so if she was killed at 4:20, he would have had to stab her from front and back, even though she was laying on the couch. Just the implausibility that she would have been asleep on the couch with a jacket and hoodie on that it was stabbed through the hoodie. There's a stab wound in her head through the hoodie, and she bled all over the place, like the walls, the floor, the couch. So all of the blood that's all over the place would have had to have happened in less than a minute, because the alarm was just triggered for less than a minute. So I'm bordering that it's, without his testimony, without his credibility, that it's borderline impossible that he did it. And then just a plausible scenario. How is it possible that a thief coming in to an apartment ends up with this horrible stabbing, nature of a crime of passion, bruises on her, stuff knocked over, blood all over the place, stabbed from the front and back? And so the prosecution's case rests on multiple ifs. If she left the door unlocked. So you're just assuming, okay, maybe she, because the alarm data says she got a notification at 1:01 that her door was unlocked. But like, if she fell asleep at night and left the door unlocked the whole night, if Bolanos perchance happened to have found her door unlocked, are you claiming that he tried to open every single door in the complex?
Was she on the ground floor?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, are you saying that he checked every single door in the complex, and because her or door was unlocked, he ended up going in hers, but really he checked every single door in the complex? And then he's saying, are they claiming her door was wide open or it was just unlocked? And if it was unlocked, like, he just checked, he just happened to get lucky, that's the only one he checked and it happened to be open? Or did he check every single door? And then if he checked it, they opened it. You're saying, like, he's a car thief, he's running away from security. If a door's open, there's probably somebody there that, like, just say that the door was unlocked, they happened to check it, he happened to go inside. When he went inside, that happened to lead to a struggle. And then the question of the knife, like, you're going to claim he was carrying a knife, and you're saying, well, if he had the knife, did he open the door and go into the apartment holding the knife, like, just in case if someone's there and he's going to stab them, or that he had the knife in his pocket, and then somehow that his reaction to, like, being startled, that she would have seen him, like, he wouldn't have known she was sleeping on the couch, and he was startled that his reaction would be stabbing her. To me, it seems near impossible.
Because you might. I mean, stabbing her in the front and the back and in the head sounds pretty deliberate, pretty vicious and deliberate, right? I think even in a fight, you just slash the person and then maybe run away if you weren't looking for a fight in the first place.
Yeah, and if they're claiming the lights were off too, like, how, like, he was able to do that in the dark. There's a whole bunch of unknowns, and just saying, even to say it's purely impossible that he could have done it because the alarm was only triggered for 1 minute, and that means that she also would have had to exit the apartment without triggering the alarm in the same minute, but yet there's blood all over the place, and, like, clearly, like, she couldn't have left the blood all over the place in a minute. And so, I mean, my interpretation is more from the hard evidence and the narrative, like, not any personal judgment of him, that it's near impossible that he's the one who did it, and therefore I'm leaning towards likely what the police narrative. She was probably killed about 1:30, and she was probably killed by either someone who opened up her lockbox, had her lockbox combination, or that she purposely let into her apartment.
So she bled to death, or was it some injury sustained from the stabbing?
No, I think that the autopsy was botched, so they didn't do a, but I think they said, like, yeah, she bled to death, and that had someone called for help, she would have lived, because she didn't have any sustained injury to, like, any arteries or vital organs, so she died from blood loss.
Okay.
It means, like, had whoever did it called the cops or an ambulance, she would have lived. And then even another question, like the woman Tracey asked, if she was cold and blue at 6 o'clock, if she was killed at 4:20, how long does it take for a body to get cold? And she's like, I think she said, like, it's expected that a person loses, and I forget what she said, but she didn't think it was likely that the body would be cold to the touch and blue only 2 hours after her death.
Oh, sure.
That it would take like 6 hours. So if she was found at 6:30 and she was killed and she was stabbed at 1:30, then she might be cold to the touch and blue 5 hours later. But if she was killed at 4:30, then she wouldn't be cold to the touch and blue only 2 hours later. So I mean, there's a whole bunch of just logistical questions, and because the autopsy was botched, we can never know this for sure. But there's a whole bunch of simple logistical questions that make it near impossible that Bolanos was the one who killed her. So then you're thinking, well, who did kill her? So I mean, the first thing is just to find Bolanos not guilty, because it's almost clearly not him. So and then because of all the testimony, we have other names and other suspects. So obviously Jeff, who confessed, and the other boyfriends or people of interest, but it could still be unknown. And then also coming out that someone was running away from the apartment at 124, and that usually they couldn't figure out who it was. So as opposed to saying that, well, we only have circumstantial evidence against Bolanos, maybe he did just touch her body, and rather than like he's a liar, he probably went to her apartment, he killed her, and saying, well, maybe it was the guy who was running away at 124 that we couldn't identify.
So did her ex-lovers know about each other?
It's unclear. So from
Someone.
it wasn't deciphered from the testimony.
So sorry, Richard, did you say something?
Jeff
I
says no.
think some.
I mean, Jeff unequivocally said no, he was not familiar with Aaron or David during the testimony. He was asked that, and he said that. There were also other people that she had relations with years ago that, but Jeff had said no, he wasn't familiar with them.
But the others, did Aaron and what's his name know about each other?
I'm not sure if Aaron was asked that. And the other guy, Paul, who was her friend, who was the one who gave most of that information.
The gay guy.
Yeah, so he's the one that we got most of the information from. He's the one who just, like spilt all their personal details all over the news. But I mean, Jeff said he wasn't familiar with her other boyfriends. And I don't think the guy Aaron was asked. Or if he was, like he didn't assume that he had an exclusive relationship with her.
Was there anyone else who could have a motive for killing her other than as a crime of passion?
Well, I discussed with Tracey. I mean, she was a very prominent person in Democratic politics, so it could have been
political.
Corrupted. Well, it could. I gave an example that it could have been, if you want to judge her favorably, that she was kind of like an honest, bleeding heart liberal who really wanted to help people, and she made it to the top of Democratic politics, and slowly the corruption started to linger, and maybe she met people who are like, actually, we just lie and take money and pocket it for ourselves, and that the person thought that she was going to be in on the corruption, and it turned out they weren't, and therefore they had to have her killed, God forbid. I mean, but I'm saying that she was. I mean, the synagogue just raised $10 million, so I mean, obviously there's huge money going on at the synagogue, with multiple millions of dollars being raised. She's chief of staff for the attorney general. Governor Whitmer. I mean, Governor Whitmer had a kidnap plot against her. I mean, I don't know if did you hear that all the way about in London, the Governor Whitmer and the kidnap plot that they say was like FBI entrapment, but I mean, it was huge news. Did you hear about that?
No, do tell.
It was already a few years ago. The trial went on. They found a lot of them not guilty, but there was a group of kind of like militia, rural whites that had, during the COVID-19 lockdowns, had conspired to, God forbid, kidnap the governor, put her on trial, and have her executed. And and some of the people in on it were FBI informants, and they were all arrested, although many of them have been found not guilty and think it was FBI entrapment. I mean, that was a major case. President Trump in the 2020 election had large groups of people chanting "Lock her up." If you remember my talk with like Charles Moskowitz and the three witches from Michigan, Charles Moskowitz in Boston will always be like the three witches, referring to. Does that sound familiar?
There was a book about it, a novel, I seem to
No, I
remember,
mean, the
or
three
movie.
witches was actually a Jewish man, the head of the Michigan Republican Party. You remember his name, Richard, the guy from the University of Michigan Regent, Ron Wiesner.
No,
Ron
right off.
Wiesner. You never heard of Ron Wiesner?
No,
So he was the head of the Michigan Republican Party. He's maybe even a billionaire.
possibly, but
He was a U of M regent, and he was giving a speech to Republicans, and he made some off-put comment that he was forced to resign from. That said, well, what could we do? And it's like, well, you have to wait for elections and vote them out, like unless God forbid someone assassinates them. And he was in the habit of calling Governor Whitmer and Dana Nessel, the Attorney General, who Samantha Woll was the campaign staff leader for, and Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State, who used to work for the SPLC, a lawyer who specifically said she ran for Secretary of State in order to change the election rules in order to have Trump beat. That, I mean, explicitly, she said the whole reason she ran for Secretary of State was to have Trump defeated. And she was able to successfully change some of the election laws and mail-in ballots and make it easier to register to vote, and did these huge voter registrations. So this Republican guy referred to them as the three witches.
Uh-huh.
And Charles Moskowitz, whenever I would talk to him, and we talk because all these women are extremely anti-Trump. Dana Nessel, Jocelyn Benson, Governor Whitmer are extremely anti-Trump. So Charles Moskowitz, being pro-Trump, he referred to them as the three witches of Michigan, and is saying that Jocelyn Benson has had protests or death threats. Dana Nessel constantly gets protests and death threats. So it's possible that, I mean, none of them have plausible. I mean, so Governor Whitmer, although a lot of people think it was FBI entrapment and she wasn't legitimately threatened, but according Governor Whitmer had a legitimate conspiracy plot to have her kidnapped and killed. Dana Nessel and Jocelyn Benson regularly face death threats. So you could say that possibly, and I even called Charles Moskowitz out about that. It's like, I was like, okay, you're just being not careful in your speech. Like, you shouldn't call them the three witches. And he was like, and then he would just, say back in my face, you mean the three witches? And that's how he felt about it. But saying, I said that, like, you shouldn't call them that, it's not being careful in your speech. It's not, the good manners that a Jew should have, Orthodox Jew should have. But Charles Moskowitz, every time he purposely, would always, and even right after I said that, the three witches. But I'm just saying in that statement that maybe people were trying to kill them. Okay, maybe it's just like Lucas Gage or something, or just a few lunatics making anonymous threats. But it was like Samantha Woll is one of the leading people in the Democratic Party. She was Dana Nessel's campaign manager. Eliza Slotkin, who is a congresswoman, would have been running for senator. She would have been her campaign staff. So it's within feasibility that it could have been some sort of political assassination. Although there's no evidence, like there's no name or person. And that could have been internal Democrat corruption, like another person in the Democratic Party who was scared that she was going to uncover her corruption, or internal Democrat politics of, pushing different candidates, or it could have been a Republican. And I guess the most likely would have been probably like a pro-life fanatic. Although there's no evidence to state that, but it's saying a motive that she was the campaign manager for Dana Nessel, and who was integral in having the ballot initiative for abortion in Michigan, and that Samantha Woll could have been so considered important enough in Democratic politics and pro-choice politics that a pro-life fanatic may have killed her. And I don't know if there's any evidence or saying that, like, if it was just some political assassination that may never be solved, but saying, like, yeah, there's all sorts of possibilities that she was an extremely prominent person. And to mention, she comes from an extremely wealthy family. She has like a trust fund. She went to the Cranbrook School, which is one of the wealthiest elite prep schools in Michigan. Her grandfather was some sort of mega multimillionaire that has a huge trust fund that gives to all sorts of charities, and so on and so on. So just say there's endless possibilities of who might have killed her that has no connection to any of the names that came out in the case.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would you agree with that assessment, Richard?
Yes, I believe so.
I mean, you obviously followed the Whitmer assassination plot, and you're saying, like, I mean, do you believe that that was FBI entrapment, or you think that there were actually right-wing nuts that wanted to kill her?
I think they were mostly just talking. There wasn't a serious enough plan, in my personal opinion.
Okay, I mean, Governor Whitmer and many Democratic activists don't say that, and then saying, well, if that would just leave open the door that it could have been some right-wing political fanatic that killed her. Although, I mean, saying it's highly unlikely. But I'm just saying, like, process of elimination to, like, well, if Bolanos didn't do it, who did it? I mean, you have Jeff, who confessed. You have other boyfriends in some sort of love quadrangle. And then you have her as a leading Democratic activist. She's involved in Israel stuff and Interfaith. The synagogue just raised like $10 million. And so, like, even internal, like, Jewish politics and fundraising, even some dispute at the synagogue, if it's a dispute over $1 million, a stabbing could happen over nothing, but, like, saying that there could have been some dispute with anybody because, you're talking millions of dollars. And plus, like, she comes from an extremely wealthy family with some sort of huge trust fund. So there could have been some sort of other dispute that, just bigger than us, normal people would have known about. But I mean, at this point, you say the only reason we know this information is because it came out in the trial against Bolanos. And if he's found not guilty, they may reopen the investigation. There may be public pressure to bring charges against Jeff. And unless more information came out against Jeff, he would likely also be found not guilty. And unless some new information comes out, the case will probably never be solved, which is not surprising because 90% of murders in Detroit are never solved. And the only reason that, they brought charges against Bolanos or did this case was because there was so much political pressure and, that they had to do something. So I guess that concludes my thought on the Sam Woll trial. I mean, we'll have to see what happens. I'll be following it. We might have a verdict this week or at latest the week after next. I mean, it's possible they'll find him guilty right away. Without any further evidence coming forward or something miraculous happening in the prosecution's cross-examination, I'm going to very strongly feel that it wasn't him. Although, as I said, I don't necessarily have any idea who else would have done it. And from what the autopsy person said, they already botched the autopsy. So it may be, we'll never be able to figure it out unless, someone who did it or someone who knows who did it comes forward with, more evidence or more information. Or because at this point, like, it seems extremely unlikely they're going to find the murder weapon. Like she's already been buried, so they're not going to be able to do a full autopsy. you probably any like the video footage or something. So it would have to be the person who actually did it would like slip up or told somebody, or someone would come forward. And if it was in the Jewish community, it's unlikely that someone in the Jewish community would come forward against someone else in the Jewish community. So like if someone had information, incriminating information against one of the other people in the Jewish community, it's unlikely they would come forward to the authorities or public with that. But there's also possible that there was corruption in the police. Like I said, that the police, your chief of police original press conference implying that they had a suspect from the very beginning, or that someone within the police department could come forward and say that they were pressured to not investigate, someone in the Jewish community or something like that. That's remotely possible, even if Bolanos is found guilty or not guilty, that someone in the Detroit Police Department will come forward and say that they were pressured to, conduct the case in an unethical way. But that's just speculation. But I was saying that wouldn't surprise me if over the next month, there was some sort of a whistleblower within the Detroit Police Department that said that they were pressured to, cover up evidence or at least unethically conduct the case, in this case due to public pressure. But only something like that. Otherwise, you say like, no, I mean, the case is just never going to be solved. So you have
I
any?
think there's potential avenues that go.
Potential avenues for what? You say if it's not Bolanos, to find who really did it?
Just like looking back at the list, and I presume like right when they said Bolanos, they stopped altogether all the other potential persons of interest they had on their list. I kind of want to guess that perhaps we don't know how many there were to go through, and they might have just stopped midway, and there was like potentially, hypothetically, perhaps like a few dozen more to look at.
Well, yeah. So if her family and friends don't care, then it will be the public or journalists. So like you mentioned, like David not making a statement. So like if he gets hounded by reporters, if reporters call his phone, camp outside of his house and demand a statement, maybe he eventually would make a statement. If like Jeffrey Herbstman, like if he can't walk down the street, or if like reporters are constantly trying to get him to give a statement, eventually he could crack or something like that. But it'd have to be public pressure. It's like I don't think that her family or the Jewish community or the Democratic Party is going to apply that pressure. So it would have to be independent journalists, and there really aren't that many independent journalists in. I'm not going to do that. I don't think you're going to do that. I don't think Steve Neavling's going to do it. I don't think Lengel's going to do it. So I mean, if it's just like another month from now, like maybe I'll mention that like, okay, like still no statement from any of the people of interest, no update. I mean, it's possible that you'll see interviews, like maybe the jury members will do interviews afterwards. I mean, I would have on Week in Review even, like if one of the jury members after the case is over wanted to join my show and discuss that, like I would discuss it with them. But I mean, it's possible that you'll have a jury member that would, you just mention like they could still charge Bolanos with like breaking into cars because he testified, he admitted to breaking into cars. He's like a 3-time felon. So if he is put not guilty, saying the prosecutor's office could still try to put him in prison for, even like a decade plus, just for, being like a multiple convict on admitting to breaking into cars. And Tinkle, always a pleasure. God bless. I mean, you think anyone involved in the case will do an interview? after this is over, whether he's guilty or not, whether Bolanos is
Yeah,
found guilty or not? I mean, you think like Samantha Woll's father will like appear, do an interview, or Rabbi Silverman, or David, Jeff, Aaron.
Any of them might, but also only if they're comfortable speaking with members of the press. Because previously the family just had a spokesperson.
The only one that is a public personality is the David, who was the last person to spoke to her, and he didn't testify and he hasn't made any statement. But he's the only. I mean, he ran for Congress. He's the only one that's a public personality. It could be like even just like a Jewish Federation podcast, an internal Jewish conversation. I mean, it could be an on-filmed talk at the Downtown Synagogue or something like that, or like Samantha Woll's family, parents have like an on-filmed conversation at the Downtown Synagogue. But I'm not sure. I'm saying it's possible. I mean, that they'll make statements or do interviews. Maybe the prosecutor will be interviewed. Maybe Brian Brown will be. Ironically, there's not much media attention for it. Like, considering it was this big national story, there's almost no media attention. So I'm not sure if a guilty or not guilty verdict. I don't even know. Like in the Trump case, they interviewed like jurors, right? I mean, after the jury's done, the jurors have the right to do interviews, right? Like after the trial's over, the jurors have the right to talk about it, do interviews, write a book about it. It's completely in their discretion. And like, so in the Trump trial that just finished, you had jurors that were interviewed on TV, right? But I don't even know if a juror from this trial put themselves out there to be interviewed, if they'd even be interviewed. Like, I don't even know if like Fox 2 or CBS or Click on Detroit would even interview them. I mean, like, I would talk to them on Week in Review. Like the few hundred people might see them. But I'm not even sure if there would be mainstream news coverage if one of the jurors was willing to be interviewed. And I'm not sure, like the Kyle Rittenhouse, that was a huge case. I don't remember if like any of the jurors from Kyle Rittenhouse were interviewed afterwards. But I know like when Trayvon Martin was on trial, like his defense attorneys were all over the news. They were on like national news, like Hannity, and different shows. And I don't know if Brian Brown was willing to do it. I mean, I would have Brian Brown. I would have him on Week in Review if he talked to me. I mean,
sure.
Especially if he gets a not guilty verdict. Maybe I even reach out to him if he'd do an interview with me. I'm not sure if I would reach out to him to ask him for an interview. But like, I wouldn't be surprised if, God forbid, like Brian Brown doesn't get a bigger interview request than from me.
Oh, absolutely, because that would be seen as sort of a success for his reputation.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of these cases, there's like press conferences, there's media waiting right outside the court every day, and there'd be like a daily statement. So I mean, I think they claim, like I watch the news, and there's multiple channels that claim they have people following the trial. So I'm not sure why they wouldn't like put a camera and try to get a quick statement from the prosecution and defense, or even the family. I mean, if her parents are going to trial every day, if they wouldn't, like film them coming and going from the courtroom, asking for a statement. Does that seem odd to you that that there's so little media attention? Is it just there's little
not
the media
really.
sucks? I mean, if it was New York, you would just assume like you would assume like that would just be common protocol, that there would be the media pestering the prosecution, defense, family members for comment every day before and after trial. But I mean, so it could be Detroit just has such a little media presence that, but I'm saying like, yeah, that could change. That could change, like, because like if Samantha Woll's parents were, I mean, you could say like, I mean, in a lot of these media circle cases, you actually have like the media camping outside of people's houses, right?
Yes, quite possibly.
I mean, this one didn't become a national trial. Like almost no one's covering it. Like there's less than like five. I've found less than like 10 people. Um, a doctor, God bless. I found less than like 10 people covering it, and like on YouTube podcasts, less than 5 people covering it. But like on like national media cases, you have people tracking down and like camping outside of people's houses. Have you heard of Joel Gilbert?
That sounds a little familiar.
He did the documentary The Trayvon Hoax.
Oh,
He wrote a book claiming that Obama's father from Texas isn't really his father, and he's got another father who was like a political activist in Chicago, and he wrote another book on like uncovering the secret life of Michelle Obama, claiming that she's going to run for president. I mean, it's kind of like a disreputable documentary producer, but he dug into like archives and found information. But for example, he uncovered in the Trayvon Martin case that the woman who testified of being on the phone with Trayvon Martin when the night that he was killed wasn't actually his girlfriend, and it was the half sister of his girlfriend. And he did his own private investigating, and he went through all of Trayvon Martin's posts and his yearbook, and he even did like a blood sample. And I'm just giving an example. I mean, he happens to have been a Jewish man, Joel Gilbert, who, interesting person. I mean, you could look him up. I talked, his Trayvon Hoax is an interesting documentary. But I'm saying, like, he was a private investigator who, for his own documentary, dug into Trayvon Martin's family, his girlfriend's family. He went through like their garbages and in yearbook and spoke to like people who went to school with him, and got like he did all sorts of digging. And that, he did that for profit. I mean, political purposes and profit. And he released a documentary. That's how he makes his living. I think Kyle Rittenhouse. George Zimmerman became a celebrity. After Kyle Rittenhouse is now like a celebrity. But like also, people did a lot of digging on Kyle Rittenhouse and his family. Independent investigators did a lot of digging into the people that Rittenhouse killed and shot. So it wouldn't be unprecedented if there was more media attention that that there could be like a camp outside of Jeff's apartment every day, demanding he make a statement, reporting his every move where he goes. It's not the case, but I'm saying that could change things. So like if there was such an uproar that there were like tens of reporters that were put on the case of following Jeff's every move, constantly asking for statements, interviewing everybody that knows Jeff, so on and so on, it's possible he or someone he knows would eventually crack. Or like Jeff's mom, like according to the defense, you could, as a reporter, you could probably get, you might even legally be able to do it. I mean, they may have no recourse. You could probably get like Jeff's mom's phone number and call her every day until she changes her number, or then you might, she gets a new number, you could probably find that out, and so on and so on, and like demand she make a statement, or just hound her in saying like that's not unheard of in the United States media. It just happens to be this case doesn't have that much media attention, and I doubt it will. And I would say at this point, it's the chance that it's going to get more media attention at this point is almost none. So that's why I say the case will probably remain unsolved, and there'll be a handful of people looking into it. I doubt that there's going to be overwhelming pressure on people involved in the case to give interviews, and there's probably not even going to be that much interest. Even if people involved in the case wanted to give interviews, there's probably not going to be a major venue that like I don't think I mean, like, it's not going to be on Piers Morgan. I don't even know, like, even someone minor. It's not even going to. It's probably not even going to be on a podcast that gets tens of thousands of views. Let alone something that every American, and for whatever reason, you know. So, you have any more comments on the Samantha Woll case?
Not in particular, just
Okay, and that woman Tracey still might show up, and I told her she can come whenever she's ready. So if she does show up, I'll turn to her. So let me, if you want, you could stick around while I cover the Israel stuff. And if Tracey shows, she's probably knows more about this case than anyone. But so let me just do a quick Israel update. As I said, there's not much happening in Israel. Like, the war is still grinding on in Gaza. There's been a bunch of comments this last week about the new possibility of a truce treaty, and possibly that Hamas has dropped the requirement for a complete end to the war, and that there would be some sort of hostage release deal that wouldn't require a complete end to the war. Although that's unclear, there's been historically mixed signals from negotiators, and it's even unclear, like, whether Hamas has senior negotiators and leaders that could speak for the larger community, and that, like, they might factor all for the elements. But there's some minor clue that the war in Gaza is winding down, but the war with Hezbollah has been stepping up. And so there's a little bit of, like, the paradoxical dilemma that it appears the only reason that Hezbollah is at war with Israel is because of the war in Gaza. And if Israel would stop the war in Gaza, then Hezbollah would stop the bombs going into Israel. So he's saying, well, Israel needs to defeat Hezbollah because Hezbollah is attacking Israel. However, Hezbollah is only attacking Israel because Israel is attacking Gaza. But if Israel determines that, okay, we got Oswald here. I knew Woll, Samantha, very well. Like, I prayed with Samantha like 100 times. I mean, I never knew her outside of synagogue on a personal basis, but I was, friends with Samantha Woll. I even had her cell phone. I never met her outside of synagogue services, but I was a regular attendee of Friday night services, and so was she for multiple years. So, like, I prayed with Samantha, had Sabbath meals, talked to her tens of hours. We prayed with each other hundreds of times over about a 10-year basis. But I wasn't from her close inner circle. I didn't have knowledge about like her inner circle or her boyfriends or anything like that. And, like, yeah, I've answered that like 100 times. That's Bill Ayers that Joel Gilbert said was Obama's real father. Otto's Insight. If you want to interview me, I do interviews. Just reach out on my Twitter or leave a message, because it'll be too difficult to set up right now. I mean, if you want, the link is in the chat. So if Otto's Insight, if you're here and you want to talk, you could hop on right now, or you could reach out on my Twitter or Discord or any of my other social media, and set up a conversation on. So appreciate you reaching out. Let me just look at your channel, so it doesn't look like you have a. I don't see anything on your YouTube, but if you have it somewhere else. Just tell me about it. Okay, yeah, so just mentioning Israel with the Lebanon, with the Hezbollah situation, it's unclear whether it's going to escalate. It has been escalating. It's the worst it's ever been. Both sides bombing. I think maybe more people have been evacuated. People have been dying. I mean, Israel's been assassinating top Hezbollah operatives and has killed hundreds of people in Lebanon. And now a handful of people are dying in Israel every week. And there's been a small uptick in death in Gaza, probably because of boots on the ground. Like basically Israel's bombed everywhere. There's nowhere left to bomb. And the more Israel does actually boots on the ground operation, the more danger is the troops. So there's been a small uptick in deaths on the Israeli side in Gaza. So we're kind of in a limbo situation. I wouldn't expect anything major until Netanyahu's U.S. visit. So we discussed that with Richard 2 weeks ago, the implications with Netanyahu coming. But I would say it's possible one of two directions, that either Netanyahu coming to the U.S. will escalate the war or de-escalate the war. That could be it leads to a permanent ceasefire and moving to a two-state solution, or some sort of like international commission to rebuild Gaza, and an end to the war, the release of the hostages, a ceasefire. We discussed whether Sinwar could possibly emerge as leader of Gaza, or how that works out. We don't know, but it's possible with Netanyahu coming now in less than 2 weeks to America, that we could be moving towards some sort of resolution or to escalation. That if Netanyahu successfully gets the back of enough people in power in the United States, that could lead towards an escalation in Gaza and in Lebanon. So at this point, it's just kind of a waiting game. So the Caspian report had a little thing about Lebanon. And then also this week, the Lancet journal, I think the Lancet's a scientific journal, talked about the possibility of an extremely high death rate in Gaza, of a number as high as close to 200,000 people. That's possible that the current conflict in Gaza, up to now. Okay, so I see Tracey in the chat. I just put the link. Yeah, the news in Israel is that there's close to a deal in Israel, but it's unclear. Like they've reported that in the past, and it hasn't happened, and it's unclear like who actually speaks for Hamas, or it could be a false signal where the U.S. reports that they're close to a deal, even though they're not close to a deal. So let's read this thing from the Lancet, claiming that there could be as many as 200,000 casualties in Gaza just from the fighting that's happened up till now. This is from Russia Khatib and Martin McKee, just from 2 days ago. Counting the dead in Gaza, difficult but essential. By June 19th, 2024, 37,376 people had been killed in the Gaza Strip since the attack by Hamas and the Israeli invasion in October 2023, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, as reported by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. The ministry's figures have been contested by the Israeli authorities, although they have been accepted as accurate by Israel intelligence services, the UN, and the World Health Organization. These data are supported by independent analysis comparing changes in the number of deaths of UN relief and work agency staff with those reported by the ministry, which found claims of data fabrication implausible. Collecting data is becoming increasingly difficult for the Gaza Health Ministry due to the destruction of much of the infrastructure. The ministry has had to augment its usual reporting based on people dying in hospitals or brought in dead with information from reliable media sources and first responders. The change has inevitably degraded in the detailed data recorded previously. Consequently, the Gaza Health Ministry now reports separately the number of unidentified bodies among the total death toll. As of May 10, 2024, 30% of the 35,091 deaths were unidentified. So we have Tracey here. So if you don't mind, this will take me like 3 minutes to finish reading this, and then so if you want to do something real quick. Some officials and news agencies have used this development designed to improve data quality to undermine the veracity of the data. However, the number of reported deaths is likely an underestimate. The non-governmental organization Air Wars undertakes detailed assessments of incidents in the Gaza Strip and often finds that not all names of identifiable victims are included in the ministry's list. Furthermore, the UN estimates that by May 29th, 2024, 35% of the buildings in the Gaza Strip had been destroyed, so the number of bodies still buried in the rubble is likely substantial, with estimates of more than 10,000. Armed conflicts have indirect health implications beyond the direct harm from violence. Even if the conflict ends immediately, there will continue to be many indirect deaths from the coming months and years from causes such as reproductive, communicable, and non-communicable diseases. The total death toll is expected to be large given the intensity of this conflict, destroyed healthcare infrastructure, severe shortages of food, water, and shelter, the population's inability to flee to safer places, and the loss of funding to UNRWA, one of the very few humanitarian organizations still active in the Gaza Strip. In recent conflicts, such indirect deaths range from 3 to 15 times the number of direct deaths. Applying a conservative estimate of 4 indirect deaths per direct deaths to the 37,396 reported deaths, it is not implausible to estimate that up to 186,000 or even more deaths could be attributable to the current conflict in Gaza. Using the 2022 Gaza Strip population estimates of nearly 2.4 million, this would translate to 7 to 9% of the total population of the Gaza Strip. A report from February 7, 2024, at the time when the direct death toll was estimated 28,000, that without a ceasefire there would be between 58,000 deaths with an epidemic or escalation and 85,000 deaths by August 6th. An immediate and urgent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip is essential, accompanied by measures to enable the distribution of medical supplies, food, clean water, and other resources for basic human needs. At the same time, there is a need to record the scale and nature of suffering in this conflict. Documenting the true scale is crucial for ensuring historical accountability and acknowledging the full cost of war. It is also a legal requirement. The interim measures set out by the International Court of Justice in January 2024 required Israel to take effective measures to prevent the destruction and ensure the preservation of evidence related to allegations of acts within the scope of the Genocide Convention. The Gaza Health Ministry is the only organization counting the dead. Furthermore, these data will be crucial for post-war recovery, restoring infrastructure, and planning humanitarian aid. MM is a member of the editorial board of the Israeli Journal of Health Policy Research, of the International Advisory Committee of the Israel National Institute for Health Policy Research, co-chair of the institute's. So I think this article is even written with some support from Israel, Martin McKee. So God forbid, horrible situation in Israel. Pray for a ceasefire as immediately as possible, just because the death toll, indirect causes from the war, and this could be the worst of all, even though if the number of people dying daily has decreased, if there's not a complete end to hostilities, the collateral death toll is going to be huge. So if it drags on in just this tit for tat minor situation for another 6 months, and even though maybe a few thousand people are directly killed in the war, that could add a death total of tens of thousands of more, largely innocent people in Gaza. So God forbid, as said, but not much information coming out in Israel this week. We're kind of in a holding pattern. So thank God we got Tracey here. So you showed up. Now we got Richard here. So I've really been appreciating your research and your video series and your comments. And the cases might wrap up this week. So welcome.
Hi, how are y'all doing?
Great. Yeah, Richard said he saw some of the program last week. Were you able to watch any of her programs on her channel of the Murder of Joliet Place series?
Oh, I actually have.
Okay, he just got a new job, but he had been one of the main local people reporting on the case going back months, but just got a new job last week.
Oh, you have a real job, unlike some of us who just have time on our hands to.
Well, I work
Yeah.
part time from my
You're
house.
at a thrift store, so
And he's young, straight out of school.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I saw your update, and I was mentioning that today, like, because they're saying, why am I so skeptical of the case? And I'm thinking, like, it's because of the chief of police of Detroit's original statements. And like you mentioned, like he claims, and it doesn't, I mean, I could see the prosecution doesn't want to weaken their case, but it seems to be directly conflicting with what the police of Detroit said. And, like who was the initial suspect? Was
Right.
it possibly Aaron because, maybe her sister said he was a stalker, or was Jeff originally a suspect, or was the chief of police just saying that even though they didn't have a person of interest? Or, I mean, because like it seems like it couldn't have been Blanos he was talking about.
No, the way they sounded, they had persons of interest, but they were really honed in on a suspect because they were very close to calling this person a suspect at the time. So it seemed to me that they had it pinned down in the very beginning. And it also it makes sense that they had someone they were going to call a suspect in the very beginning because they released her, so quickly from the autopsy as well. So it seemed to me that they had this pretty buttoned up out the gate within the first 24 to 48 hours, as they say, as that show is the first 48. So it seems to me they had it pretty buttoned up from jump. So, or that's the way they made it sound. That's why they're being so evasive. Because it seemed like whoever it was going to shock the community.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean, it could be someone else, but like you're assuming that has to be either Aaron, Jeff, or David. I mean,
yeah, someone that was going to obviously shock the community, and then it didn't. So
they said like, so if Blanos is found not guilty, they could be at a dead end to further investigating the case because if there's no cooperation from the community, there's no way to gather new evidence. There's not much media attention. Like I was mentioning, comparatively to saying, like, I think I remember where like media circles, there'd be like media like camping outside of people's houses. So like if there was like, like people calling, like Jeff's mother every day demanding a statement, maybe someone would eventually crack, there would be more information, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm not even sure if there's going to be any interviews, and I don't even know if, as just mentioning, like if someone on the jury gives an interview, I don't even know if anyone bigger than like our podcast would host them. I don't even know if like the local media would find it interesting enough to do an interview with them. Maybe eventually there might be like a private event at the synagogue with like Samantha's family, but it probably wouldn't be filmed or shared. And I can't imagine like Samantha's parents, maybe they'll eventually do like an interview on some sort of news station or like a Jewish podcast. I'm not even sure if that's the case.
yeah, I don't know how tight the community is, but just by reading all the reading that I've done on the synagogue and how fast it grew from COVID to 2023, well, actually just 2022 to 2023. I mean, it just grew exponentially from the time that Samantha became president to when she was gone, and to now. They're even still kind of riding on her coattails, from what I can tell, just on their advertising, everything that they do. Everything about that synagogue is really just based off everything that she kind of put together there, all the connections that she had and everything that she did and everything they're doing going forward is really on her shoulders, so to speak,
Well, I mean,
and her name.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid it's a fundraising bonanza tool.
It actually is. The block party next month is all about, the rooftop finishing to do the wedding venues and all of that stuff. It's a lot. In my next episode, you'll see, but it's a lot of, to me, it's very, very, unfortunately, it just seems like a lot of it is really just riding off of Samantha's coattails. It's a lot of her name, putting her name out there, a lot of photos of her still, obviously on their page, a lot of things that just point to her. There's a lot of things that just seem kind of strange and odd that they're still using her. And I know it's very recent. It just happened. It's not like it's a long time ago, but they still need her name. They still need her to keep this funding and money rolling in.
Yeah, I mean, they've created a financial disaster because they've created a synagogue for rich people that has a huge payroll that could only really be supported by the donations of wealthy people that don't actually live in Detroit, or a handful of like mega billionaire donors that actually have nothing to do with the synagogue. So, like Dan Gilbert, or, the huge foundations that don't actually go to the synagogue, have nothing to do with it, but for whatever reason decide to it fit their donation portfolio. And if they have like a huge staff of like $500,000 a year budget, and really there's only like a handful of people that show up there because there's not that many Jews in Detroit, so they make like private events for wealthy people from the suburbs every once in a while. But the memory of Samantha Woll would probably be able to sustain millions of dollars in donations. And also, like, I don't think Jeff is that connected. I don't think his family, like Samantha, came from I mean, her parents are doctors, but I think her grandfather was a mega multimillionaire with some sort of foundation. But I don't think Jeff was necessarily that wealthy or connected, nor most of the people at the synagogue. So Sam was the one who was the rising star in the Democratic Party. She was the one who had the statewide and starting to become national connections. She was the one who went to the most elite, wealthy private school in all of Michigan, the high school, the Cranbrook School, that where like Mitt Romney went to school, and the kids of some of the wealthiest people in the state. So all of that would go away with her. So like the memory to I mean, God forbid, it's just kind of the way like Jewish fundraising works. So like, of course, they're going to use her to raise funds, and maybe even say like, well, in her memory, she dedicated her life to the synagogue. So if you want to help her memory, help the synagogue. But at the same time, that means that the likelihood that it could have been a Jewish on Jewish crime, that they're not going to help in an investigation. And also, you think like compared to Israel and like the hostages, like typically like all you see, like every news channel every day, you hear like family members of people who were killed on October 7th. Even like 8 months later, you still like CNN, major news channels, you're still hearing interviews from the hostage families and people who were killed. But it doesn't fit the political bill that
No.
even if she was killed by Bolanos, a random black street thief, it's not the type thing where her family is going to be doing interviews like like Barry. I'm not sure you follow Barry Weiss.
I've heard, yeah, but I don't follow.
Okay, I mean she was already a semi big name. Like, I mean, she was just a reporter at the New York Times, but she kind of rose to prominence being interviewed because she had been bat mitzvahed as a child at the Tree of Life synagogue where the shooting was. So I mean, she wasn't there at the time, but that was her synagogue, and she was already a reporter. But when that happened, she became like the face of the synagogue. She was doing interviews constantly, and she was able to pivot that into mega like a mega media empire. And still, that's one of the main things she talks about is the Tree of Life synagogue, and that's why she's like the expert of rising anti-Semitism and Jewish communal concerns. So, but this case is not going to fit the bill to
Right.
for people to talk about especially if Bolanos is found guilty and the community is kind of like, yeah, we got the right guy, it's still not going to fit the bill for them to. I don't think they're going to be able to harp on. I don't see the message that they're going to be able to send from, like, the dangers of homeless people like Bolanos.
No.
And if he's not the guy, then it's almost certainly someone on the inside that she knew, and there's probably someone that means that people at the synagogue know, and her Jewish friends also know, and then there's extremely unlikely the Jewish community is going to cooperate on handing over someone on the inside, even if they have information.
Well, it's crazy too, but if you think about even with Israel and Hamas, when you see the news, the mainstream media, they don't talk about Israel the way that you think they should talk about Israel. They actually talk about Israel like they're the bad guys. And people tend to forget that, Hamas attacked Israel and they took all these hostages, and they still have some hostages that they're not giving back. And instead of seeing it as, people were taken, they did this in the middle of the night, they attacked Israel. They're not talking about that. They're talking about all the, granted, it is a war, okay? It's not good. There are people dying on both sides, but they're looking at it as, and I don't know, you guys are the ones who are, this is your homeland, this is your people. How do you see it? Do you see Netanyahu as being the bad guy here because he isn't stopping?
I don't look at like good and bad guys, but like I said, now it's already 9 months since October 7th, and I said it was a horrible idea to bomb Gaza. Like, I streamed the day after October 8th, and it was like, okay, like, do not bomb Gaza. It's not going to help. So if you look at like 9 months later, almost all of the deaths have been from the war on Gaza. There's been a handful, 325 Israeli soldiers that have been killed in Gaza in the fighting. But I'm just looking there, just reading that article, like, we could be looking at as many 200,000 dead, like almost 10% of the population in Gaza. And I'm going to say two things. I don't think it is actually going to help Israel, everything that was done in Gaza. So you're going to look like 9 months later it was for nothing. And I was always opposed to Gaza in the first place. I always supported a one-state solution, giving the Palestinians full citizenship. So, like, okay, obviously, like, terrorism.
But they don't want that.
It's unclear that to say, some of them want it or what could be done. But saying, I was definitely thought it was a bad idea to build a militarized wall. And then, I was following for years where we were like, to have a militarized wall where they were, shooting people with remote controlled guns who approached the wall. Like, I did not want that to become the situation. And so I'm saying that happened under Netanyahu, under decades of him. And even the Abraham Accords, I thought those were relatively, kind of, the agreement was to, it was an agreement between warlords to turn a common blind eye to each other's human rights abuses. Like Saudi Arabia, UAE, these other countries that are huge civil human rights abusers, and just saying that they were going to turn a blind eye to each other's human rights abuses, and that so I was always in hopes of a permanent solution to the Palestinian problem through a one-state solution, giving them full citizenship. And I say would have been difficult. So, but that's a minority. Most Jews, say that would be the end of Zionism, the Jewish state, and oppose that. And I'm not sure if you're saying like the media attention, the protest. I think the mainstream media like MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, the big mainstream politicians are quite pro-Israel. The local news, the protest or other cases, especially in terms of comment, because like we're giving the weapons, the bombs. We've been vetoing the UN resolutions, and presumably the U.S. could have stopped. Maybe they couldn't have, but just saying like it's not going to help. I mean, I know South Korea has mandatory military service like Israel, but
Mhm.
from pure military strategy, I thought the military strategy of Israel was flawed from the beginning, and was clearly not going to work. And so now we're at this point, all these people dead in destruction for basically no benefit.
Yeah. So you don't think so? As far as Samantha's death, do you think it's a coincidence that um, Hamas and Israel happened on October 7th? And do you think there's a link? It may not be anti-Semitism with her. Do you think there's a link that maybe someone took the opportunity because that happened on October 7th and thought, okay, this is a good time that we can use this cover that this happened to do this to her?
I spoke with my mom the next day, and my mom told me, that sounds like a crime of passion, and those type of crimes are almost always committed by somebody you know.
Right.
And so from the very beginning, when I heard it was a stabbing and the details of the case that they released, like I said, I don't know who her boyfriend is. I don't know who her inner circle is. But no, unfortunately, I think it's someone who she knew, who she probably voluntarily let into the apartment. And God forbid, because, I was relatively friendly with Samantha Woll, not her inner circle to know who she had in her apartment, but likely I'm going to know the name when it comes out, but unfortunately I did. But because what my mom told me, and then I thought about it and looked into it a little bit, I was like, you're right. It's probably some sort of jealous ex-boyfriend or somebody that she knew, as opposed. So but from the very beginning, that's what, just the nature, like the pathologist, Dr. Dragovich,
Mm-hmm.
who literally wrote the book. I mean, he literally wrote the chapter in the book on, crimes of passion.
Yes.
But somehow that was refused to be admissible.
Right.
Saying like, my mom told me the next morning when we were talking about it, and she's like, yeah, like, I mean, it's probably someone she knew, that like a boyfriend or someone she let into the apartment, because whatever, my mom had the experience or knowledge just to say like that, that's so I never thought it was related to Israel. I mean, when I first heard about it, like the Saturday morning I heard about it, I was like, oh God, like, like no idea. And yeah, I was thinking anti-Semitism. But like I said, the next morning after my mom told me, like, no, those are usually crimes of passion. After that, I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't know who her boyfriend is or who she had in her apartment, but it was probably someone close to her.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, a crime of passion doesn't have to necessarily be a boyfriend. But it could be with the stature and status that she had. It could be with that power that she had, whether she realized it or not. That there comes with that jealousy and envy, and there could be someone in that circle that is like, I don't. They maybe were jealous of where she was or how much she had. It could be a female.
Well, I'd never heard of Brett Foreman until this week. And
Well, exactly. When you see my next episode, it's all going to come. It all comes to me. I'm like, Brett Foreman is getting his 15 minutes of fame. This guy, where did he come from?
But I'm saying, you say like jealousy, like, I mean, I said like, oh, anti-Semitism is caused by jealousy. Like, how come you guys have so much, or you're just like, wealth inequality, and saying you have so much and I have so little. I was talking about an article earlier about housing prices. Like, Bolanos is homeless. He's working an honest day living and he can't even afford housing. And Samantha Woll has a trust fund and has everything. But like, that's not like the crime of passion. Like, how come you have everything and I have nothing?
No, but someone in her circle.
Nobody. It has to be someone that knew her.
Yeah, someone in her circle.
Somebody that she wouldn't have expected, someone that she would have let her guard down
right.
Let into her apartment, not like just some random person. So that was my intuition from the evidence the first day. And from, like you said, the police interview, there was no sign of a break-in, and they hinted that it was someone that knew her.
Right.
And so, like, I was always under assumption from, like the conversation I had with my mom the next day to the police interview, that it was someone that she knew, that she voluntarily let into her apartment.
Right.
They're like, yeah, I mean, jealousy, hatred, or some form of that, with the nature. But I mean, saying that it's not the type killing that someone who didn't know her would have done it. It's saying it's emotionally. That's what Dragovich said. It's an emotionally charged thing of someone that knew the person, that wanted to inflict this kind of pain and send this message to her, that someone that God forbid couldn't get the message through in any other way.
Right. Yeah. Like somebody that thought
and
she had something they wanted.
Like, I know you're not mine, and like these other guys like you, and they may be better than me.
Yeah.
I want you all for myself, and it's not right that you're cheating on me. It's not right that you're
Yeah.
leaving me hanging. And the only way that the person felt they could have expressed this, like they felt hurt by her, saying that they wanted her all to herself, and they felt hurt by her, that they were reciprocating the hurt that they felt emotionally caused by her rejection or their jealousy, and reciprocated that to her.
So do you both live in the suburbs?
Yeah, we're both in the suburbs, different suburbs.
Okay. So what it says online,
town. He's not really in a Jewish section of Metro Detroit.
Okay, so what it says online is that, as far as the synagogue is concerned, it says they have over 400 families that are members of that synagogue now, and they're in downtown Detroit. That these families basically now have moved from the suburbs and are now coming out of the suburbs into downtown Detroit, into this synagogue. And I find that hard to believe based on their online, what do you call Fridays?
Well, they live stream Saturday morning, and very
Saturday
rare,
mornings, and
almost never do you see more than 20 people.
Right.
And most weeks it's only 5 people.
Right.
He was discussing earlier the funding from wealthy donors.
Yes.
I mean, so they might have people signed up or loosely members, or they might be including a bunch of people. I mean, but from my knowledge, there's not much going down on there.
So is that what you think it is? Is that they're fluffing?
Yeah, I mean that's. I remember when I first went to Brooklyn, and I was studying in a major synagogue under a major rabbi, and this other rabbi, and it was too shady. I said no, but this other rabbi with a synagogue near there offered to pay me to come to his synagogue because he had a major donor coming. He wanted to make it look like there were more people there. He was saying, no, he only comes once a year, so he's just going to pay me just to pretend like I go there. And but it's saying that that's common in not just Jewish charities, but charity networks, because most of these donors are old and out of touch. They're in the suburbs. They're kind of bubbled off liberals, and they don't know really what's going on in the city. So, you could just have a handful of people that show up at an event, and the donor comes from the suburb once a year. They're not going to know the difference. And I used to go down, people all the time used to, because it used to get media publicity. And I went down there for close to 10 years, Friday nights. And your average night, there was 5 people there. That's why I say I knew Samantha Woll so well, because your average night, there was only 5 people there. So I prayed with her 100 times, and we used to eat a meal afterwards. And I talked with her tens of hours, because most times there was nobody there. And occasionally there'd be 20 people there in even a major mega event, once or twice a year, maybe there'd be 50 people there. And that was almost always a group from the suburbs, a synagogue from the suburbs that went to Detroit for to do services. And it was just a one-time event of people from the suburbs that went to services downtown. But I've never seen really more than 15, 20 people organically from Detroit at an event there.
Because the way they talk about it online is they talk about it basically all of downtown Detroit is now Jewish. And the way they talk about it is that the synagogue is basically the third and fourth floors are basically workspaces now, and it's all these tech people are coming in, and the young Jewish families are coming in, and they're taking downtown Detroit now by storm.
And keep on talking. I'm going to show you a book
So I'm just curious how many of you are coming out of the suburbs and just moving into downtown Detroit. I mean, I can't see your name. I'm so sorry. It's so tiny. But you're
Right.
young. So
Yeah.
why aren't you
Well,
moving into downtown
My
Detroit?
parents wouldn't let me. I had originally wanted to, but kind of like they felt that the area would have been too dangerous. And um, I
In
even
downtown Detroit, too dangerous?
I even considered there's like a nonprofit charity, Repair the World, that has
Uh-huh.
like an internship program in a residential area that I almost applied for right before COVID, but my parents' family disagreed because they felt that was a dangerous crime area.
In Detroit?
Yes.
Get out.
I couldn't find my book. I have her book. She actually came to Detroit. This woman's a professor of Jewish studies, Lili Corwin Berman. And we also mentioned housing in Detroit's very expensive. Like, gentrified area, like to live in one of the safe apartments is, be like, $2,000 a month or something, or you have to live in like a dangerous place. So she wrote a book. This is really a very interesting book, one called The American Jewish Philanthropic Complex. It's kind of like on tax law of how Jewish charity works. But she also wrote a book specifically on Jews in Detroit called Metropolitan Jews, Politics, Race, and Religion in Post-War Detroit. And, she says that basically the only Jews that are there are paid by foundations and charities to be there, and they're not organically there. Like,
Wow.
So you have a person that works for a Jewish charity. So Samantha Woll happens to come from an extremely wealthy family, and like I just looked online, her apartment was worth like over
It was $380 it sold for.
Yeah, but she comes from a fabulously wealthy family, and she probably, and she's very smart, and she went to school. She had different jobs. I believe her first job was like management at like a dental surgical place. So she was capable of taking care of herself, even without her wealthy family. But she was capable of finding employment. But the most of the people who are there are being supplemented by Jewish charities that want Jews to succeed in Detroit. So they create like positions mostly for like leftist democratic causes. And whence the I forget the right word, like fellowship or not, whatever the temporary charity runs out, most of those people leave Detroit and move back to the suburbs. So if you're someone like Richard, and you think, well, should I move to Detroit? And you think like, well, it's not very safe. There's not that much economic opportunity, and the places that are safe or near the synagogue, near what you're interested, they're super expensive. So if some Jewish organizations like, well, what if we supplement you with $20,000 a year, and you have to do like 10 hours of Jewish communal services a week, show up to synagogue or something like that. And so you have
that's kind of what
those grants. And then after it disappears, then the people leave Detroit because it's no longer financially viable.
That's interesting.
And then you're saying like, okay, I live in the suburbs, and it's mostly African American, but it's upper middle class, safe, single family housing, and my house has went up. It might be worth like $250,000 now, but it's saying like I have like Samantha Woll's place cost more than my whole house, and
Yes.
I live in a safe neighborhood with like a garage and a lot, and good schools and everything right near me. And saying like it was more expensive for her to live in Detroit.
Right.
And it's okay, she happened to come from a mega wealthy family and could afford to do that. But your average person, and she was living like in Joliet Place. Your average person, even if you want to live in an apartment building, like it's almost like Manhattan level prices. And ironically, one of the people who donated $2 million towards the synagogue is Dan Gilbert, the owner of most of the real estate in downtown Detroit,
right,
part of the gentrification. He's even said that he wants
Yes.
young college educated Jews to come to Detroit. So because like, the black residents can't afford generally his luxury housing. So
Yes, that's basically what it says on the
demographic replacement.
even on the Isaac Agree website. It basically says that's what they're trying to pull in.
But they don't actually go to the synagogue. Like you're saying, there might be a few hundred Jews that are loosely affiliated. They know maybe they, some of them have membership or they're just included. They show up to an event. Because I went there every week for like years, and it's saying like, and God forbid, like, God forbid. when the synagogue, when I first went to the synagogue, it was a rundown dump. Across the street, there used to be.
It was condemned.
What I'm saying, across the street was this strip club, and actually there was a building that was used in movies that they like blew up twice. So they used to make like movies there, and they like closed it down and like blew up a building. It was in like a few movies where it was just like a rundown place where they even just used it to look like a dump where they blew up a building. But right across the street, when I first went there, like the synagogue was condemned. It was only open a few hours. And across the street, they used to have like spotlights and valet parking at the strip club. And eventually, the strip club was burnt down, and they built luxury apartments there. But like so God forbid, people go to Detroit, and I mean they're not necessarily going to the strip club, but they're going to social activities and parties. But they tell their their family or their conservative friends that they're going to the synagogue, but they don't actually go to the synagogue. They go to do other activities, and so but I mean you could see a certain element. So saying like people want a nice synagogue that they don't go to,
right?
And and the people that maintain the synagogue could get paid a whole bunch of money, and like in Samantha. They could have a nice building to host meetings between mega donors and political candidates. So saying like, okay, we're the Jewish community of Detroit, and they're going to come in and meet with political leaders and in the synagogue. And the Democratic candidates, they might also think that there's a vibrant Jewish community, and they might think like, okay, like. So if there was a conspiracy to shut down the case, it wasn't necessarily Jeff or the synagogue. It was, could be higher ups in the Democratic Party or the donation that they just didn't want anything to look bad.
Right. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like Dana Nessel, like I never once saw her there at the synagogue. And like I don't think she belongs to the synagogue. Like she's like an atheist Jew. Like, I mean, she's lesbian.
Is that a thing?
Well, I mean, because her ethnicity is Jewish. She's proud.
Right. Yes, because that is there. Now there is a difference. So do clarify, because I will be sharing this with my folks, because I'm learning so much more than I ever thought. So this is not a religion. This is a ethnicity, being Jewish.
It's both. So if you're in Israel, people are basically all Jewish. I mean, there's some Arabs, but there's mostly segregation. And so, but if you're in America, even if you're secular, if you're ethnically proud of being Jewish, you will occasionally go to events with fellow Jews at synagogue. And you'll be like, no, I'm an atheist. I don't believe this stuff, but like I'm still a Jew. This guy's still my cousin. These are still my traditions. I don't know if in the Asian community if it'd be. I mean, with Hindus it might be like that. Like where like because I did Hinduism, and like Hindu holidays, thousands of people show up, even though that's the only time of the year they show up because their family's there, and they might eat meat or they don't believe in any of this stuff. But a few times a year they show up to the Hindu temple because it's cultural, or I don't know if you're a Christian.
Yeah, I'm Southern. I was raised by white people, so I'm Southern Baptist. So
okay, I've met a lot of Koreans that were Christian also.
Yeah, a lot of Koreans are Christian, but actually a lot of Koreans are not religious at all because they're afraid to be in a cult. So
okay, there's two taboos. Like one, like you don't want to marry another Jew, or you want to go to a Jewish event to make like your mom, your grandma proud. So you
Yes.
go to synagogue, but like you could be a proud avowed atheist. So like Dana Nessel, even though she might be like a proud avowed atheist, she would still, proudly post like she went to synagogue, and exactly
That's
she would go to this synagogue
huh.
because they're like a liberal democratic synagogue that is pro choice,
Wow.
and celebrates Pride Month.
That's
And
interesting.
but I mean, so Judaism has the flexibility to be like an ethnic cultural club and saying, okay, well, we get together and we do some of the rituals, even though we don't believe like God cares or it's true, but there are rituals. So when we get
Mm.
together as Jews, we still get together for these rituals, whether you believe it means something or not. And like, even if you're an atheist Jew, you probably have a, a distant or even close family member that's a somewhat more believing Jew. So occasionally you're going to end up at synagogue. But most people, only like 10% of Jews have regular synagogue as their Jewish identity. That means like going to synagogue, doing the rituals and prayers. So, I mean, Samantha came from a more traditional background, and you went to university and probably got hooked by feminism, like even the
Huh.
synagogue.
Yeah.
Like, he
Yeah.
came from a more traditional background, but like the mega donors, Democratic donors, are more, they want to portray themselves in a progressive light. Feminism, inclusive values, and a lot of them are anti-Orthodox. So they want to fight against Orthodox control of Jewish. Because you were like, they like, I thought the Jews believed this or said this, and we're like,
Yeah.
no, saying like, you're like, no, like I'm a Jew, and like we don't believe this. You're like I thought that like Jews were, like anti-gay and pro-life. And so like if you know Orthodox Jews, you'd be like, well, isn't homosexuality forbidden? Isn't abortion forbidden? Although like the vast majority of Jews don't feel like that. So in order to um, fight the narrative of the Orthodox rabbis who only represent like 20% of American Jews, and most American Jews have leftist values, the big money will prop up leftist rabbis for a counter narrative. So if you look at like the synagogue, they have like the rabbi talking about how abortion is a very important, being pro-choice is a very important Jewish value, and
Interesting.
and so politically, that's important enough to Jews that they will donate large sums of money to have like an average Orthodox synagogue, like it's full all day, every day. They have huge schools, lots of kids. They have prayer services 3 times a day, and like a liberal synagogue, it's basically empty besides a few times a year, and even on Sabbath, there's just a handful of people there. But they could sometimes have mega money, and usually they have mega money. I mean, if they're in a very wealthy suburb, or if they're a political synagogue that's involved in political activity, and so it's worth having a $10 million building just for the handful of meetings between mega donors and politicians and power players that happen a few times a year.
Interesting.
And so is Samantha somewhat, she became feminist and liberalized. I'm not sure if through the synagogue, maybe it happened right before me, like when she was a little bit more conservative, and then she saw like the potential for like the demand for feminist leaders, and she was smart enough to do it. I mean, she was connected and smart enough to do it, and that's why she rose in the political party. And that's why I mentioned kind of like your conservative Orthodox Jew, in saying like that's exactly the opposite of the role model they're promoting. She should have been like that's not what they want their women doing. They want they should be a mother at home with the children, and it's not representative of traditional values. So if you're a leftist or feminist, you think that the Orthodox culture forces that upon the women, and they're just waiting to be freed from that. And so therefore, there's a lot of pressure in the liberal community to portray an anti-Orthodox perspective, and then also within political circles, because you have some Orthodox Jews that are Republican, Trump voting, but because Orthodox Jews live in blue areas, that basically Orthodox Jews also tier on the Democratic side of politics, especially here in Metro Detroit. Because, I mean, there's no chance that a Republican is going to be elected locally. I mean, you might vote Republican in state or presidential elections, but like locally, there hasn't been a Republican representing like the area where Orthodox Jews live for, like maybe my whole lifetime. So you have an internal fight among liberal Jews with the Orthodox Jews. And so one way to do that is to prop up, leaders like Samantha and the Downtown Synagogue with mega money. And, and it's kind of the battle within Judaism for what's the legitimate message of the Jews.
That's okay. That's interesting. That's very confusing, and it's very interesting.
I mean
that makes sense, because she also created the Muslim Jewish something society or something.
Yeah, I actually attended an event last year. It was a combination, it kind of like an end to Hanukkah party. So this had been a number of weeks after her passing. Paul was actually at that event. And
I knew her before she created it, when she created it. And I mean, to some extent, that's also political, like as opposed to, 2000 when Trump got elected and he started to implement his, Muslim ban,
Mm-hmm.
it started to have effects in Metro Detroit. Like people started having family deported.
Right, because there's a large Muslim population there, right?
Yeah, and then you had the Syrian refugee crisis,
Mm-hmm.
and Detroit declared itself a what's it called, an asylum city, or
Mm-hmm.
something like that. And so, and I mean, mention that because because I remember speaking with her. There was an event like an iftar, like after the fast and Ramadan event, and there were Syrian refugees there, and it was an interfaith, like a potluck, but it was basically Muslims. It was a Muslim event, and they had a prayer service, and I prayed with the Muslims. I remember she asked me, and like she's like, "Are you allowed to do that?" And I was like, I mean, I gave her like, it was like, well, I gave her some rabbis say you're allowed to, because like, like you're not allowed to pray with the like they saw the Muslims were about to go pray, and like I was like, okay, I'm gonna, it's like interfaith, I'm gonna, do the Muslim prayers with the Muslims, and she saw I was going, and I think, I mean, she had a good heart, she wanted to be supportive, and she, but she was torn because she thought that it was probably forbidden for a Jew to participate in the Muslim prayer services. So like within Jewish law, it's like, well, there's different rabbis who give different opinions, and
Right.
like this rabbi says you're allowed to, and so she did actually end up participating in that prayer service with the Muslims, and I think that would have been like 2017, and that might have been one of the first times. Like I'd been doing Muslim interfaith for like a decade already, but like I was never part of an organization. I just had Muslim friends at school, or I went to mosques, I spoke to people, I would learn just kind of like organically talking to people, because I was always kind of like a conspiracist libertarian.
Right.
I never was like, okay, let's create an organization, let's support these candidates.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, let's like peace through learning about each other's cultures, and like treat people the way they want to be treated. In order to treat people that want to be treated, you have to understand their culture. But but she was more like a organizer, political activist, and I think she might have already been part of what's called the AJC, the American Jewish Committee.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so she created an organization, and then the organization, a few times a year, hosted events with Jews and Muslims, and I mean they're kind of just like feel good, like things where there's a potluck and food.
Yeah.
And then they center more on democratic politics of like supporting. I mean, so unfortunately, you're saying like, okay, like I mean, you said you're a Republican, and you're saying like,
Yes.
you can't be a Republican. Republicans don't even want you in the country.
No, I mean,
It's just like you can't be a Republican. Republicans hate Jews.
no, Republicans don't hate Jews.
I think that's common sentiment, and there's some. I mean, you could say like that, like in a blue area, it's just like, like there's, like the common bias, and especially with Muslims, because it's very difficult to. It's much easier to be a Jewish Republican or an Asian Republican than a Muslim Republican, especially in 2017 when Trump had the Muslim ban and there were people who were being deported.
Yeah, I mean, I have Muslim friends that are Republicans, but I actually know more about Muslims than I do about the Jewish people, because I have more Muslim friends. And this is why this whole Hamas Israel thing really had me torn, because I'm a Christian. So obviously Israel was like, well, it was like having to choose a dang side. It felt terrible for me, because I'm like, well, crap. In the Bible, it says Israel. And then I have all these friends that are Muslim, and I'm like, what do I do? And I'm like, well, and my boyfriend's like, well, obviously you have to support Israel because that's what the Bible says. And I'm like, but I have friends that are Muslim. Huh? The Bible.
I would say I'm on the side of God, justice, or right, in saying if the Jewish people or Israel is making the wrong. So I said, like, I never supported bombing Gaza. Like, not only I think, not even making a moral decision, although I do think it's immoral, that it's also just bad strategy. It's not going to help. And at the end of the day, it's going to mean that all these people are killed for nothing. But I'm saying, okay, like, saying that, he's like, you don't have to choose sides.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, it's just at the end of the day, people are dying.
Like the fighting is dumb. Even Hamas, there's terrorism. It was completely unacceptable. Maybe Israel has the right to defend itself, but like that has nothing to do with like bombing Hamas or forcing everyone to go out. And then even thinking like, even if 1,000 murderers got away with it, even if after October 7th and like it only took a week for Israel to gain back its territory and either eliminate or force back on the other side of the wall. So even if 1,000 murderers fled back into Gaza and they killed Israelis and got away with it, they still didn't need to go into eliminate and say like those people must be brought to justice.
Right.
Do whatever it takes. You say they could have just taken the hit and be like, okay, you're saying you don't have to support the war. You say it's horrible that Hamas did that, but bringing justice to those people who killed those people was not worth the war.
Well, if you use the same logic that we're using right now with Samantha's trial, it's better to let 10,000 guilty go than let one innocent man go to prison or put to death, because it's just wrong. What's wrong is wrong, and what's right is right. So, I mean,
it's the price of freedom. It's like, okay,
right,
exactly. Definitive. I think it's extremely. I don't think it's just beyond reasonable doubt. I think it's extremely unlikely Bolanos did it.
It's terrible. Well, I'll tell you this. I can't say who, but I am talking to someone on the inside, and besides you. And I will say that the jury is paying they're at this point in time right now. I will say, I'm not talking to anyone on the jury, by the way, but I am talking to someone on the inside. The jury is tired. As you can tell, if you haven't noticed lately, the jury has stopped asking questions. Before they were asking the witnesses questions, they have now stopped. Clearly the jury, as I said before, it is the prosecution's plan to wear the jury down with this excess information, all of these, 50, 60 plus witnesses they put on the stand. And it is working. So the jury has stopped asking questions, and they're tired. They're ready to be done. And now they are done. And now Michael is on the stand, so they've perked up a little bit. But the thing is that what will the jury take away from this? Also, Michael being on the stand is the reason why Michael is also having to be on the stand. Of course, I'm shocked and surprised that he is on the stand. I was surprised that he decided to testify, but he had to. He had no choice. And if you go back and listen to the opening arguments, we should have known he was going to be on the stand, because we could tell in Brian's opening argument that he basically said Michael was going to testify, because all of the evidence the prosecution was going to put forth is all basic mumbo jumbo hearsay. That Frankenstein video they put together, all of the telephone information they put in, Michael has to defend that because no one else can but Michael.
Yeah, well, that's more a strategic decision. I mean, I say usually that's the defendant's personal decision. So even
Right.
if the attorney thought it was a bad idea, but the defendant wanted to,
Right.
that the attorney will, okay, like, I recommend against it, but that's what you want to do. Or it's possible, but I think that's more strategic in terms of how you win. In terms of like my analysis of the evidence, his testimony didn't really matter to me, and it's not even really based on whether I think he's honest or trustworthy. It's more the analysis of it being implausible within the evidence that he could have done at the time of death. The alarm, him being at the next thing, a plausible scenario of how him breaking in could have led to it. But you say most people are more personable and they're looking at a feel. And then also, if you're in the courtroom, I think the one time Fox News messed up for a second and showed a little bit of the jury walking out.
Yeah.
And I noticed like 2 white women and 1 black woman.
Mm-hmm.
And that
there is a good mix of jury. I do know that. The jury
that was
is
just in the one Fox video where they messed up for a second and
yeah.
they deleted it. But if you're in the courtroom, you might have a feel for how the jury's leaning.
Yeah. So the jury, they can't.
And then you're talking strategy. So you're just talking, me and you are looking for truth.
Yes.
So if you're, if your goal is to find, like I listen to Alan Dershowitz sometimes also, and actually he came to my synagogue and spoke there, and I got him my YouTube page, although I had to pay $500 to meet him and get a selfie with him. I didn't do that, but I'm saying, if you're just talking, well, I mean, there's whether you're guilty or not, you have a strategy to win. So I mean, me and you are looking for the truth, and,
yes.
But I'm saying like winning strategy has nothing to do with the truth or guilt.
Right.
And so when you're looking at the strategy like that, there's different considerations, and even the prosecution, saying if you're looking at for truth or strategy, and saying like both sides, the prosecution's goal is to win, even if they have a bad case, even if the evidence, even God forbid, I'm not even sure the prosecutor maybe he has the right to turn down the case.
He does. So I will tell you that I'll tell you this. They did not want to bring this case to trial.
I mean, the district attorney that's elected or the prosecutor that's presenting the case. I think the woman who's the elected district attorney isn't the one bringing the case, and the one bringing the case is probably not elected. He's an employee who doesn't have control over that. I mean,
right. He was given the case, but the apparently in the beginning, the DA's office did not want to bring this case to trial. They didn't think they had enough evidence to bring it to trial. But somehow, some way, it got brought to trial. And Michigan is actually one of the only states that does preliminary hearings, believe it or not. Most states do grand jury hearings, so those are sealed. So Michigan is one of the only states that does preliminary hearings, so the defense and the public get to hear what the prosecution has for their case, basically, ahead of time. So they get to know what's going to be put out on the table. And all those cards are put out on the table, and that is what they have to bring for their case. That is their case. So they can't change it. They can't adjust it. And all the witnesses, whatever they say in the preliminary hearing, basically is what they have to say in the actual trial. So that's why they're allowed to be impeached in the trial. That's why they're not allowed to change anything they say in the trial. So they did not want to bring this case. But somehow, some way, the case was brought to trial. It wasn't a strong case.
So if Bolanos is found not guilty, and what happens next?
So I filed the FOIA. I don't know how much it's going to cost. It's going to cost money. I don't know how much. They have 5 days to get back to me. It was a holiday weekend, so I don't know. I have no idea how much it's going to cost. My boyfriend was like, "What's the budget?" And I was like, "I don't know." It's a big case, so I have no idea. So I'm waiting to find out
everything. Or did it have to be specific? Were you able?
Yes, I gave them the case number. And it has to go through Wayne County. I gave them the case number. I told them what I wanted, and I'm just waiting to hear back. I don't know. They did say that they would charge me for, what I got, the hours of the court clerk, all of these things. I have no idea. So I'm just waiting to find out if they're they'll tell me what they will give me, what they won't give me, and
okay, yeah, ma'am. I mean, if it's. Maybe I'll help you with the cost. Depending on
if it's, I'll just see what they're willing to give up, and how much, and what other hoops I have to jump through. But I don't know. I have no idea. I just know I've submitted for it, so we'll just see what happens from here. But I want to know. I've already told the other person I'm talking to. I'm like, regardless of how the outcome of what happens here, I'm not going to stop until I find out who actually did this. I want to know who did this. And what's crazy is her townhome sold. There's another townhome there that's for sale, and it hasn't sold. And hers sold very fast. And I'm shocked that hers sold as quickly as it did. And there's another one literally with the same layout, and I believe even a nicer kitchen, and it's still for sale.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Say if you're saying it was, sold to someone that she knew or on the open market. She is connected and saying comes from a very wealthy family.
I don't know. I looked on. I can look up in the public record, so I'm going to try and find who bought it. But yeah, it sold. It was pending the other day, so I'm glad I put it off the floor plans and everything when I did, because they took off all those pictures.
I'm not sure if that will have any implications to the case. Well, I was mentioning earlier that I was saying unfortunately the case will probably be unsolved, and there's a few things that could we need more evidence, someone to come forward, or one thing that could happen is there could be a whistleblower on the inside of the police or prosecutors that says they were pressured to do something they didn't want to do or didn't think that was right. Either come forward and say, this was asbestos, although I don't know if it'd be what would be illegal or legal. Assume something's legal for them to say, but some whistleblower inside that would say they were pressured to do something that they didn't think was right, either not to investigate certain leads or to investigate Bolanos even though they didn't think. So I'm not exactly sure how that would come out. It could also be racism. It could be a whistleblower on the inside, and there was someone blatantly racist. In the case that was clearly biased or something. But it wouldn't be surprising if something comes out after the case is a whistleblower from the inside, and then besides that, it would have to be sustained pressure in her friends or families or the Jewish community for information to come out, and could be throwing someone under the bus, either Jeff or someone else, where we're just the Jewish community is kind of are we really going to let this guy come back into the community? and then people start turning against each other, and information starts coming out. So I don't know if you have either, or that could be also be from media pressure, just concerned people, media people, pestering and bothering people for interviews or information. And I mean, what do you think about that? Either inside whistleblower in the police, or pressure and people in the Jewish community or friends or circle turning against each other.
It's going to have to be somebody who's in the media that is not afraid to question the right people, because there's going to have to be some good journalist, like on the ground, boots on the ground person who is not afraid. But there's clearly some fear, because like even with me just doing my little series, the more that I'm looking into it, the more that I'm even like, okay, if I don't show up on a episode one day, then know that there's something, because I'm even like, the more tinfoil hat I get into this, the more I'm like, okay, I think I'm gonna like maybe not be here one day, because I don't know, because I'm thinking there's more to this than meets the eye. It does not make sense that this was literally like they did a freaking press conference at the White House for this. And now it's literally crickets. Are you kidding me right now? No one's talking about it?
Well, I'm a libertarian, so it's like, yeah, of course they're corrupt and incompetent, and they were just BS. Like, but President Biden is not following this case. He doesn't care.
Oh, no, of course not. I knew that. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, you can't.
Even a lot of Samantha, like, she was a wonderful, nice, friendly person, but like, there's also the idea of being connected to wealth and power. So
yes.
How much does it mean? Like, I'm friends with this woman who has a nice personality, it's full package, or to say like, I have friends in high places, and so saying, well, I wasn't really friends with Samantha Woll. I kind of knew her; she was friendly to me, but like she was probably friendly to everybody, and it was more that I wanted to be connected to wealth and power, and so she was just someone on the inside that was mildly nice to me, and so like it played off on my ego to make me think that like I'm an insider to wealth and power, because I think that this woman's my friend, when reality is she's equally friendly to thousands of people.
Right. But
I mean, it's kind of like politicians in general, saying like everyone thinks that person's your friend, and they're really friends with nobody.
Right.
That's just their personality, and saying like, Governor Whitmer just wrote a book called Big Gretch. And like, I guess she has like 10 rules, and one of them is like, something it never hurt to be nice. But like, as a political strategy, especially as a woman, there's a Governor Whitmer's new book coming out that says like, be nice. It's a good strategy. Even being nice to your detractors and opponents. And like, I mean, have you read The Prince, Machiavelli, The Prince?
No.
Are you familiar with it?
No.
I mean, it's one of the most famous books ever written. It was written in Italy like 500 years ago by a guy, Machiavelli. I think it was for one of the Medicis. Like, he was an up-and-coming scholar and wanted to be on the payroll for the Medicis. And the idea was how to be a ruler. And so, I mean, he says a bunch of interesting things, but one of his theses is you should internally and secretly be ruthless, but you should portray yourself as benevolent to the masses, that you need to delude the masses into thinking you're benevolent, while at the same time secretly being ruthless. So, if you have enemies or people that know too much, God forbid, even just kill them, execute them, get rid of them, punish them, get them out of the way any way possible, but don't let the masses know that that's your real personality. And the masses always need to think that you're this benevolent, wonderful, nice person. And, so this was kind of like, it was written in Italy 500 years ago, but it's kind of like that, like one of the most important historical books on psychology and politics. And there's even words they call like Machiavellian, like you're being Machiavellian, meaning like you're just falsely portraying yourself to be benevolent to the public when you're secretly ruthless. But I'm saying like,
interesting.
You look at like politicians, the government, power leaders always have a tendency to do that. Saying like, like even streamers could be like that.
Mhm.
Just a second, like entertainment, media, music. Like we're talking right now friendly, but like once we're behind closed doors, it's like, you never, like, I will ruin you, I will crush you like the bug you are. Saying, but like, but once the crowd's there, it's like, but I'm saying it's almost expected. Like, of course,
So
everybody.
you just described like every woman. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, you say women, well, I'm saying any public person. Saying because the public won't like you if you're ruthless.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
That's very true.
But it's saying like ruthlessness is the most effective internal strategy.
Yeah.
And so,
I mean, yeah, that's true. And they did paint, they put Samantha up on such a pedestal. So I don't know. According to everything that I've read, everything that I've heard, anything about her, like it's really like she was just a complete saint. So
I stream a lot. Like I used to have, she seems like the person that didn't really have, she couldn't even really bring herself to be mean. Even the guy Paul at her funeral said like the last thing he saw, like the Barbie movie with her, and where they said like weird Barbie, she was like, I don't like they're calling her weird Barbie or something. That was that guy Paul, when he spoke at the funeral, made that comment of how nice Samantha was, and I could see that. But I also remember that there's good cop, bad cop, and like I used to day trade in like stock market. I had a boss who was like that. But when he wanted when he wanted to show his disapproval with me, he would call me into the office, and this other guy would be there, and he'd just start yelling at me, and he would just sit there like listening and saying like, yeah, he kind of felt bad, but I mean, just that's the way. So if you do have that nice personality, you could still have the bad cop there, and you can still like silently like, well, you deserve it. I would never treat you this way, but you deserve it. And so like there's no way Samantha rose to that kind of power in the synagogue and the Democratic Party without at least having people who play bad cop.
Right.
And then he's saying, I mean, if you're psychologically arguing, you say like you're just weak.
Right.
So I'd rather deal with the person who could tell me how they really feel. You're just a wimp and you're scared to tell me how you really feel, play the bad cop, but really that is how you feel. So I mean, you could just argue psychologically that like, like, okay, maybe she came from a very privileged background and she never knew how to deal with conflict like that. And especially if you're in like a privileged background, where you have kind of like these bubble circles, and then, someone misbehaves, like all of a sudden they're gone.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you were, part of like elite circles or like that or something, where you could be like all nice and pretty. And then, someone misbehaves and you're like, well, I'm still going to be all nice and pretty. But like, like eventually that guy's going to come over. You're going to be gone. You're never going to be invited to any of these events ever again. And so you could maintain, like a lot of women in power will do that also, just that, they have their attack dog that they'll sick on you. And I'm not sure if Samantha was like that, but it wouldn't surprise me, because then like you can't be in power like that. And certainly like in the synagogue, like, okay, they moved from being an open synagogue to having locked doors, to having security, to kind of being an elitist organization that, so she wouldn't be the one to say, you're not welcome in here anymore. But she might be part of the background group that's deciding who's not welcome anymore. And even though she's not going to be the one enforcing it. And so I would say those are like psychological group social dynamics where even the nicest people are not, I never buy, like, there's no such thing as like, and because like we live in if you want to say like she was too nice, she was too naive for Detroit, like maybe not, she had, she also had like mostly male friends. She probably had tough friends. She probably had, police, political connections, maybe kind of feel like you have no idea who you're dealing with. Like, I'm not going to stop you, but, someone else will. And if you're, from enough of like a, I don't know, like elitist organization, you could have that comfortability, like, you're acting inappropriately. and someone's going to notice very closely, and you're about to be escorted out.
Maybe that is what happened to her.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be also. I mean, you think like Hillary Clinton or something like that.
Yeah. The Clintons are. I know a lot about the Clintons.
Well, I'm saying, like, she became big enough that everyone, basically thinks she's Machiavellian, but at the same time, like, she's almost always perfectly behaved and nice, although like almost everybody looks at her as like Machiavellian and secretly ruthless.
Clinton?
Hillary Clinton.
She's not secretly ruthless. She's openly ruthless. She's very ruthless.
Well, I mean, maybe in her older years, but like up to like a certain point, she wasn't openly ruthless, and even then, she still tries to hide her ruthlessness.
She tries. She's not very good at it anymore.
Well, I mean, just because she reached a certain level of fame and popularity.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
But you could often, and I was an assistant to, I don't know, like, I mean, God forbid, I was an assistant to many rabbis. And I remember this rabbi who, he went to like a funeral of one of his followers, like grandparents. And then, like, as we were walking away, he turned to me. He's like, man, it's such a waste of time. And like, I can't believe I had to go to like, it was like shocked. And they're saying like, okay, he's just a person. And I can see like he feels that way, but it's like, just like, okay, like, like he's a big rabbi, he's got hundreds of followers, and someone really wanted him to go to like, their grandfather's funeral. And then like he's walking, like I was driving him, and as I was going away, he's like, oh man, it was such a waste of time. I can't believe I had to go to this funeral. And I can see like, okay, like that's probably how he felt. I was, shocked that he said it out loud.
Yeah. Well, I have more theories, but I really think that tomorrow I'm going to start my live, but I have to fly out to Arizona. And hopefully we'll be able to catch back up on it. I think tomorrow it's going to, I don't know if they're going to get to closing arguments tomorrow. It depends on how long the prosecution is going to browbeat Michael, and try to twist him up. But I feel like they're going to try to make him lose his temper.
Yeah. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, but like, I mean, besides for like accusing him of lying, I mean, if he just sticks, like, even if they could catch him in some sort of like, it's like, it's going to be like Tom Cruise or something, like, like I want the truth. And he's like, and you went into that apartment and you killed her. He's like, yes, you got me. Like, I mean, it seems almost in he said, okay, like, yeah, like he twisted him up. He lied, but how is he going to get to this? Like, admit it, you went into that apartment and you killed her. And like, as long as he sounds reasonable, like, dude, there's no way I would have killed her. Like, it's not what I do.
I don't even think, even in the interrogations, that I don't even think angry Michael, I don't even see even in those that he was ever really like angry. Like, I don't even see that kind of come out of him. He just is like frustrated. Like, that was the most I ever saw where he was just like, look, man, I didn't do this. Like, he never, and also, if you notice in the opening statement from the defense attorney, he said a certain cop was going to get on the stand and say that Michael told him that he touched Samantha. And then the prosecution objected, because that cop never got on the stand. They were never going to call that police officer. That's why they objected, and they struck that from the opening statement from the defense.
Would the defense call him on his own?
I don't think she was going to allow that. That's why they struck it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. You're saying that you're saying that the judge could have disallowed the defense from calling him.
They didn't. He wasn't on the witness list, so I don't think that he was allowed to be called for whatever reason. But he was not called. Because it was hearsay, because it wasn't a recorded conversation. Which, to me, now I'm just going to say this because I think it makes no sense that he couldn't be called, because they allowed that chopped up video with that shadow in a green circle to be put together. And I don't think that's fair, because it was out hundreds of hours of video over hundreds of cameras that were put together and spliced together to make that video fit the time frame. and I don't think that was fair. I don't think that should be allowed. It must be some kind of Michigan thing that allows that. But for whatever reason, they allowed that video to be put in that showed Michael downtown, but not any time I showed that whole time frame that they built, and none of that put Michael actually at her house or anywhere. And I honestly, and I have asked this, but I don't know for certain, but I honestly don't believe. I just think it's a strategy, as you said earlier, but I don't believe Michael actually saw Samantha. But I think because they found that tip of a pin drop on his jacket, or they're saying they found it on his jacket, he's having to have some sort of reasoning for it. And
yeah,
they
I wasn't
can't.
sure about that either. And saying, yeah, I was kind of skeptical. The story didn't necessarily add up. And if the defense is going to keep on, pressuring, or if he's saying if he did see a body, that he would have known that she was dead, or just saying like he saw a body, he touched it, he didn't know. I mean, if she was dead on the street.
Yeah, even the timing
when
doesn't
he was
match up
there,
for him to have touched
we
her.
know he was in the area. So,
Right.
yeah, like it sounded like from the phone call that the lawyer was recommending that he say that.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Bolanos was saying like, no,
Yes.
not what happened. And whether he decided to say that, yeah, I mean, it's unclear. And then saying that you're just okay, like, I mean, I do research in like psychology and philosophy of mind, and there's a lot of stuff about memory. Like, you could implant memories, and after the trial, he could have forgot what actually happened, or self-implanted a memory going over in his own head and created a false memory in his head of what happened also.
Right. But the timing doesn't add up. This is what's messing this all up for me, is the time. The timing does not add up. He said when he touched her, she was cold and clammy or something. What was she? Cold and crusty? Cold and crusty.
Yeah, that
that's
really
not possible. Yeah, at 4:20. If her motion sensor goes off at 4:20, that is her coming out of her apartment. That's what we're assuming. We're assuming that's her coming out of her townhouse.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think, I'm not sure what the motion detector at 4:20 is, but I don't think that's her leaving the apartment. I would expect that if she was killed like 1:20, that she probably left the apartment before 2, and she would have been on the floor the whole time. So if he did bump into her body, it could have been like 4:10, and her body was there for like 2 hours already.
Yeah. So
whatever happened at 4:20 is, I mean, it could be anything. It could be an object falling. It could be like a spider on the alarm. It could be a misfire.
See, I have a question about that too. Does that count as motion? Does that sense motion if like this, like if a spider crawls across your sensor?
Well,
does that count?
My alarm had issues like that at my parents' house, and it turned out to be a spider.
Okay.
But and it could also just be a pure misfire, or it could have been something that fell. If there's something in your apartment and that it was just unsturdy from a few hours and finally fell randomly at 4:20. But saying that doesn't have to be explained. You're saying something happened at 4:20, it's just a brief movement, set something off. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything connected to the case. And it's saying it makes most sense if she was killed about 1:30, that she probably made it to the street much earlier, at maybe even within half an hour.
Yeah, I mean,
also, if he was there from 4 to 4:20 in the vicinity, that he could have came across her body at any time, like at 4:10 or something like that.
Yeah, it could have been any of those times, and all the times that I believe that she was attacked, not necessarily when her time of death is, which is shocking as well, that they're not giving us, the medical examiner did not even give us a time of death. I asked a doctor, I said, hey, here's the injuries. I showed her the injuries. I was like, how long do you think? Because the medical examiner said, don't ask me. I deal with dead bodies, not living ones. So I was like, okay, I'll ask a doctor who deals with living people in an emergency room doctor. I'm going to ask, how long do you think this person could have lived with these injuries? And they were like, I mean, honestly, they're not that bad of wounds. They could have lived for a while. And I said, well, this forensic pathologist said they think she could have been unconscious for a while. And this is what they had. She had her toxicology. Like, yeah, she could have passed out for a few hours.
Well, you said because the Dragovich, I mean, it's really interesting testimony, but I mean, so the autopsy was completely butchered.
Yes.
If they had taken a cell sample from any of her major organs, they probably could have given a reasonable estimate of the time of death. I mean, because
there was no estimated time of death, which is shocking. She died,
the organs would stop working. So a cell sample from any of the major organs would have been able, like the brain or the lungs, heart, a cell sample from any of those that wasn't taken. And it's saying, I don't know, conspiracy, just be incompetence, Detroit, a lot of murders or a lot of people overworked and underpaid. But whatever case, they didn't take a cell sample of any of the major organs. Had they would have determined a time of death. Like you said, they should have tested the wound against the knives that were found in the apartment, for the murder weapon, because the most likely weapon that she was killed with is one of the knives in her own apartment.
Yes.
And he mentioned that one of the wounds on her head, God forbid, reached her brain. And
yes,
so likely
the one in the back.
Yeah, I mean, so likely she fainted from the trauma.
It hitting her membrane. It hit the membrane between that and her being on Ambien. I mean, that's a knocker outer right there.
Yeah, and so but saying that if she was attacked about 1:20 and she passes out where the majority of the blood is right near the door, and the sensor doesn't catch that, and I guess I'm not sure if she was able to get out, she was passed out for, I mean, so a few things like all the blood has to go around the apartment. So saying if it happened at 4:20, then the question of what about all the blood all over the couch and all over her apartment, and the alarm's only off for 1 minute.
Right.
But it's saying if she was attacked about 1:20, and I don't know if they said the alarm goes off at 1:24, but that's enough for her to bleed all over the part of the apartment where the alarm would go off, and then she passes out. I mean, she has to get to her phone or try to unlock her phone.
Yes. At 1:29.
But the phone is found under her couch.
Yep.
And then her contacts are found on the floor. I mean, they're also the lockbox key, but I mean, forget that for now. But just saying that eventually. So I mean, it's possible. I mean, I don't know if they claim that she's stabbed near the couch, but if after, God forbid, the stab in her brain, she passes out, or if she's up and around. So if she's stabbed about 1:20 and maybe she passes out for a few minutes, the person who did it thinks that she's dead and runs. And then after a few minutes, she comes to, fumbles around, bleeding all over the place. Maybe the person who did it or her thinks to go into the basement. Maybe you said to, or whatever the case, gets to the phone, tries to unlock it, but doesn't have success, and then passes out near the entrance. And then, there's enough blood there that she would have had to have been laying there. I think they said at least 10 minutes, and then isn't successful with the phone and tries to go outside for help, and then would have been laying outside by even 1:45. And then you said with the body temperature, if she was out from 1:45, would her body be cold and blue 5 hours later? That might make more sense, that it would take 5 hours for her body to become cold and blue than 2 hours. And then so she's out there from 1:45. If Bolanos is in the parking lot, then it's very likely he would have came across her body.
Yeah, but he wasn't in that area at 1:45.
No, I'm saying at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, at 4 o'clock he was in the area.
From 4 to 4:20.
But she would she would be cool to the touch, but cold and blue, yeah, it would take, 6 to 8 hours. It would take a while. But
Well, I
in
think her
45
neighbor
degrees,
found her blue at 6:20. So I'm saying if she had already been dead for 5 hours, then
yeah,
so she's blue to the neighbor. Like I'm saying,
yes.
Colanos, he just
He
gets
said she was
blood on him.
cold.
He just, or he says something like checking for a breath that doesn't even make sense.
No,
He's saying he leaned down like you don't check. For,
I don't.
You don't
I
check
just
for breath by touching her back.
no,
So I'm saying like his testimony didn't make sense.
no.
I'm not sure it matters to me that it didn't make sense because like I still think it's infeasible that he did it because I think she was killed earlier.
Right. I think she was
But,
killed
like,
while
yeah,
he was.
his story didn't really make sense, but it didn't really affect my view of whether he was guilty or not. Because but like yeah, I mean like, like he said he touched her back, but then how do you check for breath? And like, I'm not sure if you could even check for a breath by like you put your fingers near like her mouth to see.
Yeah, no.
That doesn't. Even
I don't think he. I honestly don't think he saw her.
Even if he said that, like he just saw like she wasn't moving. He wasn't sure if she was dead. He touched her.
Yeah, no.
He saw something was wrong. She wasn't moving. To get out of there. Like he's not a doctor. He doesn't know whether she's dead.
No.
Medical.
The story does not make sense.
I mean, he just said like he's not a doctor. He doesn't know whether she's dead or not. He just knows she's not moving. She didn't respond to his touch. He ran.
Yeah, but he's been supposedly avoiding people all night long. And you're going to go up to someone who's laying down on the ground? That doesn't make sense.
Well, you might think they're
he's avoiding people because he doesn't want to get caught stealing. But I'm saying if he sees someone laying on the ground, if it's a homeless person or someone not moving, they're not going to know that he's stealing. It wasn't like I'm saying that doesn't necessarily. He's been avoiding security. But I'm saying if he sees someone on the street that is just laying there, it's not a threat to him. Just like when he said he got to Greektown and he walked into people, why wasn't he scared? Because like he wasn't stealing, that he wasn't scared of anything. He was just walking in Detroit. He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
So
but if he's in her parking lot and he sees a body, is he going to go to it or away from it?
It's unclear. He might, but I'm saying just because the body's not going to be a threat to him, it's not going to be a cop or security guard, or even if it is a cop or security guard on the floor, like he's not going to touch him and get arrested.
Yeah, wouldn't you just, I mean, I'm not a criminal, but wouldn't you just walk away, just turn around and walk away?
No, because you could be a criminal and still have mercy on somebody or just be curious. I mean, you just be curious and say like, he determined that whoever the body on the floor there wasn't a threat.
But then also, if you noticed in his testimony, right, Brian asked him, could you tell what race she was? Could you tell as male or female? Could you tell white or black? And he said no, right?
Oh, how
then
dark.
Later, yeah, it was too dark, right? Then later in his testimony, he says, I didn't say anything because I'm a young black man out in the middle of the night and this is a dead white woman. And I was like, oh crap.
Yeah, I'm saying that's like recreated memories where he doesn't probably remember what happened. He's recreating memories, having sit in the courtroom. And I'm saying, to me, like the fact that he's tripping up on that doesn't change the fact that the evidence, I don't think, points to him being in the apartment and being the one who killed her. But it
right,
might
I'm just hoping that the jury sees the same thing that we're seeing, because I'm hoping.
I was reading an article. I think they just did a 3-part documentary, and it was in Texas, of like Kenyan nursing home pillowcase smotherer.
Yes, I saw a snippet of that.
I guess. I mean, he lied and just said he didn't do it, and he even got released temporarily and did like an interview on TV, and saying like, I mean, under the evidence, but it's saying he just lied and said it wasn't him. But you're thinking like, okay, he's a liar, but does that mean he killed her? And you base whether he killed her on the fact whether he's a liar and his story doesn't add up, or the plausibility of the evidence pointing to him doing it. So I mean, it's not good that that he looks like a liar. He's been demonstrated to be a liar, and that his story doesn't add up. But from the way I'm looking at it, does that mean that he killed her? And like, can the prosecution say like, like admit you lied about it, admit and then some sort of admit you lied about this, admit you were in her apartment, admit you killed her. And I don't see that jump. But I'm saying, like, yeah, it's not going to look good for him that he's a liar and that his story doesn't add up. And so, if the defense attorney could try to rehearse and train him, I mean, like, if me and you are looking for truth, we could try to read through his words and you say maybe it was a strategy, maybe he didn't see the body, and maybe he just said, like, he's scared that they're going to find him guilty, so he said it. I mean, we can't really know that. And how the jury's going to look at, but I'm saying just from being a liar, and saying from the jury's perspective, if he didn't kill her and she was killed earlier, her body would have been there on the street, and he could have bumped into her body, and that could explain the blood. And that's a better explanation than the near impossible scenario that he went into her apartment and killed her in the time frame with the alarm and the evidence as is. And then especially like the crime of passion. And like, what do you think about her hoodie being gone? Like, she stabbed through her jacket hat.
I think that says a lot. I think that, again, like I've mentioned, she was dressed like she was gonna go somewhere, or maybe she got cold in the night or something. But she appeared to be like, not just like she was, either she got cold or she was either waiting for someone, or she was expecting someone, or she was expecting to go somewhere or something, because she was dressed.
Well,
like,
yeah, but it's saying like, you don't sleep with a jacket on her. You don't
right,
sleep with, like,
exactly.
And
so
saying,
she either had just.
But he's saying even inside, even if, I mean, if she was smoking weed, she had the window open, and it was a chilly night, or if she.
I mean, what's chilly to you in Detroit? It was 44 degrees, 45 degrees. It's not that cold for Detroit, right?
Well, I mean, it could be chilly enough that if you had the window open and were smoking weed, that maybe you'd be wearing a jacket inside.
I feel like sort of maybe she was either she got cool and she was wearing a jacket, or she was either waiting for someone, or she was letting someone out, or
she thought she was going to be letting someone out. Like, so if she had a voluntary guest and she had someone there in her apartment, and that person who was there somehow turned into a confrontation and killed her, and it could be because it was a jealous boyfriend who planned on killing her, but she didn't know that was their plan. Whether he showed up unannounced, even if the person used the lockbox.
Yes.
Or even remotely was possible that the person used the lockbox and was there waiting for her when she got home in hiding. Or her back door's open, that maybe she was outside on the back porch. But I mean, just something. How do you explain that she had her jacket on with the hoodie? Because clearly she was stabbed through her jacket hood.
Right.
So also it's saying, okay, both people, Michael and the person who found her, mentioned that her upper back near her shoulder was exposed.
Well, the guy who found her said her lower back. He touched her lower back.
So Michael said her upper back. But
yeah, Michael said he touched her shoulder. I think he said her neck or something.
So I mean, if
which
she had
wouldn't be possible, because everything was blood, just blood.
Well, I mean, she had her hoodie on.
Yes, and her hoodie. But the lady said she saw the bow in her hair.
Her hoodie was off, so she had her jacket on, and like her hoodie or her was not properly on.
Yes.
A little bit of her neck or back was exposed.
Right.
Or saying that the neighbor found like she would crawled on the floor, that her back of her shirt or jacket would have been up, that her lower back was exposed. But
right.
I mean, like, yeah, the story is difficult, and just trying to trace, like, obviously when she was killed, she had her hoodie on, because the stab wound went through her hoodie
Right.
into her back of her head. And then just thinking like, unless like, I mean, if she was sleeping like face down with her hoodie on and the person just came to her and stabbed her, or like if she, if, I mean, really you can't come up with a scenario, even to try to come up with a scenario where if she had confrontation and someone was in her apartment but she knew the person and the confrontation escalated, but that she would have been there with her jacket and hoodie on. I mean, it's still kind of like, it's pretty weird.
It is weird.
In any scenario, let alone to like say how Blanos, it's near impossible that he did it, because she would have had to be asleep in her hoodie, and to be stabbed from both sides, from the front and the back, to how that's even possible. But okay, so if she was in a confrontation with somebody that was prolonged, that still, like, why? How does she have her hoodie and her jacket on?
So it's the most of the blood was found in the hallway, right?
Yeah, but that's probably the last place.
I would dare say I've been toying with the fact that maybe she was attacked in the hallway first, because that's where most of the blood is found.
And then the person who attacked her left, and then at some point she gets up.
And she goes for her phone. She tries to get to her phone, which is by the sofa, and that's blood transfer. She can't. But was there blood on her phone? Is the question. No one. There's so many questions that they're not answering. Was there blood on her phone?
I think they put her phone out on one of the pictures that didn't have blood on it.
No.
But I mean, she might not have had blood on her hands. I mean, you think like if she was bleeding, she probably would have wiped it with her hands. But
they didn't show. They never got her fingerprints. They never did any of that. I'm just.
And then her contacts are found on the floor near her couch.
Right. If usually when there's an attack, wherever a lot of people are assuming she was attacked on the sofa and then she made it to the hallway, but usually where the most of the blood is where the attack happened first, because that's where the blood pool.
Yep.
That's where the attack actually.
I mean, just from the nature of like a knife attack, like I'm assuming she was probably standing up.
Right. So he would have attacked her from behind, is what I'm thinking, attacked behind. That's what she had the hood on, so she didn't even see it coming. Everyone is assuming she was asleep on the sofa.
Well, I mean, she has on her neck.
Right. So she could have had her back turned to the person.
Well, I would guess, I mean, also she has bruises like that. You're saying whether you're getting guess whether it first started with, some sort of punches. But it's saying that you could also say she was first, the stabs in front happened first, and then she tried to get away.
Right.
And the stabs in the back happened as she was trying to get away.
Could be that too.
Because if she was attacked in the back first, then how do you get to attack in the front? Why would she turn around and let you stab her in the front if you attacked her from the back? So that's why I guess that first she was attacked from the front and then tried to get away, and the person continued trying to attack her as she was trying to get away, and that would just explain how there's attacks in the front and the back, because if she was attacked first in the back, why would they give her why would she give them her front?
This is my point. They had the FBI involved, the state involved. They had all of these people involved that could have recreated these scenarios, but yet they spent all of their time piecing together hundreds of video camera views to pinpoint Michael Jackson Bolanos, where his phone was pinging out of all of the hundreds of people that were in downtown Detroit that night, to him, to fit their timeline, when they could have possibly been recreating a crime scene.
Well, I mean, saying if there's a whistleblower, but saying, okay, Dana Nessel spoke at her funeral, Governor Whitmer made statements.
So did Rashida, whatever her name is.
Yeah, but she's not as powerful. But it's saying someone that could have called off the investigation on the Jewish community, her friends and family, where originally the police were like, okay, this is a crime of passion. It was probably one of her, like if Paul spoke to them the very next day,
Yes.
and they know she's got some sort of love quadrangle, that they're looking like it's probably someone in this love quadrangle, someone friends and family, someone who had access to her apartment, someone who knew her well enough to have done it. And there could have been higher up pressure, like you got to stop investigating her friends and family. Like, Samantha, she's from a good people, good family, good community. None of these people would have done it. Stop the investigation. And that's when they started looking for other venues, as where the police originally were they Paul speaks to them the next day. Maybe Aaron, if they speak to him the next day and to find out his sister said that he might be a stalker. It turns out he's lying about having a key. To whether Aaron was the first suspect or Jeff or David or somebody else, and then someone higher up, which could have been one of a whole bunch of people, just saying, back off the community, back off her friends and family. It wasn't them. And even though the police, look like, hey, I think it's one of them. Sorry. Like it might be a really good guy who never committed a crime in his life, but this is the type crime of passion that even someone who never committed a crime in life could have done.
Yeah, but do you notice in the gallery?
When the call gets made, they had to start investigating. Then they bring in the state police and
Yes.
the FBI, and then they start looking for. They're looking for video footage anyways. But once they get Bolanos, and then even the police officer said once they find the blood on Bolanos' jacket, they completely called off the investigation of all the other parties. But it's
Right.
like, it wouldn't be surprising if there was pressure from the beginning, from any number of powerful parties, and it could be, it could be the governor herself, just saying like, do not investigate her friends and family. It wasn't them. And like, how do you know it's not them? It was a crime of passion. But you just like Samantha was my friend. She was a wonderful person. She wasn't killed by a friend or family. Back off. And like whoever said that to the police, maybe there'll be a whistleblower, but like it wouldn't be surprising if that happened.
Well, if you look in the gallery, all those people who probably didn't even know each other, Brett Foreman, what's her friend's name? The gay best friend, is it Paul? Is that his name?
Yeah, I forget his last name.
And her sister, they're all sitting with each other in the gallery. And
what, the funeral?
In the courtroom. And her sister, who accused Aaron of being a stalker, that's not a word you use lightly. You don't go around saying, David's a stalker, Richard's a stalker. You don't go around telling people that if you don't think that person is possibly a stalker. So, and then get on the stand and go, oh, I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, that guy, though, I'm saying if you saw his testimony, he's friends with their parents.
I know, but you don't say someone's a freaking stalker and then take it back.
She said she never met him.
Exactly. And now she's really good friends with him. Oh, now I know him very well, and he's a really great guy. Like, what?
Well, I'm saying he might be. And saying she might have met him afterwards.
Yes, she did. That's what she said. She said now she's met him, and he's a really great guy. Now they sit next to each other in the dang courtroom.
Yeah, God forbid but it's saying that it seems likely that somebody within the Jewish community had enough pull to probably tell somebody that maybe wasn't in the Jewish community to tell the police to back off, to stop investigating her friends and family.
Look, it comes down to elections.
And saying from the police, you're saying if the original police investigation, based on Paul's testimony, that they were investigating her friends and family, the people that had access to her apartment.
Right, because Paul's not Jewish, right?
It was a horrible... I'm pretty sure he's not, but I don't know for sure. A lot of times people have like a tiny bit of Jewish blood, but from everything we know, no.
Okay, so all of these positions are elected positions. Kim what's her name, the district attorney? She's an
Wasn't-
elected position, right?
Yeah, I mean, the attorney general, the governor, the Congress.
All of them. All of them are elected positions. And all of these people have connections with this Isaac Agree synagogue.
Well, no, they really have connections with Samantha.
Right.
So I'm saying, like, no,
Samantha
the attorney general, the governor, Elizabeth Slotkin, don't have any connection with the synagogue. They only have connection with Samantha.
But Samantha has connections with all of those people, the donors.
They're not Detroiters.
But she has connections with all the donors and all the sponsors that gave money to that synagogue.
Yeah, so the politicians, but I'm saying that, like, those major none of them are Detroiters. I mean, maybe they've been in the synagogue once or twice, but like they're not connected to the synagogue. They're connected to Samantha, who is their person in Detroit.
Right. But Samantha has somehow, some way, connected them to someone.
Well, I'm not sure if she was like a money point person who was connecting with the donors. She actually did like door knocking and training. She trained people like how to knock on doors for elections. I mean, I think she was actually the head of like the Michigan Democratic Party in Detroit. But I mean, I'm not sure that she was so much like a big donor person. And but I know she trained people, for door knocking, and like the election like 2016, like she had a whole crew and they knocked on tens of thousands of doors. So it may not necessarily be that she was the money person. I mean, she happened like her family's like wealthy, but they're not necessarily like mega wealthy, and she may or may not have. I mean, from what I know, she wasn't actually the point person for the mega donors. I mean, because it's not. I mean, Democratic Party depends on mega donors, but it also depends on volunteers and knocking on doors. And from what I understand, that was more that she was involved in.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm making just a separate point that after she's found dead, and if the Detroit police are going with the angle that it's probably somebody she knew that had access to her apartment, and then someone who had enough pressure on the Detroit police to say, back off her friends and family. It wasn't them. That the Detroit police would have felt the pressure to back off her friends and family.
Yeah, just like they felt the pressure to solve this very, very quickly.
Well, I mean, it took a while actually. So like it kind of went away. So like in mid-December, it had almost went away. There was almost no news coverage, no updates at all.
Yep.
And then, so when Bolanos was announced towards the end of December, it was out of nowhere, and there was a period of time where it had just completely fallen out.
Yep.
And, maybe there'd be like a newspaper article every few weeks, and I mean, I think like Richard was in the Facebook group, and like like it was huge amounts of posts that were like, I think it was anti-Semitism, and there was even like people thinking it was Rashida Tlaib. But like if you looked on, because I was following it the whole time. And but like after the first suspect was released, and we have that much information, and there was just no lead at all. The majority of the random posts on social media were people that were like, I don't believe him. I think it was anti-Semitism. And so that could also be pressure because Jews want to feel safe, or the police don't want to so the politicians are the ones who are more likely to care about investment in Detroit. So look at these wealthy organizations and foundations, they're investing in Detroit. And if people like Samantha Woll are killed in Detroit, they're going to pull their money out of Detroit.
But
it's some issue. So they have a strong urge. So originally it's not anti-Semitism because, like, God forbid, it's probably a Jew on Jew crime. But if it's not a Jew on Jew crime, and it is a random attack, like in December, I would say most of the people following the case of random people were thinking like, it's still probably anti-Semitism. I don't know if you agree with that assessment, Richard. I know in your group that there were a lot of posts back at that time before Bolanos was arrested what people, most of the conspiracy theories were still, it was anti-Semitic, and there was even a sizable, even maybe even half of the conspiracy theories that thought somehow Rashida Tlaib was directly connected to it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that was like in December before Bolanos was arrested. That was the kind of talk that was going on.
Well, I just think it's very ironic that even that her trial, that her case is not being highlighted, but her name is still being used to basically like for the synagogue. Like the synagogue is still using her.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, she was a wonderful person. You can't let the memory of her fall away or die. We need, and also like people like me, and not just me, but a lot of people have fallen away from the synagogue, saying like, well, like the rabbi, a lot of the staff and people from there, they're not from Detroit. So it's like like they're paid implants from other areas.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I'm not going to go to Detroit to see the people at the synagogue who were hired by Jewish organizations to work at this synagogue because they were willing to move to Detroit. Samantha's a multi-generational Detroit family.
Mm-hmm.
So, when Samantha's goes away, it's like, well, what's their, who am I going to go to the Jewish event to see? A bunch of people I don't know, a bunch of kind of like elite wannabes that were, brought in from different places around the state or country that are, that are getting paid by organizations to be put in charge of me. Basically.
Right.
So then you think like, no, but it's the memory. You have to keep the memory of Samantha Woll, what she stood for, alive. And then you have to think like, well, what the synagogue is representative of what she stood for. But unfortunately, then it's, well, what did she stand for? Because you think, well, she believed in people and she was inclusive, but that's not what the synagogue stands for anymore.
Right.
Like, saying like the Muslim-Jewish alliance completely fell apart
Right.
after she passed away. She had a unique talent to bring together people and make people feel comfortable as like the word they call Ashkenazi Jews. Are you for that term?
No, I said a term in my next video.
Ashkenazi is the just means like European Jews that come from a European background.
Okay. No.
So, like, in Jewish circles, they call they play on words. They call it like, and it comes from the Bible. Noah's grandson, like Japhet is Noah's son, and one of Japhet's son is Ashkenaz, and according to biblical legend, Ashkenaz settles northern Europe and Germany. So like Ashkenaz means like the German Jews, the European Jews. So most Jews in America are Ashkenazi. They come from Europe. And so, the Jewish scholars, social commentators use the word like Ashken normativity, where we're saying like you just have a bunch of Ashkenazi Jews, kind of like white Jews who feel comfortable around each other. So now if you go to the synagogue, it's just, like Ashken normativity. It's just a bunch of white Jews who feel comfortable around other white Jews. Where Samantha was the exception. She was the one who was bringing diverse and different people together and made people feel comfortable. So like now if you go there, he's like, well, I don't belong here. This is for kind of like elite white Jews, and I'm not like I don't even know anybody here, and these people are all like elites. The rabbi went to Harvard, and these people work.
Yes.
And so no longer. So I mean, it's one of these inverse type things where. The synagogue doesn't actually stand for what Samantha stood for, but in order to, the memory of what Samantha stood for, you give to the synagogue when the synagogue no longer represents what she stood for.
Well, which is another one of my theories is that, again, tinfoil, something we talked about in the last Sunday's thing was, could it be because Samantha started off with this whole rebuilding of the synagogue and making it a central point for the Jewish community. What her thoughts and plans for the synagogue were not falling in line any longer with what the big sponsors and everybody now wanted it to be. And like you said, maybe she finally came to her moral compass, her fork in the road, and it wasn't matching anymore. And there wasn't any, they still needed her, but then at the same time, she was probably getting to her point where she was not willing to do the things that they wanted her to do.
So, any like a crime of passion that is saying that, whether it was one of her friends or ex-boyfriends or someone that she might have had these regular arguments, and it was like Samantha, saying like he was the good person who was like wanted to include everybody, and as the synagogue was becoming more elite, saying like, it's not such a good idea to invite this person anymore. Like, I know you like this person, but like, and also, when the synagogue first started, okay, Samantha's a older single woman, but like, the synagogue's trying to move towards like a place for young couples and children, and to some extent, like Detroit's no place to raise kids, and so, when you're single, you could take much more risks than if you're bringing your children there. So if you're just like, it's open to everybody, we'll have Muslims, we'll have homeless people, we'll have everybody, that'll be great. And then you're thinking like, no way, like that's not safe for my kids to be with all these unknown people. Like we have to vet them, we have to have a security. And, because Samantha's older and single, that, she has the luxury maybe of being more inclusive, versus the other people in the synagogue. Like, no, the synagogue needs to be a safe place for white Jews to bring their kids to, and specifically they're going to market the synagogue as part of the gentrification project, as a sign that it's safe to move to Detroit. You could raise a family. Here's a synagogue where basically everybody's white and upper middle class, and you could feel safe to live here, safe to raise your kids there. And part of that means like no more blacks, no more Muslims, no more everybody's welcome.
Which is weird because at the same time on their website, they're saying they're all inclusive and their pictures are very blended.
Well,
but they're
pictures, but it's saying if you look like on their Sabbath morning, it's basically all white Jews.
No, it's all white. It's totally all white. And their staff is all women, white women. They have one dude.
And they're like elite implants from other places that were, being paid big money to live in Detroit.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like, that's not, that's the interest. So I was saying the larger, you have what's called like a Jewish Federation. And
probably,
well, the Federation started, really like 100 years ago, but it comes for the purpose of an umbrella organization to manage all Jewish charities. So instead of giving money to, saying, mostly, benevolent, where you're saying, okay, we're Jews, we care about education, we care about the elderly, we care about jobs training and job services, and synagogues and all these various things. And so, like instead of giving to 10 different organizations for nursing homes, elderly, education, so on and so on, you just have one umbrella organization that manages all of the charities. So that's, it becomes, and actually, like I mentioned, that woman, Lili Corwin Berman, who wrote the book Metropolitan Jews, and she also wrote the book, The Jewish Philanthropic Complex. And it's based on tax law, where the creation of foundations, where at a certain point, tax law started having like the idea of a foundation where you could donate if you have huge, like hundreds of millions of dollars, and you create a foundation, you could control the charity that the money goes to and avoid taxes on it. So the Jewish federations that started out kind of like grassroots, where you had rank and file Jews that gave their money, and then the federation managed the general charities that everybody in the community, like, okay, poor people, education, elderly care, job services, various things that, like, everyone in the community thought was important, got overtaken by mega wealthy people, largely due to tax law. Because, like, if you have $100 million and you have to pay $30 million in taxes, but you create a $30 million foundation instead, and then you don't have to pay taxes on it, and you could control the charity that the money goes to. So the money sits in a foundation, and then the foundation doesn't go to taxes, and then you can control how that money gets dispersed. So at a certain point, the Federation is completely dominated by these foundations, and like 75% plus of the money in the Federation is coming just from a handful of people that have parked their foundation within the Federation, and then the Federation serves almost like a hedge fund that invests and tries to increase their money, buys real estate or different things with that money. But I mean, basically, the federations get usurped from being a grassroots charity organization to controlled by just a handful of wealthy people. And could also have political functions of like tax law, various political concerns for those wealthy people that are doing it through the Jewish Federation. I mean, they still do a lot of charities for the general Jewish people. They might keep some of the nursing homes or educational institutes are constantly getting fed by them, but it leads into corruption. And then
Right.
you have like the interest of the majority of the people who supply like 75% of the Jewish Federation's money are involved in real estate in Detroit. And what they want is gentrification. Gentrification is extremely profitable. So the Downtown Synagogue, which started as kind of like a bunch of left-wing counterculture activists, drug addicts, party promoters that were just trying to preserve empty synagogue, all of a sudden gets taken over by big money interests, and the big money interest starts supplying the synagogue with huge sums of money, like from when I first came to the synagogue, it had been condemned. They tried to sell it, and then they were refused for selling it. So the old board was basically completely wiped out. There was like basically just one old man who kept it on life support, and a handful of stragglers in Detroit that were still there, and a few younger people that were, mostly like drug addicts, party promoters, left-wing activists that were in Detroit. But the synagogue had like a $40,000 a year budget. In the first few years, it was like a shoestring budget, and it didn't matter. It was just a building that we met in, and occasionally like we used the kitchen and made some food, and we had parties there and things like that. But after a few years, we started getting foundational money, and with the foundational money came management that was put in charge. So it wasn't just the people who were active in Detroit that were tended to be more stragglers. It was actually people from the suburbs, from education, that were being put there to be in charge of us.
Right.
And then it started changing, and at the same time, gentrification started happening. The strip club got burnt down. Some of the buildings right next to it got redeveloped and turned into luxury housing. You started having, because like when I first went there, like there wasn't like, if you were in Detroit, you were a straggler.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was really like just as the gentrification was first happening. But like I created my YouTube page to promote the synagogue. Maybe that was like 12 years ago already, but like 6 years ago already, the gentrification's in full step, and the new people coming to the synagogue are no longer stragglers, drug addicts, party promoters, artists, leftist activists. They're yuppies that have just moved into luxury developments.
Mm-hmm.
Then the synagogue switches to almost completely marketing to a new yuppie audience, and it becomes completely dominated by foundational money. All of a sudden, like there's a huge staff, and all the staff are getting paid huge sums of money. Like when I first started, like the whole synagogue, it was lay led. Also, it was important that it was lay led. People like I went and I occasionally gave a sermon, led prayer services, and the next week it'd be somebody else, and anybody could come and sign up, and we had a sign up sheet. Anybody could lead services. But once you start getting foundational money, it changed the dynamic there, and then it was no longer lay led. They had to vet everything that went on. They had to have a certain approved message, and all of a sudden there's a rabbi that's getting, a Harvard alumni that's getting paid $150,000 a year, and then all of a sudden there's like 4 staff positions that are also getting close to $100,000 a year. All of a sudden they have $500,000 a year budget just in staff, and that's coming at the same time with Detroit gentrification. Mainly Dan Gilbert, who gave $2 million towards the rebuilding. But there, also there's a Davidson Foundation that
Yes.
has hundreds of millions of dollars, and they were actually one of the first people to give money to. And they're more, because he passed away, and they more have a variety interest. So like Dan Gilbert, but also unclear. And then the Fisher Foundation, which is another real estate developer that still has family business that's mostly involved in real estate that profits from gentrification. And so you have the change in dynamic where they're now tearing towards a suburban white synagogue where everybody's basically upper middle class, and those are the people that the people are giving foundational support money through the Federation are trying to tier, because they're also investing huge sums of money into real estate around the area, and the only way for that real estate to profit is demographic change and bringing in, because like the what's being built in Detroit is not being built for the people that currently live in Detroit. It's being built for people that don't currently live in Detroit, and they hope to move into Detroit, because otherwise no one in Detroit could actually afford like people like Michael Blanos. He can't afford to live in any of those places. Blanos has to be displaced and pushed out so that the new people like Samantha Woll could have $300,000 condominium.
Right.
And so, I mean, that happened kind of before my eyes, and I think it's going to fail. Like I was reading an article here, I think the gentrification is failing because, I mean, Samantha Woll's death is maybe part of it, because it's like, well, there's really not that much economic future in Detroit. Now with like COVID-19 and remote work, you don't really need to be in Detroit to work. You could work remotely, and there's huge racial issues where almost all of the employment is going to non-blacks that come from outside of Detroit. Almost none of the new jobs and wealth being created in Detroit is actually helping Detroit that had been like 75% black, and they're getting displaced. Like over a period of time, there's the huge center part of Detroit has almost completely been demographically displaced, where almost the majority of the blacks have been forced out of the downtown and good areas, the commercially developed areas where the luxury housing has come in, and almost all the people that have moved in are newer people, some international, some Indian, some Asian. But I mean, Detroit also like 70 years ago used to be like almost all white. But most, you have some college graduates, Jews, different people that are willing to. But I mean, it's saying like 10 years ago, the average person coming to Detroit was coming to Detroit because it was cheap. But now, like, you have to be rich to live in Detroit, but you have to be rich to live in this like artificial gentrified bubble. And that's, Bolano's like, what are you doing on the street here? You don't belong in a gentrified area. This isn't for you. And he's homeless. He can't even, he's working a job and he's homeless. He can't even afford housing.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of these issues that I don't think is, I mean, it could peripherally loosely be connected to her death, or maybe her moral conscience, where it said if she was essentially good and opposed it, that on the more corrupt level that she was exposing corruption. Or I mean, it's possible she was more Machiavellian and really she was, just hid her corruption. But I mean, I'm just giving you the backdrop. I think,
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any reason that would have had to do with her murder. God forbid.
Or could it be something as simple as, why wasn't David Wilkinson called to the stand? Where is he?
I mean, it's a good question. It's saying, like, I mean, I see from his perspective, it's just lose-lose for him to testify.
Well, of course, because he as it was at one time a Republican candidate he was running for positions, and he's an attorney. But I mean, he was supposedly supposed to spend the night, and I just find it odd that he was supposed to spend the night, and we're just allowing basically not even none of the possible persons of interest we were given any alibi for. It was literally just
They said his phone. They checked his phone.
Their phones didn't show up that they were there. Their phones didn't say.
I mean, all the thing in the backdrop of the gentrification and the federation, the foundational money, and like that is connected. I would say it's connected to the investigation that someone, and like, so I mean, Jeff is, I don't think he comes from a particularly wealthy, powerful family. He's a smart guy, went to school, got an upper middle class job, and he could afford, he worked at one of the few employment places, and he's a data analyst, number cruncher, and he could afford to live in, gentrified Detroit. But I don't think his mom maybe had upper middle class, but and from what I know is, I think someone, and it could have been multiple forces. It could have been, some power player behind the scenes that said, back off, of the investigation. Saying like, well, where's David? It's like, back off, shut up. Don't ask that question. I mean, to the police or to the public, and saying like, better than to ask that question. It wasn't him. Like, these are good people. They don't do that kind of thing. And so the police didn't feel that they had the power to investigate it, and they did back off. And then they found the lead of Bolanos, and God forbid if they planted the blood, if you don't buy the story, or the the inconsistencies with the mixed blood or something like that. And then once they had that, they just went with it, and even now they're just not even asking any questions to think, okay, like, I'm saying, like, why is he not making a statement? I could see, like, okay, like, he doesn't want to look bad, so maybe if he's whatever case, like, I can't imagine anything that he would say that wouldn't make him look bad. Like, either he says, like, he's like, it wasn't me. Like, I mean, either he was supposed to come there that night, he has a completely solid alibi, it clearly wasn't him that but like, he stood her up, and then it's questionable was what did she leave the door open for him? And even if Bolanos is the one who did it, that she would still be alive if he had simply given her the courtesy of saying, I'm not going to make it.
Right.
And then she would have, locked her door and went to sleep upstairs.
Right.
So he's saying, like, from what I see, that seems the most likely. So I don't know that to be true. He hasn't made his statement. I mean, he could say, no, he wasn't expected to come over that night. That guy, Paul, lied. We haven't seen the text message. Whatever she sent him, the heart emoji, could have had nothing to do. Maybe they were just friends. But he didn't make a statement, and saying the fact that he didn't make a statement
that we know of.
Well, he didn't make a public statement. I mean,
no, he didn't make a public statement, and we don't have any police reports or any interviews.
Text message. I'm saying, like, I would assume, like, the defense or something, like, I would assume that they would have mentioned what her last text message to him was.
Well, that's what I'm curious about, is how much.
What his last text message, we saw that the last thing she received was a text. The last thing she did was send a heart emoji to him, but the last text message she received was from him.
Yes.
And so the guy, Paul, inferred that, I'm not exactly sure how he would have known, or if maybe spoke with him, that he was supposed to come over that night, but we don't know whether that's true or not. So, I mean, it could be that's not the case, but, like, it seems odd that they didn't mention what that text message was.
Right. It seems odd that they mentioned that David was supposed to spend the night, but we don't know the conversation that was had through the text messages. So I find it very strange. There's so many gaps, but yet they're filling in with these other
honestly,
bits
from
and
his
pieces.
perspective, like, yeah, I mean, it's lose-lose for him to testify.
Yeah, but why bring him up anyway then? If they're not gonna, because she sent the heart emoji, so they have to bring him up?
Well, I mean, the guy Paul brought him up, and it's saying like, yeah, I mean, like his name. How could his name not be brought up? She was the last person she contacted.
Yeah, so you have to bring these people up, but you're not filling in the blanks.
Yeah, I mean, even say like, it seems to me like one of the most important factors, like the missing piece of information, is was she expecting him that night or not? And either like his statement or the text message being released, and I'm guessing that the jury has that text message. I'm not certain, but I mean, they had like the list of like the text message, and we saw like that the last text message that she received was from him, and I think it even had the time. Like if she sent a text message at like 1:02, that I think the phone extractor, you saw like a little bit of the sheet, and it had messages from him to her before that. I don't know the exact times. And I'm assuming that the jury has those text messages, but I don't know. Maybe they don't.
I hope that they're asking the same questions we're asking is when they get in there and talk to each other and deliberate, because I'm hoping that they're asking and noticing the same gaps that we're noticing and just like wondering, you know, how is this brought here?
There was a judge's room meeting about not bringing that up in front of the camera. That means if the defense saw, I mean, if Brian Brown saw those text messages, why he wouldn't have brought it up unless the judge ordered that he wasn't allowed to bring it up.
There may have been some things, because I feel like there's a lot of gaps. I feel like there's a lot of things that she's not allowing, or she's not allowing it to be on camera, because there's some things that are not making sense. Like, why is her message showing but his message not showing? What is missing? And then why is it not showing, like Aaron saying he didn't have a key but he did have a key? Or did he mean he could get a key because he had the code to her key box? Which is it? They're making a big fuss about him having a key or not having a key, but maybe he just had
discovery. And I mean, he should have access to all this through discovery unless there's pertinent reason to have it redacted. But even if he had access to it, it doesn't necessarily mean that he could bring it up in court. And it could be that they had closed judge quarters meeting where he was forbidden from bringing it up, and we don't know about it.
Right. There's a lot of things that don't get brought out in trial that the judge may say is irrelevant or not allowed. So there may be a whole lot of things in that discovery that he's not allowed to say. Just like when he was giving his opening statement, and he said that there was going to be an officer that says that Michael Jackson Bolanos told him that he did touch Samantha's body, and then the objection was made and the judge struck it. So, I mean,
probably Aaron and Jeff volunteered, or their lawyer recommended.
Yes.
And, the guy David is actually a lawyer himself, and like he's a more high-profile person than the others. But for whatever reason, he decided not to testify. We have no idea. But that's a huge hole in the information.
Yes.
And even from the prosecution, that the prosecution felt like that hole doesn't need to be covered. That's not important whether she was expecting somebody that night or not.
Yeah, and if you notice, the office...
And even the defense, like to say why the defense didn't think it was important to mention to the jury, because it's just a huge confusing factor. Like if she was expecting somebody that night, in the thing, and then we have to, like we just been covering, that the possibility that the judge, for whatever reason, forbid the defense from mentioning that.
Well, I mean, look at the judge. I mean, look at the defense short list of witnesses. The judge almost didn't allow Dr. Dragovich to be a witness.
Yeah, he literally like wrote the book, and she didn't allow his testimony on crimes of passion. He's like
Exactly
the author of the book on the topic.
Yeah.
And, like,
So
and not only that, like he was in Detroit. Like he used to be the medical examiner in Detroit, and he moved to Oakland County, which is like an upgrade. I mean, that's where most of the Jews live. That's where the richer people live. It's Oakland County's one of the wealthiest counties in the country.
yeah, and she said no.
And she, he said he's never been
denied.
And it's saying like he's a native Detroiter, and then even the prosecutor's like, you're getting paid for this. Like, no, I volunteered.
I know, wasn't that great?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I didn't know, but I was saying like, yeah, I mean, he's like, and then like, I mean, the prosecutor's like, I mean, I was in the chat there. It was like your questions are just making you look worse, because like he was like no, like this is clear standard procedure that wasn't followed.
Yes.
Trying to make it look like he's got some sort of bias, and saying like like the cell samples is like, no, you can determine time of death pretty accurately with the cell samples.
Yes.
Standard procedure to take a cell sample. There's no excuse why they didn't take a cell sample. And the prosecutor just like, okay, no further questions.
He was so good. And what's crazy is because the actual accent.
I mean, I don't know if he's like Serbian.
I was asking one of my followers. She's German. She said she thought he might have been from like Romania, and I was like, no, he's from Transylvania. She's like, I think he's from Romania. But if you didn't notice the stark difference between his professionalism and the actual medical examiner, she was so condescending to Brian Brown during the trial. Like she was like the way she talked, it was like every question he asked her was a stupid question. And she was just offended. How on earth could he be asking her such a dumb question? So he was so much better and more experienced and detailed than she was.
I mean, if he had consulted with Dr. Dragovich before he questioned her, maybe it would have worked out a little bit differently. But I mean, it doesn't matter. He eventually was there. But like, had he known, to ask her the questions like, why didn't you take a cell sample, or why, if you had done this, would you have been able to accurately determine the time of death? And I guess the prosecution could recall witnesses as a rebuttal, but I don't think it's going to help them.
Well, they were going to call that the other medical examiner guy, but I guess they decided not to, because that was going to look really dumb up against that guy who was clearly way more experienced and knew what he was talking about. And I did notice. They did. I guess Detroit doesn't have the money to do CT scans. Apparently, some places do CT scans of a body for an autopsy, but they didn't even complete an autopsy in Detroit. So I highly doubted that they did a CT scan. So apparently in some states they have enough money to do a CT scan of a body. And that tells even more than the autopsy can. In some cases, it actually replaces doing an autopsy. So you can see a lot.
You're the one with the background forensic, but you said like the cell sample is standard protocol that wasn't followed, that she should have taken cell samples.
She didn't do stomach contents. She didn't see when her last meal was. That tells a lot. Just doing that to see when her last meal was digested, you can tell how long the food was sitting in her stomach. Like that tells you a time of death. That can give you an estimated time of death.
When she dies, the organs stop working.
Right. So it is a huge.
Any cell sample, the stomach sample, any of these things.
Huge.
Would have been able to determine the time of death that wasn't done properly, so we don't know.
So big. The heart is major, because the heart is the last thing to stop. Like is the first thing, the last thing. The brain goes, the heart, but she should have done, there's so many things she done, but she put it off on. So many people on the stand have been like, that's not my job. That was so-and-so's job. That was so-and-so's job. And I'm just like, oh my God, how many people were a part of this case? Well, I mean, the jury.
Detroit went bankrupt. I mean, Detroit has huge issues. You mentioned like the Gentrification Project. A lot of the people coming into Detroit are in the medical business because that's one of the, because the government funds it, and that's one of the huge employers in is, the medical, but like they tend to get the worst staff because like, people don't necessarily go to Detroit, but for first choice, you end up in Detroit if you're, near the bottom of your class, or if you're originally from Detroit, or like liberal activists who want to, affect. Well, I'm saying you want to go somewhere and affect change. Like, so I'm saying like if you're, like
So if you don't mind getting paid crap, you can go to Detroit.
No, I mean, if you're not going to private practice, you're going to get paid near the same thing if you go into Detroit or a different place. I mean, because those are set by insurance and government standards. So I'm saying you're still going to get paid relatively the same price as a staff doctor in Detroit or the suburbs. It's going to be a different clientele, like private practice or something. But I'm saying that's like because the medicine is largely funded. I mean, a certain extent, like if I mean, because I know a whole bunch of doctors. I'm saying Samantha Woll's parents are doctors. In like my synagogue, there's a lot of doctors, and a lot of them work in Detroit. Like if you're working in Detroit, like 70% of your patients are, going to be like Medicaid.
Yeah.
And if you're in, the suburbs, 10% or maybe they might even reject Medicaid. I mean, my dad is in the suburbs, a little even further out than Richard, and he used to he used to go for 10% Medicaid, but he was finding them problematic Medicaid. Like they kept on calling him or blaming them for unrealistic, like someone like blamed them for their mom's death or something, and so he stopped taking Medicaid patients. Period. Although I think now it's like some amount, like for logistical, or he takes like just a tiny amount of Medicaid patients.
Yeah.
If you're in Detroit, probably almost the vast majority of your patients are Medicaid.
Yeah.
But my dad is a private practice, runs his own business. But if you're just a doctor working for the hospital, you're probably getting paid basically the same thing whether you're in Detroit or the suburbs. It's just the difference of the type patient you're seeing, the type atmosphere, and so like if you're at a major hospital seeing suburban people and or in Detroit seeing majority Medicaid patients, you're getting paid mostly the same price because most doctors aren't private practice.
Right.
And so you have some people that purposely want to go into Detroit. They want to make a difference. They want to serve underserved communities. But it's saying the majority of doctors, they just want to be successful, get on, live in a safe, stable environment. So Detroit tends towards the people who finish worse in their class. And he's like Dragovich himself said, like he was in Detroit until he got an offer for Oakland County, and he switched to Oakland County. He might not get paid more. He might get paid the same amount in Oakland County as he did in Detroit, because they're saying it's I mean, maybe it's paid a tad bit more, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's not getting paid more.
That medical examiner that did it, she just either rushed it? Because I mean, my God, her funeral was at 3 p.m. the next day.
Well, I don't think she was even a physician. I mean, Dragovich is a physician. Even say like, there could be financial, because the nature of finance. Detroit almost went bankrupt, and if you have the medical examiner who's a physician versus a medical examiner who has, but I don't think that woman was a physician. I mean, she said her educational background, but she wasn't a physician. So I mean, Dragovich is a physician who wrote a textbook for doctors. She was just someone who has a degree, maybe not even a master's, in forensics or whatever it took for that job.
Yeah, I don't even think most of the forensic technicians have degrees that got up there. I think they just said they did education, they trained on the job. I was like, what the heck? Like, most forensic, I mean, I don't know. I guess in Detroit you don't, but I mean, you don't do on the job training. I mean, most of it is on the job training. A lot of it is, but you do go to college. You do. Yeah. There are courses that you take and you learn. There are theories and there are things that you learn in college to be a forensic technician. But I mean, a lot of it is on the job training, but there are classes and courses that you take.
Think like a cell sample. You're saying like someone who's taken microbiology and organic chemistry and the very difficult college subjects, why becoming the weed out courses were to become a doctor versus someone who had more technical training and doesn't understand the theoretical science. So
oh right, yeah, I mean that's why you go into forensics, is because you can't be a doctor.
I mean, does it still require like microbiology and
No. To be forensics, it's basically you have to learn criminal. You do criminal justice. You take that. You have a concentration in forensics. You learn about investigative techniques, crime scene techniques, crime scene reenactment, how to properly investigate a crime scene, which is mostly stuff. The reason why I guess they don't require you to have a degree for that is because you learn a lot of that in police academy. Because most forensic technicians do internships or are in the police department, and they become a forensic technician that way. Or you can just become a forensic technician off the street. You just go and you learn it as you go.
Well, I mean, this is larger societal problems that, and most of these things are regulated, and you have constant budget shortfalls, and life goes on. So, like, if you don't have qualified people or you're under budgeted, so it wouldn't surprise me if Detroit is under budgeted, understaffed, underqualified, and it's like this is the first case I ever watched, so I never even thought about it. But you're thinking, I mean, my mom was mentioning, like the coroner in Oakland County, and she was saying, like, she even had like a court case. I mean, she was a bankruptcy lawyer, but something that involved the coroner. And then, her son like became the next coroner, but I'm saying he was a medical doctor. And it's saying like, well, he's saying if that's not necessary for the coroner to be a medical doctor, or if you're just under budgeted, understaffed, you can't find a medical doctor, and you have just a technician, and the technician, right. So if that's the case, it doesn't necessarily imply anything wrong with this woman. She just went for the job, she got the job. And, compared to Dragovich, who's a, professor of medicine and wrote textbooks on medicine, versus right. who's just a technician, in saying that qualified for the job, she's the one who did the job. And she didn't necessarily, I mean, maybe she didn't follow protocol and procedure. It's saying like she should have taken a cell sample, and if he's saying that's protocol and procedure, but, could be that's a national standards or whatever like that, to say, is that something that she would lose her job for? Or if people like her lost her jobs, maybe there wouldn't be coroners in inner cities.
Yeah. And even the forensic technicians that testified when they were giving their backgrounds, none of them, I don't recall any of them saying that they went to college, that they had a bachelor's degree, or that they, I think they all just stated that they had training. This is one of the first cases I've ever heard where the forensic techs, none of them, I don't think any of them mentioned that they had a degree or went to college or.
So, I mean, if the jury understands that this information should be available, but it's not available because, even without posting any blame, but just saying because Detroit has a second tier coroner's department, maybe not, just due to, even without maybe casting blame, just say because they're under budgeted or underqualified staff, but whatever reason, the jury understands that this information should be available, and had the information been available, they would be able to more determinatively determine whether she had died, what time she had died, that could have completely cleared Michael. Saying that if they had done a proper autopsy, then it could be that there would have been a clear time of death that would have meant that Bolanos couldn't have been guilty. So how the jury understands that, and they might not understand that, but I mean, if they do understand that, then you say, well, they just have to work with the information, and does it mean that they should give Michael more benefit of the doubt in saying it's not his fault that the coroner department didn't do their job thoroughly or properly, and we don't know the time of death, and saying that it's very likely that the time of death is earlier and we can't know, and that's more probable doubt that he should be found not guilty. But maybe
that's why I'd love to see the autopsy report. I'd love to see all of that, because I want to see what time of death they actually put, because I know there is there has to be an estimated time of death that they actually put on the autopsy report and whatever the prosecution is going off of. I don't know what they're saying, but there was a time of death, I'm sure of it, that they put on something.
Well, may or may not, I mean, saying there's two possibilities. They're saying if the autopsy report has a slot for the time of death, and it could be just blank, that it has a slot, it could be it doesn't have a required slot, or it could be, I mean, three possibilities. One, he was saying if it has a slot for time of death, it could be blank, or it could be they just put some time, and maybe the time, I mean, so if the time's not 4:20, I mean, saying you doubt it, like, because the autopsy was done the next day, and saying, like, what's the chance that the autopsy done the next day said 4:20? I mean, say
it doesn't say that. It can't possibly say that.
I mean, what does it say? If it says 2 o'clock?
I'm sure it gives a range. I'm sure there's a range of time of death. And
it could just be blank. It could be that it's supposed to be filled in and whatever. I mean, saying with just that woman, and she was the one who did it. Maybe she just left it blank, and he's like, oh, she was supposed to fill it in, but we're overworked and underpaid, so I did my best. What are you going to do? Fire me? I mean,
yeah, I don't know. That's what I want to know. I want to know what it says. I want to know if there's somewhere in notes, because that's another thing. They're all like, wouldn't you take notes? Didn't you take notes? And all of them are like, no, I didn't take notes. I didn't put that in my notes.
If your FOIA request includes the autopsy report.
Yeah, I want, because I asked for the autopsy, I asked for the pictures, I asked for any and all evidence that has to do with this case. I asked for police reports. I asked for everything, because I want, I mean, I don't know how much it's going to, I mean, now everything's computerized and on discs and flash drives. So there'll probably be a lot. So I don't know. I'll probably need like 10 computers to.
Well, I mean, even not saying like you probably, I mean, digital footage is large, but it's saying like you probably even like a large flash drive. I'm saying even if it's 1,000 pictures, I mean, without the video. So maybe like, but if there's no video files, it should probably, even if it has thousands of pictures, it should all fit on a flash drive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that
if you're getting the video files, those will be big. But without the video files, I mean, I would suspect that everything should fit on a flash drive.
Yeah, I'm hoping it'll just be a flash drive.
Like, I mean, even if the pictures are super high quality, I mean, where they can be like 20 meg, like, I mean, and I don't know if they'd mail you a flash drive or if they would digitally send it to you. You would download it, or if you had to pay. And like flash drives are cheap. Like, so I can't. I mean, so if you separated it, you've got to get it all. I don't know if you requested the video files. I don't think the video files are that important. So like, if you, I don't think you need like the surveillance video. And
I don't know. I want to see that guy running. I want to know exactly what videos they looked at for that guy running.
Well, if that's the same Chrysler video that has him on it from the Chrysler school. And I'm not sure if you're going to get more from having that video itself in your own hands than that
they say. They say they got no video. I don't know.
Like, I would say that the video is probably the least important of that, in saying the most, if it comes down to a price factor and the price factor is related to data size, then the thing that you should say that you don't need is the video.
Yeah, my thing is really I want to see the autopsy report. I want to see the autopsy report for sure. And I want to see the crime scene photos and the autopsy report is what I want to see. And I want to see people's statements.
I got, I'm an engineer. I go to events. I got a whole like stack here, like flash drives.
Oh, nice. I mean, well, I want to be able to recreate the scene. So I've already been like researching how I can like actually recreate, but it's been so long.
I can't imagine if they burnt it on a CD. I mean, if they still use it, I mean, most things they don't even have I don't even have a CD-ROM in either of my computers, so I don't know how they.
I know, right? I was wondering that. I was like, what if they put it on a disc? I don't even know if they use that because in the courtroom they have it on disc, and I'm like, oh crap, what if they put it on a disc?
I mean, you'll see. It could be also they'll send you actual papers.
They might, and I'll have a house full of papers. Oh my goodness.
Well, an envelope, but you'll see how much they say it's going to cost, and if it's.
Could you imagine banker boxes of papers? Looking.
Well, also if you could select, if they give you like a list of the files, and you can just select what you want, and if it's priced per size, and then you say.
Yes, that's what they said in the FOIA request. They were like, it's priced by like how many pieces of paper if they were going to do it that way, how many hours it would take for a person at Wayne County to do it. I would be paying someone's salary basically to do this. So.
Yeah, my mom was a lawyer, and I worked in her office in the mailroom, and I've done work like that in the past for lawyers. If it's city, even if the person's paying $40 an hour, but to just run a bunch of Xeroxes or sign it, like if it cost a few $100s, or if it got up into the range of thousands of dollars, but or even cost less than $100 if you just saying, you could just start off. If you don't have to do it all at once, or it's kind of like a pay per service, if you could just let me start with the autopsy report and the crime scene photos, and they're like, okay, that'll be $80, or if they said they'll be $300, and then from there you could determine if you want more, or if they're going to make you do it all at once. And but you might be able to just start with the autopsy and the crime scene photos.
Yeah, I'm going to see what all I can get and just see what they say, and hopefully.
And if you're looking if you could get the phone extractions and her phone extractions, if you say the text message, and saying, or you could limit that down to hours or something, where it's a 10,000 page document, but you could limit it to just 6 pages. You just want the last few hours.
Yeah.
If you just want to know what David texted her.
Regardless, I have a feeling I'm going to be coming to Detroit at some point. My boyfriend's like, what? And I'm like, I just feel like I can't do this from Texas. I have to come to Detroit at some point and get my eyes on this area and see what I'm looking at and get a feel. Cause I want to know who did this. So
if you did, I could probably pick you up from the airport, maybe drive you around, but I'm not sure you're going to gain any insight from coming to Detroit. I'd say I would, you think you'd gain insight from the autopsy report and the crime scene.
Yeah.
But
I want to talk to some people, and I'm going to call. I think I'm going to actually give that David guy a call. I'm going to start calling some people.
I don't even know where you get.
I'm going to start ruffling some feathers.
You could go for it. You're Mudrucker, no one in Detroit's doing the job. I'd have to. It could be he talked to you. I have no idea. That's the biggest missing. I guess if you're gonna have to wait till the trial's over, you could ask, if you speak to Brian Brown, and if he'd give you insight into some of this.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the trial to be over. I've already talked to him a couple of times, and I know he's just really busy with the trial. So
yeah. So after it's over, if you mention to Brian Brown, what's up with David? What was the last text message? Did you know? Or some sort of insight, and he might have the answer to that where it'd be unnecessary, or he would give you something no, that was the something on that. But I would assume that he would have answers to a lot of these questions, and he might actually I mean, he probably has legal requirements. He probably can't, just share that information with you.
Yeah, I'm going to see. I'm actually kind of hoping that when the trial's over and it goes the way that we want it to go, I'm kind of hoping that maybe if the trial goes the way we want it to go, I won't have to do this FOIA stuff. I can get some information.
Well, I mean, if he's found not guilty, then saying, well, I'm saying if they investigate, I mean, that's okay. God forbid if he's found guilty, and you're saying you don't think he's really guilty, it's unclear what the what the FOIA like is gonna help, because the case will be closed. Maybe he'll do an appeal, or you'll be trying like scream to the public that they got the wrong guy.
Yeah,
but it'll be hard to tin hat conspiracy where you're screaming to the public that they got the wrong guy. You'll have a hard time getting an audience for that, and you'll need. But it's like if he's found not guilty, then the case will be reopened, and you might be one of the bigger experts on it.
Yeah, hopefully I can talk. I mean, I'm hoping to have some things lined up after. Hopefully he'll be found not guilty.
If he's found not guilty, it could be there'll be renewed media attention. So if he's not guilty, who did it? And then, I mean, also because I've been streaming for a while, and like a lot of streaming is like about clout, how many followers you got, and then also like money, so like, so if you have a bigger channel, if you get, you might have, super chatters or Patreon, direct money support, or, if you're making money because you have, I mean, you really need hundreds of thousands of people watching your stuff to
definitely
make a living off of it. But it's like, even like I got more followers than you, but but it's saying there's a little bit like in the clout chasing like that, where people will, well, how big's your platform? How many views do you usually get? So in terms of that, and so in the true crime people that do it, getting that first, I mean, it's like you're an independent journalist to some level. So the news station, like, why did none of the news stations FOIA this stuff? I mean, saying like, okay, I mean, like a lot of trials, like there's huge like newspaper stories, and they have beautiful graphics and everything laid out. And news is kind of a dying business. Most newspapers lose money and are also funded. I mentioned the corruption in Jewish charities, but that's the case for almost newspapers. Like most newspapers lose money and are funded by wealthy people that are trying to control the narrative. So whatever reason, like they got to pay somebody to follow the case. They got to pay for this freedom of information. They got to pay somebody to go through and make graphics and the timeline to feed to the public. And if it's a money losing venture that doesn't help whatever political purpose that the person who owns the paper is interested in, that's why no one's doing it.
Yep.
So if you're a citizens journalist and you do it, so if you're doing it, one of two things, like as a hobby or as a passion, so you're doing it knowing you're going to lose money on it.
Yes.
I'm
losing money.
Well, I'm saying like means that even though, let's say you're monetized, so like you're if you're set up, you have a channel, it's monetized, you could conceivably make some money if hundreds of thousands of people watch it, or if you have a Patreon, or I mean, like I got my PayPal connected to my YouTube. I mean, like I think less than $100 in like 5 years, but I've got maybe like I think I've got over $100, and like like 2 weeks ago someone gave me a $2 super chat.
Oh, nice. I'm monetized and I have members, so that's good. But I still I've reached out to other crime
how much
channels.
Does it cost for membership?
Huh?
How much do you charge for a membership?
I have 2 tiers. I have like $4 and then $9. So.
And you have, I'm guessing you have less than 6 members because it didn't show up. I know I have 0. God forbid, I had 1 member for 3 months, and if you have, they don't show if you have over 6 members, they show the members on your YouTube, or you have the option to show them, but you have to have at least 6 members. So I hope you have more than 6 members, but just because your channel didn't show like profiles of your members, that would be a sign.
No, I haven't made their profiles yet because I just got monetized like 2-3 weeks ago during the Gregor trial. I had a channel, and then I closed that channel and started up again. So this is my channel back, my channel 2.0 or whatever you want to call it. But I just got remonetized, and so I just got members and super chats and all that stuff started. So, but I haven't figured out how the whole like featuring members and stuff works yet. So, but I do finally have members crawling in. So I have to figure out how to do that.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
So now I have that responsibility.
Well, I mean, maybe you have to do the setting, but I'm pretty sure that it would automatically show up if you had. So I mean, you go to your channel, and there's a join option. But I mean, for example, I mean, I spoke to this guy had a successful channel he started, and well, does it not show? I mean, now he's got hundreds of members. They're looking, like badges and levels. So maybe it doesn't show. It used to show on mine. It said you had to have at least 6 members to show, and I had one member for a while, and so there you have your 2 alternatives, loyalty badges. But I mean, maybe they changed the format. It used to show right here on the page if you had members. It would show right on the front, but I guess some
people, they show their members, but I don't know if it only shows it when they do their lives or something like that. But I've got to figure that stuff out. I'm still.
Or it appears in your chat, like if you have a member.
Yes. It appears. It appears in the chat.
They have like their badge next to their name.
Yeah.
But I mean, so if you're trying to make it into your job, your profession, as an independent journalist, these are options. And obviously going through YouTube is a bad, because they take like 40%.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So if you go through like Patreon will take like 3 to 10% or something.
Yeah, I have Patreon too. Everything that I do on YouTube goes to Patreon. So I haven't even connected the two. So.
Yeah, when you tell your followers, like, okay, like your preferred method of support, when you actually have enough followers, and you can tell them your preferred method of support, then you mentioned that like YouTube takes like over 60% of over 40% of whatever they're doing, and
that's crazy.
But I'm saying, like, I mean, you could also outclout mainstream news. So like if you had I think he's in Miami, but like there's a few, I mean, not to, you kind of like, when I spoke to you, you kind of like reminded me of Kim Iverson a little bit. I'm not sure if you've heard
of who?
Kim Iverson. I mean, just kind of like your voice or demeanor. She was on, She was on The Hill, right? Like The Hill.
Oh, yeah.
I think she might even be in Texas also. But I'm not sure. I like Kim Iverson. I watch her semi-regularly. But I mean,
okay.
She's now even on Rumble. She's not even on YouTube. Or I also watch, sometimes, Brianna Joy, her last name's even slipping me right now. I mean, they were kind of like The Hill. I think, I supported Tulsi Gabbard when even though I'm not political, I like Tulsi Gabbard. I was supporting her campaign in 2016. That's the first time I saw Kim Iverson, because like Tulsi Gabbard did one of her first interviews. And she did it with Kim Iverson. And, but missing alternative media she was fired from The Hill, and this woman also, Breonna Joy Taylor, who was just recently fired from The Hill for controversial statements. But they have
That's right. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, they have huge independent followings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have like this guy Destiny, Stephen Bennell, like the video game streamer that does news also. And he became like, he's a regular, or the Young Turks and his
the Young Turks started out
his nephew Hassan. But those, like Destiny, got big enough where he's entered the mainstream. Like he's on Piers Morgan, or he's like a guest in he's became, even though he's like a video game guy, he doesn't have a formal background in media or education. He has became because his platform is so big, he became so well known. He became mainstream. And so there are lawyers, there are people with podcasts. I mean, like Joe Rogan, the best. But I'm saying, like true crime, there are popular true crime podcasters that could get big enough that you would even get picked off by like Court TV or your local news station if you were.
Oh yeah, Annalise did. Annalise is on Law and Crime, I think. She's 10 to Life. She has her own show on Law and Crime now.
Well, because you could be bigger than the mainstream news networks. I mean, just something like Destiny gets more views than CNN.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, he's not real news, but like more people watch him than watch CNN, and so a lot of people are just like. But I mean, if this is what you like doing, want to turn it into a living.
Yeah. I've been waiting to get to this point. So I'm just and I'm the only one in you covering this for the most part.
So I mean, the reason I brought it up was because getting in. So unfortunately, this is a small case. There's not much interest. So if it was a big case and there was a lot of interest, and you had exclusives, you were the first person with the autopsy report, with the crime scene photos.
Yeah,
that would advantage you. And then also sometimes you get exclusive interviews. Like if you got the first exclusive interview with, Brian Brown or one of the jurors, and then if one of the jurors decided that they wanted to speak, and they're looking around like, well, who's covering this? And they just search YouTube. I mean, there's like one Charlie the Duff guy, like local Detroit journalist, and he only got a few thousand views. And then, like some of the local Detroit media, but then you're going to come across like me and you.
Yeah.
And like the Duff probably doesn't care enough to interview a juror. And so if you're one of the jurors and you want to talk, like you might come on to either me or you, because there is nobody else.
Yeah.
Like, if you just search Samantha Woll, and that's how I came across you. I was just searching, and you came up like you're like one, like you were doing it live. There's a few other people who are doing it live or coverages, but I think like like independent podcasters, you're I mean, you've done more than me, but like you or me, and that's it. There's a few other small podcasters, but I don't even think they got over 100 views on any of their things. So if you're a juror, or even Brian Brown, and you're saying like, well, he wants to tell it to the public, and saying, well, the news, maybe they're not going to interview him. I mean, he might look at it and say, well, it doesn't pay to give you an interview, or maybe he cares. They're saying, well, he just wants to tell the people who care enough, who've been following the case. And he's saying, well, probably if someone cares enough and's following the case, they're watching your program, so we'll give an interview to you. Yeah.
Well, Michael knows that I'm doing the series. Michael knows that
if he's found not guilty, could be even Michael, saying like, well, you say you send him a care package.
He's gotten 2 care packages from me. He's gotten stuff from my viewers, and he knows that I'm doing the trial, and he knows.
I mean, literally, he might give you an interview, and it's like, I don't know, like, I mean, maybe, I mean, if you're thinking like financially, like, I mean, maybe.
I'm not actually. I don't even care about the money for this. I want to find out who killed Samantha, and I want Michael to not go to jail.
Well, I
I
mean, he might
want.
appreciate enough to say, like, you believed in me, you stood by me.
I honestly, it's
give
not
you an
about the
interview.
money or anything. It's not about views. It's not about, I don't care about any of that. I honestly,
Well, I mean, I was going to tell you,
for,
there's no money in it. Like, you'd be
no,
lucky. You'd like if you had super chatters or something, like
I mean,
you have a few subs or something. But like, no, man, I don't even think if you got an interview with Bolanos, you're gonna, if he's found not guilty, like that's going to gain you that.
it would be a dream. It would be a prayer answered for him to be found not guilty, but even better. I mean, because so many times when people do these kind of things, they're really looking at the defendant and they're like, you know, justice, let's find justice, let's make this person be found not guilty. That's great and wonderful, but then the victim is always forgotten and they're never found, like they never follow through with the finding of who actually did what they did. And I really want to find not just Michael Jackson Bolanos found not guilty and not an innocent man be put life in prison, but I want to find out, like, honest to God, like, this is driving me insane. Who killed Samantha?
Yeah, I mean, the thing I mean, God forbid, the chances of you figuring that out is pretty small. I mean, it's possible you put your mind to it and not
yeah, probably, but it's still a new case. It's still fresh.
But I mean, if he is found not guilty and released, and does want to grant you an interview, I would help you with that. I would meet him in Detroit, bring my computer. I mean, if he doesn't have, I mean, if he knows he could do it from his cell phone or whatever.
Yeah.
But if he needs help with that, I would meet him someplace and bring my computer or something, or try to if that does happen. Although it's also possible that even if he's found not guilty, he could still be found guilty for lying to the police, or they could still charge him right away with a different crime like breaking into cars or something. So it's unclear that even if he's found not guilty, whether he'll be found not guilty for lying to the police.
I hope that even if he is found guilty for that they say time served. He's been there. He's done his.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they just. After all of this,
it could be, if he's found not guilty, there might be pressure, like he really is the one who did it, and there's just anomalies in the case and a demand for, basically they want his head in order to. I mean, one thing, if there's corruption, they don't want the investigation to reopen. So it's saying like, okay, really it was him, but it was just problems with the case, why they couldn't convict him. So, we're going to put him away for something else. If he's multiple felons for, he admitted to breaking in cars, and he has this, so they could put him away for 10 years just for taking the bag out of the car that he admitted to. And then that could also be like, well, how come you're not investigating the Samantha Woll case anymore? Because it was him, and the only reason he was found not guilty was because of anomalies in the case. But we got him anyways.
Right.
I wouldn't.
But,
unfortunately, that could still happen.
This could be a catch-22 for the no media thing, though, right? Like, so it could be a catch-22 that there's no media focusing on an innocent man on trial. But there also could be a catch-22 that there's no media focusing on Samantha Woll and this needing to be closed and taken care of, and that we got the right person and this, that, and the other, because there's no pressure for this to be taken care of and this man to be found guilty. So that would put more pressure on the jury to take care of this and get it done if there were media coverage, but there's not really been any media coverage, so there's no pressure for the jury to find him guilty. There's no added pressure. They're not going home every night to families saying, oh my gosh, you got to find this guy guilty.
Yeah, and I would assume that, I mean, even though the synagogue will be able to raise millions of dollars, it's going to put a cloud over the synagogue and their gatherings. I mean, one thing, like, if they're convinced it's not Jeff, then they basically have no excuse to reincorporate them into the community, and then there'll be certain suspicion to um, go to the synagogue, and everybody's like, "You're Jeff." You're like, "What's what would what would happen if you went to the synagogue event?" And you're like, "Oh, Jeff, how's it going?" But
Are you guys going to go to the block party?
No, I probably won't. I mean, because one thing they're kind of like, it's these weird kind of like elitist events. Like maybe they have free food, but they'll have like the roped off section for the important people. So like I'll be on the other side, with like the schleppers, try to.
That's terrible. You should go. You should live it. You should live from the block party.
My YouTube page I created to promote the Downtown Synagogue. I have hundreds of live streams from the synagogue.
Oh my gosh!
But it's saying like they would have probably like a VIP roped off section for.
Oh, bless it.
I hate that stuff. So generally like I never go to any, especially religious or spiritual. I never go to any religious events.
They actually did have something roped off just for the public transit gala.
What? They did?
Yeah.
But the synagogue or a different event?
No, this was a totally different thing. Just for the Transit Riders United, because that also includes a sense of big donorship needed.
Yeah, I used to volunteer for Transit Riders United, but
this is increasing
the organization. They also expanded in staff. So once you have staff, the staff, their money is largely from either membership, but usually through mega donors, and mega donors are they're usually corrupt. They want to be treated specially, and they want to be able to control the direction of the organization. So it's pretty common across the board. And I mentioned Alan Dershowitz, when he came, the meet and greet was $500.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm saying that politics is people don't realize that religion is also pay to play. And you think, well, that's religion. So you want a saintly person, and they don't care about money. But most religion is pay to play, and certainly politics is almost all pay to play. And you can't even meet or get close to these people unless you pay. And then they have special events, and a lot of these events, even the Trump events, they're literally menu items. This is how much it costs to get in. This is how much it costs for a selfie. This is how much it costs to be the backroom elite VIP meeting. And so it's pure menu pay to play. And unfortunately, the whole U.S. system is based on that. So politics.
It's all about the money.
If you have a small independent religious congregation that is non-political, then it's not like that. And so the Downtown Synagogue, when it first started, was not political. It was just Jewish events, praying, parties. But once they had a budget, it became political. But as a rule, I never go to anything with a VIP section, and then then it's you're just kind of sitting there, staring at the VIP section. So that you either go, I might meet a handful of my friends, and then I'm gonna look at the VIP section and be like, oh man, oh, I know that person on the VIP section. You walk up and wave, please come over and acknowledge me, and then it creates this, God forbid, ass kissing atmosphere where you sit there, just I know this person on the other side of the VIP section, and okay, I'm not a VIP and they are, but I'm their friend, and they like me, and look, they just walked over and said hi to me, and they didn't have to. And really, the party club scene is also like that. I lived in Manhattan. I'd even done party promoting for a period of time, and that's also could be like that. Buying tables, getting past the door of the VIP section, and it's just the economic model that we live under. It's all pay to play. But I despise that. I never participate. or I try my best to never participate in those things. And to me, like, that's not that, like, I like being a Jew. I like praying. I like chanting. I like being charitable. I hate that stuff. And like once they switched to that, I was like, nope, this is just not interesting to me anymore. I would go to a new synagogue. If someone opened up like a new synagogue that wasn't operating like that, but most synagogues operate like that because like they have a budget and they need to raise money, and most people who give money want to be treated specially. That's part of why they give the money, is that they're basically paying to be treated specially. I mean, not all people. Some people are like anonymous donors, or not. But like, I mean, I've also worked in fundraising, and some wise fundraiser told me when I was younger, he's like, basically we sell honor to people. They don't really give money because they care about the charity. They're buying honor for us. So that's how you raise money, is by selling honor to people. And it's like, okay, this person has a lot of money, but he's got his social problems and his things. So basically, in order to get the money, you don't have to convince them of how much the synagogue or the charity needs. You have to convince them. You have to sell him that you're going to. It's like a religious indulgence, that you're going to help raise his social status by giving money. So it's even like, okay, you might like, oh, Samantha Woll, like, what, her memory, her vision, you can't stand by her vision. But then it's the same thing, like it's like, well, who's going to be there? And it's like, oh, the mayor. Like, who do you got coming? Like we get the mayor going to be there, and like you're going to be able to get a selfie with them, or like you're friends with benefits. Be like like the pretty girls, or whatever it is that you're the ulterior motives. And I mean, God forbid, like the system's really been corrupted to the core, and it affects almost everything we do, unfortunately. I
Yes,
guess
it does.
you unfortunately agree with me, because you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing.
Yes, definitely.
I mean, Richard's still young. I don't know if he,
Oh, he's still wet behind the ears. He still thinks there's still good to come.
I mean, there's one of my favorite like Hasidic rabbi stories where I mean, there's a few of them. One famous one, the rabbis, this old Europe hundreds of years ago, and he's going to a town, and he's going to be the special speaker and prayer leader. And when he gets there, it's so overcrowded that there's so many people there that not everyone could fit inside. And then like eventually the person who was head of the gathering, he said, well, the simple people will have to wait outside. So they find the rabbi. When the prayer starts, no one could find the rabbi, and then they find the rabbi outside with the simple people, and said, well, I'm just a simple man. You said the simple people have to be outside. So I mean, it's a little more to the story, but like, I always felt like that. And I always saw, when I was in Israel studying religion, they say like, I mean, King Solomon says it in, I think, Proverbs, like the glory of the kings and the masses. And usually like the true, spiritual leaders or people, the glories among the common people, saying like, like the few people I've respected, they waited, and, they stayed up late to speak to every single person who waited. They made a point to notice the little guy. And saying, well, for a period that was Samantha. She was the person who was like that. Like, oh, like how come this person's not being included? But if it was forces beyond her, or if she became corrupted, or if it just kind of happened where she got stuck in with the elite and didn't have the power to be like, hey, like, I don't think it's so right that we're excluding all these people now. But something happened and changed. But I mean, that was like, if people remember her positively, she was the person who was like that. It was be like, would be the person who would notice the person that's being excluded and make a point to include them. But at some point it did change. I mean, COVID-19 threw a wrench in all that also, because during COVID-19 and the funding of the synagogue happened under COVID-19. but under COVID-19, you couldn't do that anyways.
Right.
So I mean, it could have been
Oh.
beyond her control. But
Hello.
I guess I'll
See you. Bye. Okay. I'm going to lose you. All right.
Okay,
I gotta
we'll see
go.
your coverage tomorrow, and
I have a flight to catch in the morning or after that I start the trial. So
okay, yeah, reach out if you find the price on the FOIA. If it's expensive, maybe I'll help you out with that, or if the coverage. If you're doing, I'm still following your coverage and appreciate that, and maybe you'll join me also, and we'll discuss the verdict.
Yes, hopefully. All right, I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow. All right.
Yeah, what was it? Yabasoya, or
감사합니다.
I have to look up how you pronounce that, but appreciate it. God bless.
All right, bye.
Okay, Richard, you're still here, so
yeah.
Anything you want to say?
No, except kind of interesting, both different notions of how the verdict might, because if it's not guilty in everything, then he's definitely going to be freed, or and potentially even if they get him just for the car break-ins, that could just let him go because of time served and
they probably have to recharge him. So, I mean, it's possible they find him not guilty, but still find him guilty of lying to the police.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And,
well,
and even if he's found not guilty, and I don't know what the sentencing of that is.
They could. Well, the thing
they found him not guilty of everything, that they could immediately arrest him and try him for something else.
Yeah, that is true, even with double jeopardy. So, because they can retry, but they can use even different degree other. I think I'm not sure.
He admitted to breaking the cars. So it's like if he hadn't testified, but now that he's testified, he admitted to breaking into cars, and he said, if he is a 3-time felon, like he could, even just for taking a backpack out of a car, like they could conceivably put him away for 10 years. If he has if he's on parole or whatever the case is. I mean, it may not be likely,
especially with how many times he's done this.
I don't know how bad lying to the police is. If they say even time served, so obviously now he's been in prison for close to 8 months, or 7 months. So we say there's just time served, that lying to the police and just time served, and then he'll be released. But say that not that, like, he was falsely being charged, but that the time served was for his lying to the police. It's interesting. I guess Tracey is Christian, and I think she said she's Korean background, but her kind of feels social justice, and I was kind of thinking, besides the fact that you think Repair the World, Detroit Jews for Justice or something, is Bolanos the kind of guy that we should be standing up for? And obviously he's the one who killed Samantha Woll, and there's a lot of doubt in the case, but you think okay, housing, water shutoffs, but most people don't even own houses, and the biggest issue facing, according to most polling, one of the biggest issues for the African American community is police reform, criminal justice reform. But maybe just think Tracey trying to be a do-gooder, and she's looking at this trial and thinking it's not, this guy Bolanos is innocent. She's got to do something to help him. Mm-hmm. And maybe people don't agree with her, but you're saying if you came across this case and you're this is a travesty, this is horrible, this guy clearly is not guilty, but yet he's being tried for this crime he didn't commit, and whoever did it is walking free. Mm-hmm. I mean, you talk to me a lot. You joined the show. You were part of the Facebook group. You were reporting on him. Is that how you feel, or you're still uncertain? You think you're not clear enough that you're not so convinced that he didn't do it, although you could see that yeah, this is real tragedy.
I'm
That
personally convinced he's probably not guilty.
But I'm convinced that this could be like a huge travesty happening before our eyes, that a guilty man is on trial in the first place for this, or could be sent to prison for a crime he didn't commit.
Yes, that would be a very terrible consequence, especially if political hands don't do anything to kind of like save him, even when there's a lot of probable doubt and reason for getting off on appeal if something was handled improperly.
That's why you're talking to me. I guess, I mean, we became friends over this case, or Tracy or something like that. There's only a handful of people out there saying what we're saying. So, teaming up with them is not much you could do besides raise your voice. I mean, you could go to the court, but I mean, there's really not much you could do besides raise your voice and team up with other people raising their voice.
Well, politically, I will kind of mention the connections with Dana Nessel, and certainly I just saw something recently about clemency that was offered by Whitmer. I didn't really see the exact details, but commuted sentences of 35 inmates, so including 2 first-degree murder convicts. So,
yeah, I'm libertarian. I hate the way these power system works. And I mentioned like the VIP. So, let's say you're a volunteer for the Democratic Party, and you could get yourself in front of Dana Nessel, and then you have like your list of things you want to ask her. And you think, well, should you tell her about Bolanos? You're like,
well,
okay,
I think she's Samantha Woll, like the case. I would assume.
Well, I'm sure she's busy. She can't be watching the case.
Well, that staffers would, on her behalf. That this was her personal colleague and friend. You would probably want to keep tabs on the murder trial.
Yeah, but I mean, depending on who's advising her, they could be advising her that Bolanos is guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, the blood,
That's
like someone like Patrick or something like that, like, explain the blood. You're like, well, he's a liar. I mean, like within your own bias, how you filter the information, that even if she's loosely following the case, it depends who has their, the attention of her ear, who's feeding information to her. And if the person following the trial and is saying like, I see the people in the chat rooms, like in the Facebook group, in the Fox News chat, the majority of them think that Bolanos is not guilty. Some like the Allan Lengel or some of the news coverage, but like the majority of the news coverage is, kind of just like, well, who knows? And I wouldn't be surprised if like the mainstream coverage is like, yeah, I mean, just assumption that the system works and they probably have the right guy. So I wouldn't be surprised if whoever isn't telling her about the case is like, this is just a sign of the system working. They got the guy and he's about to be convicted. Although, like, I mean, clearly you have a guy who is saying he's innocent. I mean, so it's not like, as I mentioned, like, this is like the first trial in my whole life I've ever followed all the way through. And the other cases I followed were mostly self-defense cases, like Trayvon Martin, Kyle Rittenhouse, Ahmaud Arbery. In those cases, it wasn't a question of what happened or who was guilty. It was a question whether it was self-defense. I mean, there might be other trials, but like, I don't typically follow trials and said like because they had huge political implications. I think maybe I minimally followed the George Floyd trial, the Derek Chauvin, but I'm also that like it was clear that like it was Derek Chauvin who had his knee on George Floyd's neck. It wasn't like a question of who done it. Like maybe he died of a drug overdose or something else, but it wasn't like this case of Bolanos. This is a completely different nature case where you're like, it could completely be the wrong guy. It's not a question of like motivation or was it mistake or some other factor. It's just like, is this the wrong guy, the right guy or not? And I said, this is, God forbid, yeah, I mean, this is like, I think the only time in my life a friend of mine has been killed. Like, I was in New York when the cop shot like a crazy Jew, and he was actually like a medical student. I remember I was in New York, and this guy who had dropped out of medical school to kind of like become Hasidic, and he attacked like cops with a hammer, and they shot him a whole bunch of times. And I was in synagogue when it happened. And I walked out and I saw his body on the floor. There were cops all over. I went back in. And like, I had seen the guy a few times. Maybe I even said a word to him. But like, he wasn't like a friend. He wasn't close to mine. And he was a little bit deranged. And he's saying like, okay, like that guy, for whatever reason, although he had been a medical student at some point, attacked the cops with a hammer. And I was maybe like 21 at the time. I mean, I was in Israel when the Sbarro's bombing happened. I had a friend that was like a few blocks away. He wasn't injured, but he was a few blocks away with the explosion. But I think this is the first time. I mean, my parents down the street, someone was killed a few years ago. But I mean, I'm pretty sure this is the first time in my life a friend of mine had been killed like that. And like, God forbid, I know Jeff, I know David, not necessarily well, but like, so, I'm not just, like, I'm following this case because I knew her. Is close to me. I was involved with the synagogue, and like, God forbid, I know, I know more than half of the people of interest, God forbid. So, but yeah, I mean, normally I don't do this. And like, I've occasionally will talk a little bit, never much coverage, but just a few comments on, the major cases that everyone in America is talking about. And like, God forbid, I hope this doesn't happen again. I mean, we were talking about the war last week, the last few times. And so I live right near Young Israel Southfield. And since COVID-19, I haven't been going there, but for like 10 years, I went to Young Israel Southfield like every Shabbos. And I mean, Samantha Woll's uncle, I mean, from the synagogue, he's one of my neighbors, a doctor. I was even a paying member for a few years. Like, I've been there probably over 1,000 times. I went every Sabbath, a lot of times 3 times. I went there Friday night, Saturday morning, Shal Shudas. But last week, this guy passed away a few years ago, but one of the members' grandson died in Gaza last week. So, I mean, Israel's a small country, 320. I didn't know anyone who died October 7th. I mean, no distant people who knew. And I don't think I ever met this kid. In the first Gaza war, there was a guy in Oak Park who was killed. They claimed it was suicide, although people questioned whether it was suicide or friendly fire. But it was someone from Oak Park. I'm not sure I ever met him. That was like the Gaza War 2014. But this was someone I knew, not well, but I knew him really. Like, I prayed with him hundreds of times. We'd spoken. He was he led prayer services. His grandson, I mean, he's not alive anymore, but his grandson was killed in Gaza a week and a half ago. And I mean, just statistically, okay, 325 people, maybe a few more now since the last check had been killed in Gaza. Israel's a small country. There's not, I think his daughter married an Israeli, so his grandchildren weren't like, I mean, they probably had dual citizenship, but they weren't like American citizens who joined the IDF. They were actually Israelis. But yeah, I mean, God forbid, like, I hope this doesn't happen again. But the world. That's why you got to be involved in civic life. Saying like, God forbid, I don't like the direction things are going. I've been trying to get more involved. That's why I was like, okay, like, you know, Repair the World, Detroit Jews for Justice, Jewish Voice for Peace. But I'm a volunteer chess coach. I joined the
Uh-huh.
I'm volunteering for the homeowners association near my house. But I said, like, yeah, be civically minded. Like, I think, I mean, it's a Jewish value in general, but you know, it's a positive thing, and especially if you see society falling apart, you know, it's like the perky elbows. So, like, you got to step up. You know, if they're in a town where there's no leaders, you got to become a leader. So it's concerning. You know, so it's good to see. I mean, relative to me, I mean, you're significantly younger than me, so it's good to see people that are involved or care. But yeah, I mean, it's extremely concerning. And like, if you're younger, you know, it's like the make America great. So you don't know whether things have changed or deteriorated. But if you grow up in it, you think that's just the normal that you were always used to. You know, like, you know, people say, like, the change and shift from younger generation about Israel. So like, if you're at your age, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu has been prime minister of Israel for the majority of your life. So if you're older, you remember, like, you know, the times before, like, you know, say Israel has changed. I haven't changed. Israel changed. But like, you know, if at your age, you'd be like, well, no, that's always the Israel I know. Ever since you know, are old enough to follow politics, it's been Netanyahu saying the same thing. So you got anything else interesting? How's your new job working out?
Relatively well.
Is it really busy? You saying got
It's
like
yes, very
checkout time
well
customers
so.
all day? I mean, is it full time? You're saying like 8 hours a day? There's so many customers
I
that
have
you're.
a part time, usually 3 days a week, unless they ask if I could do overtime. So this store in particular is called Community Thrift in Clinton Township.
Grift?
So they're in a community thrift, and they're through a chain called Red, White, and Blue thrift stores, and they're the thing they do is they do somewhat benefit a Vietnam Veterans Association, but they're mostly a for-profit organization as been described online. So their more major component as compared to like a Salvation Army or a Goodwill is that all the regularly priced items, they have a certain system of assigning a different color tag, and on certain days, there's a sudden 25 or 50% off, or even 75 discount, and that really drives up the customers. So it can get very busy, even with a maximum, I think, of 7 registers that can be going all at once.
Do they have? Do you do like any of the supply chain stocking, or just the checkout?
Just a little. Sometimes if they need help with, because a lot of people, they mostly buy clothing. And then when they get to the line, they finally decide that either, maybe they don't have enough money, the store is cash only. So, well, that's not necessarily true, because some of the different locations have already opted to allow cards, so they might do that soon. but otherwise, the clothes that they bring up, either they might not be able to afford or decide not their style or their size, so that gets returned and then has to be placed back out on the floor. So they sometimes, if slow enough, they would prefer the cashiers who are just standing there to return the items.
Do they take donations?
Yes, they do.
Because I'm a regular donor to the Salvation Army.
Hmm. And they even have a truck to schedule. So,
or like Purple Heart or whatever. My mom used to have that occasionally, but I mean, I could. In Clinton Township is a little far out. They have a Salvation Army, right? You know, Jerusalem Pizza in Oak Park, or it's actually in Southfield.
yeah,
Have you've been there?
I'm aware of.
There's a Salvation Army right next to it. So you're like, I'm on 11 in Lasser, and there's a Salvation Army on Lincoln, 10.5 mile in Greenfield. So that's 3 miles away. That's usually where I go. So I mean, Clinton Township would be almost 20 miles, but from my parents' house, it might only be it's still, even from my parents' house, it'd still be pretty far, 15 miles. So it wouldn't be convenient for me to go out there. Usually I have sometimes clothing items like shirt. Usually my dad gives me, because my dad, he was getting old, and my dad has had weight shifts in his life, and he's downsizing some of his possessions. So a few times a year I go to Salvation Army with mostly my, stuff that my dad's given me for him. I've never actually been in the Salvation Army store.
Well, they do have
in the one near the Jerusalem Pizza, they have a storefront, and then for donations you drive around and back, and they pick it up, take it out of your car. Like usually I have it in boxes, and they just open up my trunk, take it out, and then usually my parents get a tax deduction, so like they'll let me fill out the form for the tax deduction, and then I'll give that to my parents. Does it work there the same, or you're not? That's a different department of people
I'm not certain of the specifics on. Well, primarily there's a whole fleet of trucks that as schedule like pickups that go to like people's houses. So.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm familiar. I think Purple Heart was who my mom occasionally would give, and they would come schedule pickup. But like now, I just drop it off at the Salvation Army. So, but you're saying they do pickups. I don't know if they do pickups.
They also do drop-offs as well.
I mean, I simply prefer drop-offs than pickups because save them the time and money and the gas and all the effort. And I don't know what region, if they have one in Southfield or Bloomfield Hills.
So I think that's where the majority of items come from. It's just the pickups.
Well, I mean, good for you. And but you say it's not really something you could grow in, or is there potential to grow in this organization? We're saying it's a dead end job. It's good to work even if it's a dead end job. If it's a dead end job, then you got to be difficult looking at your next move.
Yes, well, I do want to consider different office positions, as this can be considered customer service. I don't necessarily want to get upgraded to full-time just because of the time restraints, and also having to travel back and forth by bus, which can get rather iffy on certain days. But otherwise,
is there something that you I'm saying it's good to work if you're saying take what's available, but is there something you'd prefer to be moving into if it was available?
Probably working at a law office or and doing investigative.
What do you mean, investigative for a law office? Does that even exist?
Well, yes, quite possibly.
It was in
Or
like files.
more
You
so
mentioned
on
like,
behalf of a. Well, it could also be on behalf of a private investigator, but I'm also thinking of on behalf of police departments as well.
okay, yeah. I mean, my mom's a lawyer. Like I worked for a bunch of lawyers. Like mostly filing, and like I don't remember any investigative work for. I'm saying some lawyers will outsource a private investigator, maybe like a criminal defense or something would have in-house an investigator, but I don't even remember such a phenomenon that a law office had an investigator. I mean, but they might have regular private investigators that they outsource. But I can't even think of like a law office that has an
Sure,
investigating arm.
to get different details.
I guess you probably don't need a college degree to be a private investigator. I don't even know, is private investigators licensed?
Um, I think I once looked this up, but I wouldn't just go out on my own. I would more so want to join a more actual established firm.
There's different levels. If you're talking like sleuthing, I mean, like, would you operate a firearm? Have you operated a firearm?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Oh, I mean, if you're talking like, um, you're like spying on like jealous,
I'm,
jealous
I'm, I'm
husbands,
thinking more like
spying on their
what's
wives,
considered
or like private investigate. I mean, so
more
one thing.
so mean like yes.
I mean, if you're trying to solve mysteries, like a private
I'm
investigator that has some sort of special skill, if it's like documentary research, where you know how to locate a certain type of information that's difficult to locate, and that could either be through knowing how to get um, governmental uh, documents, or you're talking about investigating people, and then saying, well, who wants to investigate people? Like, I mean, because I don't think, I mean, private detectives don't really solve crime.
Well, this is kind of more so in line with open source investigations. So just being able to provide details. Sometimes that can also foray into like digital forensics. And one that I'm really looking into is fraud investigations. So like financial crime.
Yeah, I mean, good luck with that. I mean, you say like, if it's something where you're going to have a customer, and then you're saying like a customer is going to pay you for a service, and that service is because there's some sort of information that they can't figure out how to get on their own, and they're going to hire you. Sometimes, like if it's a lawyer and they need an official lawyer, like you need a subpoena, a court document that has to be done by a lawyer. Sometimes it's governmental, like really anybody could do it, but people don't know how to do it, or involves like going to government offices and filling out forms that they'll pay somebody to do it. Um, or I mean, it could not be governmental, but like financial or certain information, where just and a lot of times, like once you know how to do it, it could become routine. If it's a certain like fraud or a certain like database that you know how to access, you know what to look for, you know how to understand extract the data and understand what it means, and whatever that case that would be, then you would be able to have a customer base where I mean, good luck. I mean, is that like you could probably apply for jobs at the type businesses that are already doing it. I can't even think offhand. Like, it's not a service that I've ever used before, so I can't even think of offhand like what type of place would be doing that. But I'm sure there are places, and they're probably high. Although, it could be the type thing where the jobs are hidden, or it's not the type thing where like they have help wanted signs, and it's kind of like word of mouth, or you got where there's certain like circles where they network or hang out with each other, and you got to meet the guy and take on as like an assistant. So it's not going to be like the type thing you're going to find a help wanted ad for, or even like an internet database. You got to be connected in the circles and then get like an apprenticeship or type thing. But yeah, I can't even think of like a single storefront business that does that, although I'm sure there are. But yeah, if that's what you want to do, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anything else?
No, nothing else on my mind.
Are you working tomorrow?
No, I wouldn't be staying on this late if I was, because I typically have to get up at 8 to catch a 9 o'clock bus, because my shift usually starts at 10 a.m. and that would be on Tuesday.
Okay, well, I'm self-employed. I work basically every day, but I don't have I have an internet store, and just checking now in the last few hours since I've been streaming, I didn't sell anything. But as long as I have the stuff packaged and by the mail by tomorrow, I'm fine. So I have the stuff.
What do you sell?
Books and CDs, records.
Okay.
So I sold a few things already this weekend. They're all packaged, ready. Like I have a U.S. mail account. So eBay, I sell it on eBay. I buy the postage online from the post office, print it out, and then I just take it, to the bulk shipping department, by tomorrow. And then I also, help manage a few family properties. So, I do work every day, but I could fit it according to my own schedule. So, even if I'm not up and ready around till noon, that, so I'm self-employed. I have regular daily responsibilities, but, just like a few hours each day, for my eBay store, it's regular. Like if I sell something, I list things also. So I have a whole bunch of things that I need to list on eBay.
So where do you get the items?
Me and my dad work together. My dad does hospice, and he buys things off of his, God forbid, his dying patients. So he collects things because he likes things for himself. And so, he will buy things that he thinks are interesting, and, then we'll sift through them, organize them, things that he likes, he keeps, and the other things he gives to me to sell. And so comic books, baseball cards, collectibles, books, CDs, records, most of what I sell, I mean, there's more, a lot of the stuff my dad kind of likes and keeps, but eventually we'll probably sell them. Right now we're focusing on books and CDs. I mean, I'll show you real quick if you care. I'm Doooovid on eBay also. So I was just Got positive feedback. But I got a store. Doooovid.
Wow.
I just listed these today. I listed like 40 CDs today.
Okay.
Most of them aren't that valuable, but the CDs that they range from shipping. I lose money in the shipping now. They just raised price. Shipping cost me you just tinkle. It depends on the people. Like, people want a doctor through reputation. Sometimes people want a doctor like them. If you're religious, you might prefer a religious doctor. I mean, my dad's not particularly religious. He's
I
kind of
want my doctor to be a faith healer.
Well, if you want a medical doctor, you got to go to. Okay, Oswald, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. So I listed these all today, like these CDs. I had them alphabetized. I listed these books the other day. These were like music books: Led Zeppelin, Rolling Stones, some Harry Potter stuff, Bob Dylan, a lot of science fiction. The last few weeks, I've been focusing on CDs.
Okay.
But I have almost 2,000 items listed, and most of my items are
Nice.
like collections. So some of them are, like antique or
That's interesting.
20 volumes,
Like going to
1896. This is something my dad picked up, and then whatever reason he decided he didn't really want it, and gave to me to sell. This is an 1897, a compilation of messages and papers of the presidents, 20 volumes. Antique leather bounded. But that's my eBay business.
So where is everything stored?
It's all in my house. My house and my dad's house.
Okay. I see.
I completely operated my business out of my house. I have books everywhere. When I sell CD, the CDs don't take up a lot of space, so I have maybe 500 CDs listed. But that takes up just a tiny area. I have close to 2,000 items listed. Probably hundreds of the items are multi-volume sets of books. So I probably have 5,000 books listed. And and then I have inventory. So I have I have 3 whole rooms full of inventory of books that I haven't yet listed. And I have another 3. I have another 2 rooms. What? I could probably hire an employee, but because I do it all out of my house. If I wanted to expand my business, I probably could. I'd have to rent a storefront or a warehouse. And as of now, I don't have it set up it's unclear. An assistant. Or you're looking for work. You want to do eBay listings.
Well, interestingly enough, when I was applying for the thrift store, I had initially suggested, perhaps I could do pricing of the items, but the management felt, no, we would prefer that you would have already had a year or two of experience at some other thrift store, but was perfectly fine with putting me on a register, even though I've never worked as a cashier before.
Well,
so oddly,
both are trust level, but it might be. It's the pricing is time consuming. So, I don't sell enough. I don't have. If someone wanted to work for me for 8 hours a day, it would be sorting and listing items, and there's like, once it's ready to be listed, you got to take a picture, you got to post the picture, you got to list the item, and you got to research the price. You got to set the price. In order to set the price, you have to research the price. And eBay has analytic tools. You can look on Amazon or other sources to to price it. And like pricing, it's an art. Depending on how quickly you want to sell it, and you want to maximize your profit. So like obviously, if you list something, like if you have something semi-valuable, like let's say you have something that could go anywhere from like $50 to $100, and like a lot of things, like I used to be a stock trader, so like you have like the spread, and like the lower you list it, the quicker you sell it. And then sometimes also it's like, oh man, I could have listed $10 higher and it would have sold also. So it's like, that's $10 or whatever. If you had listed it higher, that would have been more money that you could have made. So there's a little bit of an art to it. If you're going to trust that to somebody else, but yeah, I don't have my business isn't big enough to hire somebody. I mean, although if you had a full business where it was like, maybe I spend like half an hour a day packaging items on a busy day, like maybe an hour. Almost never do I sell enough. It takes me like 2 hours. Occasionally, if I sell like 20 items and some of the items are like big and more fragile, then I have to box them, and I got like bubble paper and like the styrofoam peanut fill and things like that. But my business isn't big enough that like it just takes me like 30 minutes on average a day packaging my items. So like to have an employee that would come that in like on average maybe I spend an hour a day. Maybe I spend, depending like on how busy, how much stuff my dad has, I'll spend an average an hour or two a day sorting through new stuff, and then maybe like half an hour on average a day listing new items. I've been kind of lazy like that. I probably could spend an hour a day listing new items. So like an hour a day sorting through items, an hour a day listing new items, half an hour shipping out items. So and the listing items includes like the price research. So like I spend 2.5 hours on day on average for my business. So thank God, I could definitely expand my business. I could make more money. I could probably hire somebody, but I'm supplementing my income. I'm meeting my expenses at like 2.5 hours a day, and I manage a few properties. So, I work maybe on average 4 hours a day. And then, so I spend, I try to educate, I do a lot of research and reading and studying. But thank God. I could limit that. So for my business, I don't have to sort items or list items. But I could close my store also. I could just temporarily close my store. I don't, but it's saying I sell items. I always do that. Every day I sell items. I get my items out within, the same day. If you buy the item, I'll have it either that day or the next morning shipped out. Or if my dad, sometimes he gets in a bunch of stuff and needs me to go through it right away, but not usually. Usually so thank God it's good to be your own boss. Eventually, even an investigator, if you have to get your start in the business by working for somebody else to learn the business, if eventually you open up a storefront and you're open 9 to 5, you have to be there or have someone make calls, or if you find a way to have clients, and you might be able to loosely fill your clients if you have a regular base of clients and you know how to do it and you have a time frame to do it where you can kind of schedule your own work. And if you have certain layover, like you get a client, you have a task, you have a few day window that you do the task, it takes you a certain amount of time to do it, and then you could self-schedule yourself in order to run your own business. But yeah, thank God, it's good to be your own boss. Like, it's good to, like there are certain responsibilities. There's advantages and disadvantages to everything. But then certain businesses are conducive to making your own hours. So like running the store, it doesn't really matter when I do it. Like, I sell something within half a day of it being sold. Like, I should have it packaged up and shipped. So like if something sells between now, something sold today, like I should have it out to the post office by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. But whenever I do that, doesn't matter. Just sometime between today, as long as it gets shipped by tomorrow afternoon. And like if you're managing properties, there are certain, really the most basic thing in managing properties is like, cleaning, yard care or something like that. So, but like, it's also like, some, depending on the property, sometimes you have to do it the exact certain time if it's a commercial property, but generally also, you could set your own schedule, like it, but the most important thing, maintenance type things, you could, relatively, you have regular duties that have to be done regularly, but you could schedule it yourself. And, so it's good to have, like streaming. So like if someone mentioned in the chat earlier, they saw me, they wanted to interview me or something like that. I'm not sure if it was real or not. Like, it's tough to tell streaming. You get a bunch, but, so usually, thank God I could usually adjust my schedule. So like if someone wanted to stream sometime, because streaming is also international. So I could usually adjust my schedule. Rarely, occasionally I have, hard things on my schedule. I'm going to go, I might do a Wednesday, a live stream. Have you been to the Detroit Historical Museum?
No, I actually haven't.
Did you see the exhibit about Jewish Detroit?
Actually, no, I didn't.
I'm going to go with my mom on Wednesday to check it out. It's almost end in the neighborhood, everyday life on Hastings Street. It's actually ending like Wednesday or Thursday. So Wednesday, me and my mom are planning on going in the neighborhood, everyday life on Hastings Street. It's about Detroit Jewish history. They built like a model or pictures history of from 1880 to 1930, the enclave, the main Jewish neighborhood in Detroit was Hastings Street. And they put together something at the Historical Museum. And they also have something on Kresge. I think Kresge was it Kmart? Kresge? Something else with Kresge that my mom wants to see. I think, have you heard, the Kresge Foundation? Kresge?
Yeah, of course. My college had the Kresge Library at Oakland University. So
I forget why Kresge's so wealthy. Yeah, it's Kmart. Kresge created like department stores that became Kmart. And I think Kmart's not even in business anymore. But it was a multi-generational family, and the foundation still has maybe even billions of dollars. So they're doing, and I think they were in Chicago. My mother's sister, blessed memory, spent her whole life working for Kmart. I think in like the administrative offices. And I mean, it looks like this thrift store that you work for is similar to Kmart. I mean, saying Kmart's out of business, but I'm saying like, and it might have used or donations, but like, relatively to what they sell, it's similar to Kmart. I don't. Have you even heard of Kmart?
Oh, well, yes, I had grown up with. Even in Little Sheboygan, the prominent plaza had been dominated by a Kmart, and
But I'm saying,
the space has never been replaced,
but you don't.
unfortunately.
You never shopped at Kmart. You just remember. You just
I
know.
did kind of as a kid, yeah.
I think my brother even worked at Kmart when he was in high school, and like he used to, bring like the shopping carts. That was his job, like going around the parking lot and getting the shopping carts. I mean, like Tel 12 Mall
Yeah.
on Telegraph and 12 Mile near my house used to be a big Kmart. It went out of business a few years ago, but whatever reason, Kresge, they're doing an exhibition about Kresge at the Detroit Historical Museum, and my mom was interested in that because her sister had worked at Kmart, and I guess Kresge was one of the big names. I mean, that's also interesting, but we check that out. That see the Detroit, the Hastings Street. It closes this week, so I might go to that. Maybe I'll stream. I'd stream the Albert Kahn exhibit. They had an exhibit at the Detroit Historical Museum like a year ago about Albert Kahn. And you're familiar with Albert Kahn, like the architect, Henry Ford's main architect. He was one of the main architects in Metro Detroit. He was, although he was Jewish, his father was a rabbi. He was Henry Ford's main architect. He designed like the River Rouge plant and other things, and he also designed a lot of the major buildings. I think he passed away in like the 40s. I mean, he was in the late 1800s into like the 40s or 50s. There's still an Albert Kahn architectural firm, but they had I went with my mom a year ago to the Albert Kahn exhibit, and I did a live stream from the historical museum. So if I go on Wednesday morning, I'll probably stream the Albert Kahn, the Detroit Jewish History and the Kresge exhibit at the Detroit Historical Museum. It's right across from the DIA. Are you a museum goer? You go to museums?
Yeah, somewhat.
My volunteer at the
I've been
Detroit
to
Institute
the
of Arts
art
is a chess coach, but
Yeah.
it doesn't really have anything to do with the museum. I mean, it's in the museum, but it's not like it's just a program that they have, a chess program in the museum. But, like I don't do like tours. It doesn't have anything to do with art. They're having our annual award ceremony August 2nd. So, okay, yeah, so it should be interesting. We'll see what happens with the Samantha Woll case this week. I think, I mean, it might be over by Tuesday. Like, I mean, it's possible, like, tomorrow, it's possible they'll move into closing arguments tomorrow, or it's possible, like, maybe something might happen, but I mean, it's very likely we'll move into closing arguments, Tuesday or Wednesday. And then the jury deliberation may be quick or not, so it's possible we'll have the verdict this week. So you're welcome to join next week also if the verdict comes out, and we'll see if Tracey, Tracey comes out and has something, maybe she'll have her FOIA investigation. That would be interesting to see. Although I'm not sure of the YouTube rules. Like, I probably couldn't show those pictures, or I'm not sure. Maybe I could. I have to look into I mean, they might put like a adult, like proceed type thing if I showed the crime scene photos, if she got the FOIA. I probably wouldn't do it. I'm saying she's the one who's going to get it, but that would definitely be interesting to okay, so have a great week, Richard. Thanks for joining. I'm going to end the stream. I had research I was going to do. I was going to read some papers, but thank God Richard joined and Tracey joined, so I didn't end up reading any papers. I'm going to get back to my research one of these weeks. I also have, I'm going to do my next Portraits in Metaphysics, like a history of philosophy, and I've prepared some of the big names of the Western tradition. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, Bishop George Berkeley, Arthur Schopenhauer, David Hume, and John Locke. So that's probably not going to happen this week, though. They'll probably be next week, but I still haven't finished going over that. So I guess with that, I'm going to sign off. Appreciate you showing up, Richard, and be in touch.
Yes, of course. Thank you.